police officers, in order to test the awareness of children's prevention, immediately transformed into a courier to deceive and trick, but did not expect the situation to change after meeting you. Hello, little friend. I am delivering a package. Can I come in and have a glass of water? Sure, no problem. Have you ever thought that I might be a bad person? Ha! Have you ever thought that this glass of water was scooped from the toilet? Aren't you afraid? I was scared at first, but not anymore. Why? Because there is poison inside. It turns out that today is National Safety Education Day for primary and secondary school students, and the police and the program team held a drill activity in Sunshine Community for this purpose. At this moment, a short-haired female police officer holding a microphone smiled and said, "The scene will simulate the situation where parents are not present, and the child faces strangers alone. If the child has a sense of safety, the program team will also provide a 10,000 yuan scholarship." She then went on to explain the rules of the activity. First, parents are not allowed on the scene and can only watch remotely through monitoring. Second, parents are not allowed to inform the child of the test content in advance. Third, if the child has no awareness of prevention at all, the test personnel will voluntarily reveal their identity. This will be considered a failed challenge, and the entire process will be broadcast live through a mini camera and on major platforms. All test situations will be kept fair, just, and open. As soon as she finished speaking, a burly middle-aged man in the crowd excitedly shouted, pick me, officer, pick me quickly." Immediately, the people around showed strange expressions on their faces. Although the volunteers were indeed enthusiastic, this big brother seemed too excited. In the live broadcast room, some observant netizens noticed that the big brother had stubble on his face and even had mosquitoes on his body. Damn, this big brother looks so fierce. Does he usually abuse his own children? We've seen enough of ordinary families. It's interesting to see the children raised by this big brother. Officer Bingbing glanced at the director behind her and saw him nod slightly in agreement. She then squeezed out a sweet smile. Since this tattooed big brother was so enthusiastic, let's choose your child as the first challenge. The tattooed big brother Su Tai was excited and said, "Officer, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. If my child misbehaves, detain him if necessary, execute him if necessary. Don't be polite with me." Bingbing couldn't help but laugh at the words. This parent is really humorous. In no time, the program team connected to the surveillance of the Su Tai living room, but the next scene shocked the viewers in the live broadcast room. I was sitting quietly at the study desk, writing my homework with a ballpoint pen in my hand. Oh my god, this is absolutely impossible. It's not a joke. He's really doing his homework. It's so fake to be so competitive from a young age. It must be scripted. It's unbelievable that there are still children actively doing homework at home these days. This is actually the son of that big brother in society. It seems that the kid doesn't really follow his dad. Host Bingbing also looked a bit surprised when she saw this scene. After all, judging from Su Tai's flamboyant tattoos, the child is likely to be mischievous. But it turns out that appearances can be deceiving. Host Bingbing smiled slightly. It seems that Suyu is a child who loves to study. Next, the police officers from Nanjian Police Station will come to test and see how Suyu will respond. At this moment, after finishing my homework, I looked out the window in a daze. My name is Suyu, 10 years old this year, a student at Nanjian First Elementary School. I was originally an adult, but by chance, I crossed over to this world and awakened the system that comes with a transmigrator, God-level prank system. The system will give out some rewards depending on who the whole thing is for. And how many people are there? He couldn't help but blank out at the thought the rewards can be almost minimal. $5, $10? The most it's ever been seems to be $50. What can this meager reward do? It can only be described as giving Suyu some pocket money to buy chili fries. On weekdays, they just screw with their old man and do their daily tasks. Of course, as a god-level trickery system, sometimes will actually trick Suyu himself. Let's just say, very reasonable. Therefore, it was basically impossible for Suyu to turn around with this broken system. Might as well start now and study hard when you get to middle school. Find a better school to learn some more specialized knowledge and become a scribe when the time comes to casually copy a few of Zhou works. Let those people live in their own shadows, so that the same can also realize the reversal of life. While Suyu was lost in thought, there was a faint did sound in his ears, and the frequency was not too fast. Its footsteps. The footsteps were rather heavy and slow, from which they were able to judge. It's up the stairs. There was no sound of metal clinking on a keychain, so that ruled out the douchey old man he had. It should be someone else. Is it across the street? No. There is a young couple living across the street that should be in a hurry with their feet. Then it's not coming to you with the simple sound of footsteps. Suyu had already judged the general information. This ability should fall into the category of being a standard skill for those playful kids. Just as Suyu was about to return his gaze to the homework in front of him, the footsteps, however, stopped extremely close to the door of the house. Suyu frowned slightly. The neutral pen in his hand stopped once again, and his gaze looked towards the location of the doorway. Still extremely knowledgeable about your own home, he could conclude that the odds were that it shouldn't be to find himself immediately afterward. But there was a sharp knock at the door. Knock, 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 knock. The knock came again. Suyu then realized that it was actually true that he had come to look for his family. He frowned and shouted from a distance. Who? Express. A low voice came through the doorway. At this moment in the live broadcast room, the crowd's nervous hearts were in their throats right now. I'm afraid it's the most crucial part of the whole test Copen phase. If this Suyu kid chooses to open the door, then the chances of him succeeding in his challenge are almost zero. Giving it away for nothing or succeeding depends on this step. I feel like it should be going for nothing. This time the program is so well prepared that even the courier's uniforms are ready. I have a feeling that the probability of a successful challenge for this safety science program is estimated to break the lowest record ever. The crowd still had no expectations for the test, not to mention look at this little kid. Completely unsuspecting. As the words fell, Suyu and the monitor was already walking towards the gate. The audience in the live room took a look and shook their heads. Straight up, it's going to be over once the door opens. It's basically dead. This also means that the test is coming to an end. The show, though, doesn't just come up and expose their identity right off the bat, but with this little kid's awareness, it's not going to work even if you give him a chance. Backstage of the program, the hosts as well as Salvi were also standing to one side at the moment, watching the security footage carefully. Ice frowned slightly, shaking her head slightly at the child's actions. Obviously, as a presenter she has seen too many cases. Once you get to the door, 90% of the options are to open it, and without the show's effects, their show's exposure would be reduced. The retention rate is also much lower for the first group of viewers who watch it. This is not what the program and the South River Police Department want to see, but Su Tai, who was on the side, was smiling, with a look of anticipation still on his face. He simply knew his good oldest son too well, that guy's too crafty to open the door that easily. As expected, the surveillance screen showed Suyu tiptoeing towards the cat's eye, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha! Delivery? Who would believe that? 9 times out of 10. This person was called by Pops to come over and screw with him. Open the door? Dream on. This little trick dares to pose in front of him. At the same time in Suyu's ears came the voice of the system. Trigger mission. Screw the guy outside the door who looks like a courier. Reward, $1,000. Hearing this, Suyu was slightly stunned. Crap? $1,000? The rewards have been upgraded? The system is jerking around today, giving so much. That's a huge amount of money compared to the $10 or $20 rewarded in days gone by. It's not that the rewards for the whole thing are based on the number of people watching live. With some disbelief, he looked again, and there was only one person in the all-encompassing display screen of the smart cat's eye surveillance. It doesn't make sense, but in the face of a reward delivered to his door, how could Suyu refuse it? Well, let's tease him first. Only his childish voice was seen traveling towards the outside. Courier? Do couriers even come to the door these days? Don't they all put in a stagecoach? The words fell, and even the police outside the door froze. In the live broadcast room, those netizens exploded even more. The crowd could hardly believe that these were actually words spoken by a child. Crap. It's transparent. I didn't fucking think of that. Where are the door-to-door deliveries in neighborhoods these days? Wait, I'm not paying attention to the Kid brothers counter-killing? Everyone didn't expect that Suyu didn't open the door directly, but observed through the cat's eye. This is textbook science, but the police also reacted very quickly. Said in front of the cat's eye lens, holding up the courier box in his hand to show that, oh, this one is valuable. It has to be signed for in person. This seamless performance landed in the live broadcast, causing countless netizens to vocalize in anger. No, this is too shameless. The program is too much, isn't it? The test isn't even over yet? This difficulty, I'm afraid, is at a level where children would fall for it if they were told ahead of time not to let strangers in. Carry away. Next, as expected, it was just as the crowd had guessed. A child is still a child even if he's smart. The monitor showed Suyu's hand on the doorknob, looking like he was ready to open the door. The hearts of the viewers in the live room went cold. Done. The odds are it's coming to an end. If this were a past show, this kid would have passed the test, but this time, the program didn't know what to draw. But it was so strict, and the plainclothes police officers who came to the door were clearly not letting go of anything. It seems that this is not a sci-fi program, but a real human trafficker. And just as the audience expected, Sue opened the door anyway, with a crisp click. It was almost as if the test was over. The police at the door gave an equally relieved smile. This kid, too, is still cautious. The crowd in the live room shook their heads. In their opinion, Suyu's performance was noteworthy. It's a bit of a shame to fail like that. A walkie-talkie in the hands of a staff member backstage at the program was then pressed, as if to notify the police that they were ready to blow their own identities, but the next instant, boom, the door, which hadn't even opened yet, closed again. Suyu's ear heard the system's voice. Everyone froze slightly. What? The sudden reversal caught everyone a little off guard. What the hell? What's with the sudden closure? In the guide room, it was all set to wrap up. How dare this kid pull a stunt like that? The plainclothes police officer who tested it also froze, being able to get the kids in the room. To act like that. No doubt the little guy was already suspicious, but he thought to himself that he hadn't revealed any cracks during the test. Not to mention that he hadn't let any water out of the bag. That's not right, is it? The crowd on the air was also relieved. Su's voice came from behind the gate. Wait, give your name and cell phone number. I'll make sure it's my house. The crisp voice broke the silence. And the heart of the police officer playing the role of a courier sank. That's information he didn't know in his mind. It was just a trick to fool the kids. It wasn't even that complicated, but it didn't occur to me that this kid's vigilance was actually so strong. The netizens in the live broadcast room had already started cheering at this moment. The crew, they kicked the bucket this time, didn't they? Crap. This vigilance is absolute. Textbook maneuver. Perfect if you don't open the door midway through. Kid cow. Kill the crew. It's always nice to see the show eat its words. It seemed to the crowd that this round of testing had come to an end. Suyu fully met the requirements of the test, but while everyone thought so, the courier at the door, however, suddenly spoke. A low voice came from him as he looked down at the box in his hands. Tail number 0311. Mr. Su, right? The low voice of the courier fell. The entire broadcast room and even the audience was silent. After a short silence, the audience as well as the netizens completely exploded. A flood of indignant speeches came from the bottom of the broadcast room. I'll fuck you up. You, the programmers went a little overboard, didn't they? You, temporarily increasing the difficulty of the test again? How dare you collude even with personal information? Shame on you. The program will give you an address and I'll send you some souvenirs. Isn't it bullying an honest man? If anything, the audience activity in the live room before, as well as the number of pop-ups had exceeded the expectations of the program, but it's nothing compared to now. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room also directly doubled. From the initial 5,000 or so, it had arrived at 10,000, and there were even vague signs of it arriving at 2W in the guide room. Host Bing Bing also asked with some concern, Director, would it not be good for us to increase the difficulty of the test temporarily like this? The director had a walkie-talkie in his hand and a few helpless moments on his cheeks. It should be no problem. As he spoke, he looked over at the tattooed older brother at his side. Who the hell would have thought that this temporary increase in the difficulty of the show's tests wasn't a decision by the showrunners at all? Rather, what about what parents think? In past episodes, people's parents hated their kids for passing the test. When it comes to Mr. Sally, what's wrong with it? Immediately afterward, a gasp came from someone in the guide room. Director, the popularity of our program has exceeded 2W. Before the words were out of his mouth, another shout came from the other side. Crap, Director, we're on the hit list. Or 3. The director, who was still a bit worried, had his eyes light up when he heard that. Quick, bring it over here so I can see it. This is really going to be a fire. But when the director took the cell phone handed to him by the staff, he fell silent. Hot list 5, orange TV pattern is really low. Hot list 7, temporary difficulty of science programs. Hot list 10, orange TV bullying kids. You don't even have to click in to take a closer look. You'll be able to tell what's in there just by the name of the phrase, good news. The heat has doubled. Bad news. All blacks that have been practicing for 2.5 years, almost all of them are negative comments about the show. Seeing this, the director couldn't help but touch his nose. Either way, this temporary decision to go up in difficulty is a bit of a bully to the kids. It also does go against the rules of fairness, but still, what makes the director helpless is that it really wasn't him who wanted to make the test more difficult. Now this momentum of public opinion, if you want a self-attestation, is afraid of jumping into the yellow river cannot wash. It's okay. Black and red is still red, as long as there's heat, the director said with some head scratching. At least, they're not as likely to collapse the house as they are as a popular science public service program, simply being difficult for the kids and the guys looking the other way. It's still in a manageable stage. He turned back and added again, later on the guide side. After broadcasting this, put out the surveillance clip of Mr. Su's speech in the guide room. Whatever it takes to redeem word of mouth. At the director's side, Su Tai watched the surveillance with a focused expression and kept saying, cell phone number is 178***0311. Also, my name is Su Tai. I'm 34 years old, wears size 43 shoes, is 178 and weighs 210. The director, who already had a big head, couldn't help but say when he heard this, that's not important. Who's a nice person who asks for shoe size? Just as the words fell, Suyu's voice came from behind the gate in the monitor. How tall is my dad and what size shoes does he wear? The noisy voices in the guide room caused the police officer playing the role of the delivery boy to faintly stare. After hearing Suyu's voice, he immediately replied subconsciously, height 17. Just after he said it, he reacted, revealing a sarcastic smile, and immediately changed his words. I'm just a delivery guy. How would I know about this? But at the doorway, when Suyu heard this, The corner of his mouth had already drawn a smile. Oh. I'm sure my father had someone come here especially to screw me over. The director in the guide room glanced back at Sally and froze in the same way. Questions can be cold, not evil. You two really are father and son. One dares to think. The other dares to ask. The most ridiculous thing is that there was another one that damn near answered it. Sutai's expression was calm. His deep gaze showed confidence, and he crossed the fingers of his hands on the table in the guide room. Oh, I'm his father. How can I not know what's in this kid's mind? The work boy in charge of communicating with the police on the side held his forehead and couldn't help but spit. Mr. Su, will you be quiet? Who else's courier knows the height and shoe size of the owner's family? We almost showed ourselves. Upon hearing this, Sutai was a bit embarrassed and scratched his head with an awkward smile. Like this? Sorry. The director was equally a little hard to watch. He really didn't know how Sutai was able to put on this chesty look. He gathered a few members of his staff and gathered in a small group to discuss the next decisions, with the situation at hand. The show is likely to come to a standstill. It's so hard to have this much heat. This test must not end hastily. A few people exchanged words, nodding their heads every now and then. In the end, a unanimous decision was reached: maximize the difficulty of the test. Anyway, when the time comes, there's being a parent of Sati to take the blame and take the fall. As for the fairness of the test, it's even simpler. At the end of the test, this Suyu child was able to take away the bursary. Whether successful or not, this has been effective for the program and has preserved word of mouth. Most importantly, more people will realize the importance of safety education. Broadcast the footage of Mr. Sutai first. The director gripped the walkie-talkie in his hand and delivered his voice. The live feed shifted into the guide room as the crew maneuvered. The screen showed Sutai staring at the surveillance with a serious face and said in a deep voice, "Director, don't ever end it like this. My kids have not been safety conscious since they were little. Growing up eating fruit without washing it. Sometimes you don't even wash your hands at dinner. Even going to strangers' houses to steal underwear. That's a stranger's house. How dangerous." Sutai spoke, somehow getting a bit exasperated. "And on top of that, planted it on me. It took half a day of tea at the station to clear my name. Go wash your feet and report me for whoring. A mahjong game to report me for gambling. You don't look like a human being. There is absolutely no semblance of importance or reverence for security awareness. You mustn't let him go." The director, who was on Sally's side, fell into silence. Suddenly it made sense why the parent was so resentful. This is a fucking personal vendetta, put that way. It does seem like the prize money doesn't matter as much to Sally. The kids are so harmless. You can't really tell that they're actually so skinny. This would be something he would have to volunteer to make more difficult, but to say that there is no security awareness to say is a bit of a stretch. As far as Suyu's performance on this program, called no security awareness, but faced with such a sincere plea, the director had no choice but to gladly accept it. If he didn't accept, the director could imagine the tattooed big brother talking for another half hour. At that point, whether or not what Big Brother says can be broadcast is another matter. It so happened that at this moment, Suyu's voice came from the screen in the surveillance. "Wait, give your name and cell phone number. I'll make sure it's my house." Sally returned his gaze to the monitor, and as soon as he took over the microphone he began to speak in a hushed voice. "Cell phone number is 178***0311. Also my name is Sutai. I'm 34 years old." Inside the broadcast booth, after the crew had put the guide room on the air, what had been a precarious word-of-mouth situation was instantly reversed. At first there were people in the comments at the bottom of the broadcast who were questioning it. How can you as a parent even ask for a harder test on purpose? That doesn't make any sense at all. What kind of person fights against money? Can a parent have a grudge against his own son? When countless netizens listened to Sutai's accusation, they retracted their previous opinions. It's a real fucking vendetta. Meanwhile the tide in the comments section began to turn. Brother Su's look of exasperation and genuine sadness alone. How is it possible to empathize so much if you don't experience it yourself? It's hard to imagine the deep powerlessness of a middle-aged man covered in tattooed Big Brother, holding an undergarment from nowhere, being falsely accused. After all, our Big Brother's appearance doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Gradually, in the audience's impression of the ferocious tattooed Big Brother, at the moment they actually feel a little pity. A portion of the netizens began to speak on Sutai's side. Damn, this kid is a real piece of work. Questioning, understanding, recognizing. It has nothing to do with the program. And just from Brother Su's point of view, we have to give this kid a little lesson. Wow, what a precious son Big Brother has given birth to. This kid looks harmless on the surface. This damn didn't do a single thing. I somewhat understand why his father made it more difficult. You said this kid, he's not up to any tricks again, is he? Seeing the original public opinion reversed in the direction of guidance, the crowd in the guide room breathed a sigh of relief. Sutai looked at the audience's speeches in the comment section inwardly filled with emotion. If he hadn't had to maintain his fierce image, he would have nearly burst into tears immediately afterward. He snapped back to his senses and looked at the director behind him with wide eyes. Wait a minute, did I just broadcast this? The director froze, thinking that this guy's reflex arc was too long. He still nodded in response. Well, right, is the guide room going to broadcast it too? Yes, so there are so many people in the comments section because they all know I was falsely accused of stealing underwear by this kid? Well, Sutai's entire body stiffened a bit when he sniffed damn. What a fierce image of yourself. That's a national broadcast. He had originally thought of using the program to find the boy a beautiful young stepmother. Now your whole life is ruined. Wouldn't the whole world know about their ugly behavior? This kid, he's not born to kill me, is he? The more Sutai thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn. I'll make this brat suffer this time anyhow. He glanced back at the director, inquiring tentatively. Director, is it too late for me to ask for coding? The director glanced at the live data and said in a deep voice, I'm afraid it's too late. The number of people online has broken 50,000. There's also a hot search edition. Mr. Su, I'm afraid you're going to be on fire. The way out of the ring, though, might be a little different. Saldi was silent. If it wasn't for the live broadcast, he really wanted to Biaogwaji. I'm afraid he's the first person ever to be reported out of the ring for being reported by his son. However, since Mr. Su has a request, the program team will of course be able to satisfy it. The director said seriously. In the next moment, a thick mosaic was placed on Saldi's face. When the image is shown, a tattooed face stands with the police uniformed staff member beside him. And the mosaic mess on his face. It looks like Saldi is the exact image of a suspect. Saldi was even more silent. Who the hell have I offended? The viewers in the live room, noticing the change, directly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Never take a picture with a cop. Mr. So, change to so-and-so in a second. But this mosaic, if you don't know, you'd think it was some Law and Order channel. Big brother, why don't we just stop coding? In the guide room, Sutai's face was green and purple, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This shit. I'm a law-abiding citizen. That code hit, and it became a direct suspect. The director looked at the comments section in slight silence and turned back to inquire. Shall we? Let's just get rid of the code. With the speed at which the internet spreads these days, it might just be edited by a certain voice or station as a suspect in some shocking case. Sutai gritted his teeth and said, if you don't change it yet, do you want to wait until I'm ruined? The director coughed with an awkward smile. The staff also had the sense to cut the camera back in a hurry. In the surveillance screen, Suyu frowned slightly. He wasn't surprised when confronted with the courier's seamless answer, for in the beginning, he had concluded this guy was definitely hired by Sutai to screw him over. After a brief pause, he suddenly smiled. Congratulations on passing the first round of tests. By answering my next question correctly, then you will complete the challenge and open this sign door. Otherwise, I'll not only refuse to accept it, but I'll also get an after-sales report on you. Suyu's series of words caused the police officers outside the door to freeze. What the hell? Security awareness test challenge. Isn't the test for this little guy? I'm the challenger? Suyu spoke very quickly, seemingly completely unprepared to give the other party time to think. Uncle Courier, please listen to the question. How much does it cost to ship to this province for small shipments, and how much does it cost for large shipments? How much does it cost to ship out of this province for small shipments, and how much does it cost for large shipments? What would be the cost of this shipment to you if you were to make transportation of the goods you have in your possession to this province? 10, 9. A sudden scene. Let the door outside the police heart panic. Who the hell remembers such questions? Not to mention, he's a pretend courier. In the minds of the police at the moment, there are two words: piece of goods. Immediately afterward, the police froze. No. Who is this brat cursing? Ask a question. Ask a question. Why the personal attacks? Inside the live broadcast room, countless direct laughter does not live. They also never expected that Kid Brother's brainchild would be so big. No, you're not. You're still on the opposite side of the courier. Genius. Genius. Whose ministry is this? You're the challenger. Ha ha ha. Uncle Policeman's brain is buzzing, isn't it? But at the moment, the police could not care less about being catty with a child. So it is only possible to console oneself. No gas. No gas. The show works. The show works. Originally, he wasn't quite able to feel that Saldi was so furious with a child, and now, a bit of an understanding when we go inside later. It's designated to leave this little guy with a full childhood. The thought of this. The police were in a much happier mood, however. The urgent countdown was still coming to his ears. The police officer touched his ear somewhat unconsciously, trying to get information from the invisible Bluetooth in his ear, but the quietness of the call made a cold sweat begin to run down his back. Where are the program people? What do these people do for a living? Even a doohickey should have found the answer. He wondered a little to himself what he was so nervous about even when negotiating with the robbers. He had never been so flustered himself. See, the time countdown has come to the fore. Disguised as a courier, brother of the police had to be hard on. After a short period of time, after thinking, pretending to be calm, said, Inner one, just use the little program for mail. The exact price point is above. I originally thought that I would be able to easily deal with the kids, but I didn't realize that the sound of the countdown in my ears still hadn't stopped. 3. Watching the countdown get closer and closer, the police were also a bit depressed. Are kids so hard to fool these days? As the bureau's leading plainclothes officer, he actually fell here. At this rate, the show will be over. Seeing the countdown come to the last 2 seconds, the voice of the show's organizer finally came from the Bluetooth headset. Send from this province. Within $10. Over 1 kilogram increased the cost by weight. Home province send to foreign province. More than $10. Increase the price by region. At the same time, more than 1 kilogram part. Without a moment's hesitation, the police relayed the answer from their mouths almost as soon as the program told them. There was no pause in the speech. As skilled as if it had been memorized countless times. It's virtually unbreakable. At this moment, his slightly tense heart also loosened up quite a bit, and an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kid, I'll see what other tricks you've got up your sleeve. He was somewhat looking forward to Suyu's performance. After all, being an old plainclothesman, it was the first time in all these years that he had been so frustrated at a child. I didn't show my face when I first spread pancakes without flour, so how can I show my face here? The viewer with a god's perspective. After seeing this scene, 2 words popped up throughout the broadcast: shameless. Also following the text is a soybean emoji with both hands, then the middle finger. After all, most viewers are still objective in their stance, not going to be swayed by sutties selling out. Of course, things have come to this. From the start of the test, the fairness of the program no longer mattered. After all, people's parents don't care. So what do they worry about? Within the live broadcast room, countless viewers only wanted to see exactly how Suyu would respond at this moment. Within the surveillance, Suyu merely blanked out and actually opened the gate as promised. This took countless people extraordinarily by surprise. No? Is that the end of the show? The police heaved an equally heavy sigh of relief. Simply tricking this brat into opening the door gave himself an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. That's weird. Inside the guide room, it was extraordinarily quiet. The walkie-talkie in the director's hand also slowly loosened. At this moment, everyone thought that the results of this test had already come out. Civilian police boys are also about to reveal themselves. Sally gazed into the monitor and seemed to be thinking about something. He knew his son all too well. It was so counterintuitive that he, who had been keeping his guard up, suddenly opened the door. It's not over, he suddenly said in a deep voice. I in the guide room. The crowd looked away, somewhat confused as to what Sally meant. Their eyes fell on the surveillance when that door was completely opened. What came into view in the Courier boy's perspective was Suyu's skeptical gaze. The kid, just standing in the doorway, gazing aggressively. A childish voice followed. You're not a courier. Say, who the hell are you? A moment after the voice fell, the entire room fell silent. By definition, opening the door almost always means failure, but as a test of security awareness, the show's plainclothes police officers were actually dismantled. What is this? Jedi? The police officer's dismayed eyes fell on the child. Inwardly overwhelmed, he was a little puzzled that his identity had been recognized. Where exactly is the breakage? He breathed slightly more sharply, as if remembering. Could it be because of the show that he was too purposeful and aroused suspicion? How does a child notice so many details? It's unbelievable. The appearance of this scene drew countless viewers and netizens within the live broadcast room to be deeply shocked. What the hell? A prophet? 666. Beating 99.99% of college students in the country. It's open. It's definitely on. Kid brother, accepting apprentices, not taking orders. If I were allowed to do this shit, I wouldn't necessarily be able to dismantle it. Turtle, it really doesn't make sense. How in the world did this kid see it? Not only the broadcast room, but even the director in the studio was a bit overwhelmed. This show has never been in a situation like this since it's been on the air. They even joined forces with the local police department to make sure the show went well. In hundreds of tests over time, there has never been a precedent for plainclothes being dismantled. There is also absolutely nothing in the rules set by the program about the current situation being determined. That's because, from start to finish, they identified 2 possibilities, open and closed. The 2 correspond to failure and success. The key to success is security awareness. That is, the tacit assumption that the impersonation of the courier is a bad guy identity. But now this setting was now broken by Suyu. Director, how should this be judged? The staff looked at the surveillance screen and froze slightly. The director, with his eyes fixed on the monitor in front of him, leaning forward slightly tactically, microphone in hand, was also considering whether or not to let the civilian police plainclothes who played the role of the courier boy reveal himself or not. In this moment of their hesitant entanglement, Suyu's childish voice in the monitor came again. On camera, kid brother smiles contemptuously with a confident look. If I'm not mistaken, I think my dad sent you, right? Suyu's gaze fell on the courier box in the hands of the police junior, revealing a look-through. Only that old man would resort to such an outdated form of screwing around. The situation on the scene at the moment had long since moved away from the direction of the test. The police Bluetooth headset also delayed the message. It seems only to be able to play on the spot. He adjusted slightly, his gaze regaining its composure, and squeezed out a smile. I can't believe you found out. Well, I am indeed a good friend of your father's. As he spoke, he spread his hands helplessly. I am the guide room. The director couldn't help but look back at Sutai. If it wasn't for the fact that the program was broadcast live and that Sutai was in their line of sight all the time, the crew would have even wondered if it had been leaked in advance. At the moment he was still a little worried. This kid, so cocky, can the police muddle through with such a perfunctory answer? But I did not expect to play the courier boy plainclothes not to retreat and continue. Excuse me, can I come in for a glass of water? Suyu glanced at this strange man, although there is some skepticism about its identity, but his eyes brightened up when he heard drinking water. He was still thinking about how to invite this older man in for a seat. I didn't expect it to come to my door by itself. This is a great opportunity to complete the system's mission. Suyu nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. No problem. No problem. The scene landed in the studio. The director's tightly wound emotions instantly soothed, and his grip on the walkie-talkie loosened with it. He pointed to the image on the monitor and turned back toward the crowd with a slightly proud smile. See? That, right there, is old theater. After plainclothes policeman Lao Lu's improvisation, the suspense-filled program is put back on track. It was completely possible to analyze through Su's statement. The kid saw through old Lu's forged courier identity though, solely because of the time spent with his father, Mr. Su, on weekdays. Then the vigilance is also entirely due to the fact that, fearing Sutai's fixation, he mistook the plainclothesman who came to the door to test him for a friend of Sutai's. In this way, as a security test, Lao Lu's most real fake identity, gangster or human trafficker, is not exposed. The program is still going on. Only, at this moment, the object that could almost be declared to have failed the test was Su Yu. The netizens in the live stream, too, shook their heads. Finished, the innings of Tien Hu. A wave sent away. This fucking door-to-door test. And there's actually a reversal? Wonderful. Wonderful. Panda clapping emoticon. This wave of police uncle in the 5th floor. Thought the kid brother in the atmosphere layer. Did not realize that it is actually the first layer. I thought it was a master. But I didn't realize it was a fried hooch. Obviously. The door is open. The winner has also been decided. The director in the guide room, who was expecting a great game, shook his head in the same way, obviously a little disappointed, and finally pressed the intercom in his hand. Old Lu, find an opportunity to expose yourself. In the surveillance, Lao Lu sat on the sofa in the living room now that he had been dismantled. He had absolutely no intention of continuing to pretend to be a courier. That cardboard box was also casually placed on the coffee table. He crossed the fingers of his hands and twirled his thumbs, already thinking of a move to expose his identity. Xiao Sua, go get me a glass of water first. In all the shows, he had never been so thirsty. Then let's end this test with this glass of water instead. Suyu's gaze fell on the paper box. Sure enough, there was no delivery receipt number at all. He was seen picking up the cardboard box with some curiosity, skillfully tearing off the yellow tape and revealing a harmless smile. Uncle, in this cardboard box, I think it's a scare box. While speaking, Suyu slammed the mouth of the case open towards old Lu. Surprise! The expected oversized spring-loaded clowns, ghostly faces, and strange shrieks were nowhere to be found. The air, suddenly quiet. The civilian police also froze and looked at Suyu somewhat oddly. At the moment, he was also at a complete loss as to how to cooperate, because inside the cardboard box, there was only a bulk flower in a clear plastic bag. Anyway, it's just a show prop. It doesn't mean anything. Suyu scratched his head. He actually guessed wrong? He couldn't help his curiosity and took the cardboard box house on the table for a peek, but looking at the bag of flour he was silent, thinking to himself, could it be that Pop's whole point is to make me think I'm being screwed when I'm not actually being screwed? And if it is, how is that not a whole lot of fun? Soon Suyu dismissed this idea. No way. With that IQ of Pop's, he couldn't have thought of that level. It looks tall and menacing, but in reality, you can't even ask for the widow's weenie in the neighborhood. However, in the end, it was Suyu's ingenuity that helped his old man ask for WeChat. The price, of course, was half a day in jail and a verbal education for himself. That, little friend, can you pour me a glass of water first? Old Lu was really a bit thirsty. He's barely had a drink of water since the show went live, even though it wasn't too hot. I had dead skin on my lips. Suyu sniffed and nodded, turning towards the house. At this moment, he was a little depressed inside, not expecting that he would actually guess wrong. Just as he was about to pick up water at the kitchen water purifier, the system sounded in his ears. Ding. Trigger the mission. Fix the unknown person suspected to be a fugitive in the living room. Prize, self-defense kit, $10, 000. Hearing this voice, Suyu's entire heart went cold. What the hell? Fugitive. His mind, which had been playful, instantly tightened and his heart slowed down a beat. You fucking dog system. Why didn't you say so earlier? The baby's cold. You know breastfeeding, the Ching is dead. You know you're in court. At first, Suyu was puzzled. No wonder how the rewards of the whole thing suddenly upgraded, now it all makes sense. No wonder it's disguised as a delivery boy. Who in their right mind would do such an unethical thing, drinking water as soon as you walk in the door? You can't have just escaped. For fuck's sake. There's also that micro movement of looking outwards without moving and unconsciously covering your ears. It's all a sign of weakness, although you could tell early on that the courier boy was a fake, but there's absolutely no way to think in that direction of a fugitive. And then there's the all-important cardboard box, which becomes especially suspicious with the white powder inside. This guy doesn't still suck. Thinking of this, you could not help but suck in a breath of cool air this time. We've really hit a wall. Various details are recalled, and it simply looks more and more like a fugitive on the run. It could also be a major case. Judging by the size and expression of the body and the suspicious items, class as fugitive? He couldn't help but sneak a glance back at the living room. The fugitive uncle, at the moment, was rummaging through the contents of the coffee table. Suu turned back without revealing anything. His heart slandering. It's all fucking rummaging through belongings already. You finished? How about reporting it to the police? He glanced at the little genius in his hands, then shook his head. The SMS function of the watch is turned off by default. If you want to open it, you have to unlock it from Sutai's phone. As for making a phone call, forget it. There's no telling how much bounty this fugitive has put up under the unbelievable gazes of the audience in the live broadcast room. Suu opened the Donyang and searched for the list of the most wanted criminals in Nanjiang. While looking at it, he also looked back to make sure. He was surprised to find that there was no picture of the fugitive uncle. Makes no sense. The vigilant Suu did not let up. His brows furrowed slightly as he remembered another possibility. What if it's an out-of-town fugitive officer? That's a lot. Or maybe just escaped and not wanted yet? Regardless, Suu decided to adopt Mr. Ma's hypothetical principle until the real identity of this uncle can be determined. All will be treated as fugitives from justice. Well, the urging voice came from the living room. Old Lu was a little puzzled. This child is not just pouring a cup of water. What's taking so long? As well, he was really thirsty. He rose slightly and probed in the direction of the kitchen. Not seeing a thing. It'll be ready in a minute. Only after hearing Suyu's response did old Lu sit down at ease and took out his cell phone to look at it in the kitchen. Suyu looked at the small genius that went out and breathed a sigh of relief. So close. Almost got caught. His eyes fell on the disposable plastic cup in his hand. And drinking water? Drink the shit out of you. In the next moment, Suyu carried the cup and turned his head towards the toilet adjacent to the kitchen. At this moment in the orange live streaming room, countless viewers were a little puzzled by this kid's brain circuits. Discuss each in the comments section. Kid brother, as usual, is cautious. He seems to have begun to suspect the identity of this courier. But still going through the wanted list at this fucking hour. It seems like kid brother shouldn't have a chance. Alas, indeed. It is no surprise that the identity will be revealed soon. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was almost time for the test to end, but at this time, Suyu in the surveillance was carrying a disposable cup and disappeared at the end of the surveillance. The only camera in Southie's house is in the living room. After all, no one is going to put a camera in their bedroom or toilet in their house. Even the miniature camera on plainclothes policeman old Lu could not see Suyu at all. In other words, Suyu was completely lost in the live feed. No one knows what room he went to or what he went to do. In the guide room. The director was also a bit puzzled. By normal logic, there's no need to run around pouring a glass of water. Does this kid have an agenda? He couldn't help but ask Sutai, who was at his side. What's that direction Suwu was going? Is it going to the bedroom? As the owner of this home, Sutai obviously knew exactly what that place was. He said with a somewhat odd look on his face, is that direction supposed to be the restroom? Sutai thought of a suitable reason to analyze it. Probably want to pee? Kids can't hold their pee. The director nodded approvingly at the words. That's right. Huh? What else did he take the pouring glass in for? Maybe it's too late to pee your pants? Well, however, at the moment in the toilet. To be precise, this is a wet/dry bathroom. The kid brother of the netizens is now standing in front of the mirror and taking a deep breath. It was estimated that the people in the guide room had not expected it at all. And there was no water at all in the cup in Suyu's hand. He wasn't developing fast. And at his current height, the mirror reflected his head just right. To say I'm not nervous would be a lie, but once he thought that fugitive would not have that much patience, Suyu's mind quickly calmed down. He didn't doubt the system's guess after all. The one in the living room was just too suspicious. The elements of impersonating a courier, knowing the owner's information, and carrying a box with an unidentified powder in it were combined. Not to mention him. Even any of them would be skeptical, and the immediate priority is to bring water to that ruthless man. It's his only chance. Suyu took a disposable cup and scooped a cup of water out of the toilet, probably disliking the fact that he only scooped 2/3 of it. In order not to arouse suspicion, he put the glass of water to the light to look carefully. There is no impurities. After confirming this, Suyu nodded his head in satisfaction. That's good. Unbroken. Just as he was about to go out, Suyu's footsteps stopped again. Come to think of it, There seems to be quite a few laxatives in the restroom. His eyes suddenly brightened. This is good stuff. Well, add some. How can you say that without a little something in there, after all? The one outside. That was a vicious, murderous fugitive. A defenseless child himself. He had to keep himself safe, with uncanny skill. He pulled a box of laxatives from the cabinet in the sink. The only reason I know it's in the toilet is because I dropped it when I was screwing over Pops before. At that time, he was exposed to this laxative, and the effect of the laxative was confirmed by Suyu. The power is 10 miles and wow, therefore Suyu was not worried at all about the lack of effect. As for revealing, that's even more unlikely, with Suyu's experience and the whole thing. Since he had taken it out and used it, definitely able to muddle through. Laxatives come in capsule form. And as soon as they are unwrapped you can observe that they contain just some white powder and are soluble in water. Simply put, it's colorless and odorless. Usually, the whole trick so you will not be too much. At most, the amount of 2 or 3 grains will be put. It wasn't too far outside the normal range of medication, but not now. There was clearly no need to be polite in the face of such suspected fugitive thugs. Suyu simply poured 8 to 9 capsules in with a brain. If it weren't for the fear that the water would be too murky, it might show, with Suyu's character. High and low, this box is going to give the whole thing in. After preparing everything, Suyu always felt that something was still missing, and it's an extraordinarily important part of the program. He looked around the room and his eyes landed on the toilet paper in the restroom. That was close. Almost forgot. He was seen skillfully throwing all the paper into the toilet to dampen it, and then closing it, with the few remaining towels wedged into his shirt and pants. There was nothing left in this bathroom that could be cleaned up for sanitation, and for all these actions, Suyu was only delayed in the restroom for less than a minute, even though it's been a little long. This kid's got guts. It's even easier to lie to people without blushing. Everyone thinks kids don't cheat or lie, but in reality, I'm afraid that if a child really tells a lie, it's completely invisible. Suyu walked out of the restroom without haste and came to the living room with a cup of water in his hand. Uncle, you drink water. He held his cup in both hands. Looking extraordinarily polite, the childish voice was more than enough to drop all guards. Only no one knew that inside this short minute. What exactly did Su do off camera? Nor did any of the people in the guide room pick up on the end of it. Only Su Tai frowned, his gaze falling on the camera, his heart vaguely uneasy. This seems to be a strange kind of sensing. Every time Suyu got into trouble outside, as well as screwing him over, they all have this marvelous feeling. But watch the surveillance of the cozy scene of this kid handing water to his elders. He couldn't say what it was, just that it felt somewhat familiar. My own son, it seems, has served water this way. Immediately after that, Su Tai's face changed slightly, and his gaze fell on the water cup. Suddenly it came to mind, what kind of water does that kid serve? He was about to shout to stop it, but the surveillance picture showed old Lu already drinking the water in one go. Sally's open mouth suddenly closed. Fearing that others would find him out, he covered his eyes and tried his best not to look at the security footage. His heart was pulling out of his chest at the moment. At this moment, Su Tai was already able to anticipate what would happen next. Not that he is a god, but he has been planted in the hands of this kid. Done. It's all over now. How dare you drink water from strangers? Where's the promised security awareness? You programmers are not having any of it. The crowd in the live broadcast room, as well as the guide room, was at the moment completely unaware of what would happen next. This water? Why does it taste a little weird? On the surveillance screen, old Lu glanced at the plastic cup and frowned slightly. He was so thirsty that he took the water and didn't look at it too much, and looked at his cell phone for a while on the way, not noticing at all how much time had passed. After drinking it, I realized that the water actually tasted like raw water. All that time in the kitchen and you got a glass of tap water? Old Lu couldn't help but glance at Su Yu, but didn't blame him. While on duty, it is not uncommon to drink tap water at times. He was not wary of a small child. There was a brief silence all around. The viewers of the live broadcast at the moment also knew what was going to happen next. The contestant they had high hopes for was about to be eliminated. Go Kid Brother. You're already great. I thought Kid Brother could hold out for a little while longer. Unfortunately, it seems to me that the Kid Brother has passed the safety awareness test. Please welcome the next talented contestant. The comments section was filled with words of sighing as well as emotion from the audience. After all, out of all the episodes, this one was certainly the longest live. In the guide room, the walkie-talkie, clutched in the director's hand, also pressed the speak button. Old Lu, state your identity. That parent, Mr. Su, let's go to the site together later to reveal it. But Su Tai had a weak face at this time, and promised casually and perfunctorily. The director was also a bit puzzled by the situation, but didn't ask much. At this moment, the surveillance screen, Lao Lu is also sitting upright, hands on the table to show a smile. At the same time he was relieved, and inside he actually couldn't wait. It's finally coming to an end. In fact, he just had a bit of an urge to go to the bathroom. It's a live broadcast, and although you can't see yourself with the miniature camera on your body, there's a monitor in the lobby. It's impossible to be a tester playing the role of a thug disguised as a thug and run to the restroom with so many people in the audience, isn't it? There are only the last 2 sentences left until the end. His gaze fell. Not far from the boy. Found the latter. With a puzzled as well as curious face. Suu even couldn't help but scratch his head. His eyes sizing up this fugitive. In fact, what he's wondering in his mind right now is actually, what's the deal with this guy? 9. A full 9. How come there's no sign of venting yet? Old Lu couldn't help but smile. What a sweet, innocent child. At this age of curiosity as well as the desire to explore, it is still possible to have such vigilance. It's rare enough. Still, the final results of the program's tests will be announced. Old Lu looked at the boy and inquired affectionately, I wonder why you chose to open the door. Suyu thought about it and said seriously, how are you going to get in if I don't open the door? Old Lu froze slightly, somewhat confused, but the point is made. Well, it makes sense. He nodded and continued his inquiry. Did it ever occur to you that I'm the bad guy? Suyu's face changed slightly, and his heart began to continuously calculate. His own thoughts were guessed. Then the situation is not good now when the bad guys start exposing themselves. It's a fucking killing spree. It's a good thing I put laxatives in it. The only way now is to stall. He was under the impression that this brand of laxative worked pretty fast. That guy shouldn't last long. He asked suddenly, rhetorically, with a twinkle in his eye. Well, did it ever occur to you that I scooped this glass of water from the toilet? The words fell silent for a long time. Old Lu heard all a little autistic. His eyes fell on that disposable cup, and he almost did not hold back his foul mouth, but as soon as he thought, this is the program, he still endured. Looking at Suyu tucking in his hands and tilting his head to look at him with a naive expression, Old Lu was extraordinarily irritated. In front of the camera, but he was only able to curse in his heart. I said, why the fuck does it smell like raw water? Can the ones in the toilet not be raw? Blanche, little bugger. Don't let him get you. I am the live broadcast room. Countless netizens but directly laughed and sprayed. Ha ha ha. The 9 turns of the large intestine reproduces the heir apparent. Ha ha ha. What a way to hide the truth from the world and make a plan out of it. I announced that Xiaoyu is still this year's MVP. But that's fecal water. Everyone hadn't expected that such a hiccup could actually occur during a live program, not to mention the netizens. Even several staff members in the guide room couldn't hold their breath. As acquaintances as well as co-workers, they scoffed louder. Ha 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 ha. Old Lu actually planted his head on a little kid. Big shit water. Ha ha ha. I've never even tasted that shit. Quiet. No one is allowed to laugh. Director, it's obvious that you've been laughing the whole time. You haven't even stopped. Ha ha ha. The mocking voice was transmitted through the walkie-talkie to Lao Lu's Bluetooth headset, hearing the laughter of the guide room. The detractors who usually shade each other and their colleagues. Lao Lu's face darkened. Most of all, this thing is still live. The whole country knows it's drinking fecal water. He may not be that dirty, but does it fucking matter? His own face? The face of Nanjianzhe's plainclothesman has been swept to the ground at this moment. Even in a few years or a dozen years from now, those old guys will use what happened today as a talking point. Old Lu couldn't care less about being angry at the moment. The discomfort in his abdomen made him want to end this broadcast immediately. Now a wave of chi had just flowed through him, almost popping out, all of which he forced himself to hold back. He still forced a twisted smile to finish his lines as the program had arranged. Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? At first, Suyu was worried about how the medicine hadn't taken effect. It was even doubtful that Pops would have moved. He still shook his head at the thought of Southie's intelligence. It was always a relief to see the bean-sized sweat running down Old Lu's cheeks, as well as the smile that was worse than tears. The way this looks, it should be starting to pay off. Suyu also squeezed out a smile. It's many times more natural than Old Lu's, and it's infectious from the outside. I'm sure most people will be mesmerized by the harmless appearance. It was a little scary at first, but not anymore. Old Lu froze, some confusion on his face. The answer was clearly unexpected. You're a kid. Why aren't you afraid? Not to mention bad guys. Even if it was just a normal adult, it was completely beyond the ability of a child like him to deal with. I don't know where this kid gets his confidence from. In a trance, he'd forgotten about his abdominal discomfort and his clenched ass. Old Lu couldn't help but inquire, why? Suyu glanced at Old Lu and took several steps back, within what he thought was reasonable, and avoided the path to the bathroom. Under Old Lu's incredibly puzzled gaze, it was at this time that Suyu said with a smile, because the water is drugged. While speaking, Suyu's right hand also took out a box and shook it. A heck. It's a stimulant laxative package. Old Lu pointed at Suyu. Exasperated mixed with stifled and helpless voice came out. You. Old Lu, who was on the sofa, couldn't even speak in anger. His right hand that was pointing at Suyu was shaking straight. He just couldn't take it. This little brat. He's a fucking piece of work. At this moment, Lao Lu suddenly remembered the pugnacious parent before the program began. Not at the time he wondered about it. It's just a little program test. There's no need to bug yourself so much. You're welcome. Watch out for the brat. Don't touch or eat anything. And other things that you would only tell a child. That look of bitterness was completely lost on Old Lu at the time. Today, Lao Lu realized the good intentions of that parent. What a regret. Old Lu took a deep breath as anger surged through him. Originally, He considered himself a very enlightened person and never advocated such ideas as beating children, but now he's completely changed his mind. Is a kid's childhood complete without a beating? Anger welled up in his heart, and he couldn't care less about the fact that he was now on the air. Old Lou was furious and directly shouted, "Little brat, don't you fucking run," only to see him stand up and head straight towards Suwayu. It was as if the depression in the bottom of his heart seemed to be relieved only by catching that culprit. After all, it's just too damn naughty toilet water he had put up with, and actually drugged it, before he could get any closer. A torrent of water ran through the small of his back, there was even a vague hint of inhibition. "Put." The abrupt voice came out of nowhere. You didn't say anything. And neither did old Lou, but the answer came from old Lou's clenched legs. He kind of couldn't help himself. It seemed like he was going to erupt down there at any moment. On the contrary, on Suyu's side, he smiled with a subdued face and said with his right hand pointing in the opposite direction from himself, "The restroom is over there." The angry old Lou glanced at Suyu and then at the toilet. After all, physiology overcame emotion and could no longer resist running in the direction of the bathroom. Clunk! It was the sharp sound of a door closing. With that, old Lou's miniature camera feed was cut off by himself. Still, the sound of a cascade in the toilet could be heard from the hall monitor. It's long, flowing, and extraordinarily clear. Ha 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 ha. The screen was full of laughter, which directly spread over the entire live broadcast pop-up screen. The words, as if playfully, spilled off the screen. Just reading the text is a bit noisy to a degree. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room were completely unprepared for the fact that it was actually reversed again and again and again. Things went in a direction they were totally unexpected. Suyu's body maneuver, even more so, made the audience directly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to die laughing at this program. But I thought toilet water was already invincible, but I didn't realize there were laxatives. Crap, that dosage. I guess it's able to make old Lou pull a long night, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. I seem to understand a little bit how that tattooed big brother feels. At first I thought, how can you have such a parent? But now I see that this is the way it should be. The show naturally and unsurprisingly blew up. It caught fire in an unexpected way. The number of people who watched online was a record breaker. It even surpassed some other variety shows and has come to 10W+. In the guide room, countless staff members each covered their faces with an expression of wanting to laugh but not daring to do so. The director likewise held his face red on the sidelines. Tai also covered his face with a lifeless expression. The thing that I feared the most still happened. Obviously the show had been extraordinarily tense before it started. How come these people still won't listen? A strange atmosphere pervaded the quiet guide room at the moment. A group of working people who were holding back their laughter but have to pretend to be serious to face the arriving leader. This led to a rather strange expression on almost everyone's face. That's Zhang Dihai, the deputy director of the Nanjiang Police Department, the person directly responsible for this program. This middle-aged man, at the moment, was ignoring the crowd at the scene with a stern face. Even though the show caught fire this time around and met its metrics in terms of numbers, but the way the damn fire is going this time is really hard to say. Laugh? What are you laughing at? Who are you to laugh? Looking at the crowd, he really couldn't help but reprimand a bit. I asked you to teach safety awareness to elementary school children, not to be taught by them. It's okay to be dismantled by someone's elementary school student, but you're also drinking toilet water. With your little sense of security, you're going to test people? What are you going to do if you really run into thugs? Thinking about this deputy directorate has a bit of a headache. His eyes fall on the faces of the people want to curse something but cannot say. The crowd didn't dare to talk back. After all, things had already come to this point. It's useless for them to make any excuses. There were still some people at the bottom who wanted to retort, but before they could speak out, the leader caught them. Are you trying to say that's old Lou's problem? Don't give me pushback. There's almost 20 people in the guide room, so you guys don't have a problem with that? I watched the live video, and the other kid poured water for 2 minutes, and not one of you suspected? There wasn't a single reminder in the guide room? Old Lou, I'll turn around and I'll talk to him alone. You, and you. All of you write me a report after the program. A series of reprimands made the staff at the scene lower their heads. It took about 3 minutes for the leader to walk out of the guide room. The oppressive atmosphere in the guide room only eased considerably. It was while several people were venturing out to see how far the leader had gone. A loud laugh came from outside the guide room from Deputy Director Zhang. Ha 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 ha. Toilet water. Laxatives. Ha 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 ha. The sound echoed through the empty gallery. In the guide room, the crowd looked at each other oddly and couldn't hold back any longer. Loud laughter broke out. The leader deserves to be a leader. This ability to hold back laughter is completely beyond their ability to match. A few moments later, all the staff members also returned to form. A staff member inquired, pointing to a commercial that had been temporarily inserted into the broadcast. Director, what now? Is it still on the air? The director nodded his head in seriousness. That's what Bureau Zhang meant just now. He was also a bit helpless. Not realizing that broadcasting a science-oriented program live could also be subjected to an undeserved disaster, the director said as he gazed over at the crowd. The test continues. Except we can't provide any more information in the guide room. That is, the function of the telecommunication tool is disabled. The guide room, on the other hand, serves as a public presence. The staff froze slightly. What's this idea of Bureau Zhang's? There was something odd on the director's face. Presumably, is testing our security awareness. The crowd sniffed and nodded gently. After all, having suffered a defeat on a little kid, the South River Police Department's side of the face is also a bit untenable. That's a lot of getting back on your feet. The Orange TV program was inserted with a few minutes of commercials, but it was still going to air the live stream, or the hall security footage was put up first. As to how the follow-up is organized, the director's team also had a bit of a headache and confirmed it with Lao Lu. The person is not a big deal for the moment, but it's hard to say how long they'll be pulling it. But they also contacted the doctor on site for a consultation in the first instance. The worst that can happen is a weak faint. Not life-threatening, the dose is high, but it's still a long way from being fatal. So, the decision of the director's team is to see how Suyu performs, and if the alarm for help is successful, then it will end early. If it's not there yet, then we'll have to arrange for another person to go there. On the other side, the director's team also dictated that a whitelist be set for Suyu's little genius phone number to be able to receive his alarm calls steadily. The live feeds, too, are predominantly live, interspersed with occasional footage from the guide room. After all, a lot of the footage in the studio can't be broadcast, and it's almost always edited live before it's put out. At this moment in the surveillance screen, Suyu was walking towards an incomprehensible direction. The crowd in the guide room was also a bit puzzled and looked back at Southey. It was at this moment that they realized the importance of this parent. What's he up to? Southey shook his head as well, his gaze falling to observe the surveillance screen. This kid has a lot of ideas that are way beyond the norm. He doesn't actually understand, but he practices what he learns and learns from his mistakes. Soon, Su Tai understood Suyu's action and revealed an ugly face. He's trying to turn off the water valve. What's wrong? The director couldn't help but inquire. The staff member next to him, too, showed a hint of curiosity. It's just shutting off the water valve. There's no need to be so scared, is there? Su Tai closed his eyes, his mind filled with tragic memories as he took a deep breath and said, that tells me there isn't any toilet paper left in the restroom that can be utilized. He didn't go on. In the absence of toilet paper or water, the last dignity, the last retreat. Everyone in the guide room was dumbfounded. Put. Shit. This kid. He's too damaged. The director couldn't help but rub his temples as well. He didn't give a damn about the kid at first. Originally, I was counting on the fact that if old Lou had a better physique, he might still be able to come out. Now, he's completely given up on the idea. If it does come out, the crowd in the guide room won't know how to look at it straight. A picture of the guide room appearing on the air. Countless netizens even laughed outright at the pig squeal. Ha! What a trick! Genius! This kid is an absolute genius. It's too detrimental to take the paper away. But the testers are gone, and there's some curiosity about how the show should go on. At this moment, Suyu, who is still at home, is still blissfully unaware that he has been sold the whole thing. It's being live-streamed in its entirety. After turning off the water valve, Suyu also went and specially turned on the kitchen faucet. Make sure there isn't a single drop of water in the pipes. It was at this moment, in his ears, that the voice of the system was heard. Ding. Mission accomplished. Awarded, self-defense kit, $10, 000. Hint, please collect your rewards in your own bedroom. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. This time, the rewards are quite a bit more expansive than before. If the rewards are this much every time, you'll at least be able to save yourself a startup fund. Only, the system specifically prompted to go to his bedroom to collect the reward, which was not the case in the past. Suyu didn't think too much about it and glanced at the toilet. Now that fugitive probably won't get out for a while. Right now, it was his chance to call the police. He peeled open the carton again to look at the large bag of thick white powder and shook his head softly. Tough guy, this stuff is punishable by 10 grams in dasha, here at least 2 pounds or more. That's enough for a death sentence anyhow. Suyu didn't dare to touch it either, much less smell it. In dasha. Everyone avoids this stuff for fear of getting a little bit of it. Existence that even a thief would have to call the police if he saw it. How dare he touch it, being able to hold such a large dose. I'm afraid the one in the toilet is no small person, possibly even a minor head. There's no more time to think about it. Call the police. You have to call the police. Suyu woke up the little genius and without the slightest hesitation, pressed those 3 keys. Do. Waiting for the tone to ring, the call connected on the 4th ring. Hello, this is Nanjiang Demon Spirit, Anti-Cop. I want to call the police. Across the phone, there was a brief moment of silence. This number was set up as a whitelist, so the call was also routed directly into the guide room. After all, it's impossible to affect the normal running of the order because of a program. The operator was a young girl, a graduate trainee, who frowned at the shrill ante, the 911 call. However, was a relief to everyone in the studio. Calling the police means passing the security awareness test. And that's the end of the program for this time. This farce is also about to end with Suyu's successful challenge via the police. The director looked at the operator and nodded. This was indicating the fact that the operator was at this moment able to expose the fact that this was a program in advance. On the paper in the middle of the operator's hand were pre-written lines, presumably, "Congratulations in advance," and then a revelation of the show's facts at the end. The operator nodded as well and turned on his headset, then said in a voice tinged with joy and congratulations. "Congratulations, little friend Suyu. You succeed." Before the words were finished, the sound of beep, beep, hanging up echoed through the studio. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, all of them showing a dumbfounded look. "Hang up? Hang?" A staff member inquired with some incredulity. The operator nodded his head full of confusion. The crowd was ready to cut to commercial and end the shift, and then this happened. Does this count as a successful challenge? Or not? The crowd looked at Su Tai. The latter also spread his hands. Blank face has been clearly written. Do not know 3 big words. The director looked tentative. How about calling back? The operator nodded somewhat hesitantly, then pressed the redial button on the console. Do. The sound came again, called again, and the phone was even just turned off. The crowd was even more confused. What's going on? How come this kid doesn't even answer the demon spirit anymore? You know they have an internal hotline, but it's labeled official on the phone and only has the 3 numbers demon spirit. As long as one was a Dasha person, it was impossible not to know what this meant. That kid actually gave a hang. Silence filled the guide room for a moment. If it wasn't for the fact that they were able to see the kid on the monitor, they would have even wondered if there had been some kind of accident. A short silence filled the surroundings. Everyone couldn't understand what was going on with this kid. At this moment, cold sweat broke out on Suyu's forehead in the living room, and his heart poofed wildly. He looked at the little genius in his hand and hastily pressed the off button. Originally, he thought that calling the police would be able to solve everything, but he didn't realize that he was the one who thought it was too simple. He hadn't said anything just now, and the other party actually knew his name. This made Su Chen think of the one in the restroom. As well as being able to be clear about your personal information, it takes time to investigate to realize that officials want to know the information behind each call, unless it's an advance investigation. It can't be that fast, but the other party actually said his name in an instant. Su Chen couldn't help but feel cold inside. This shit. The bad guy's accomplices have hit the inside. On the live screen, Suyu had already taken the little genius and broadcast the call to the police. In the presence of countless spectators, this test of security awareness science is finally coming to an end from the audience's perspective. At this moment, Suyu was simply winning. This is really a science fiction test. Continuous reversal of the whole without urinary point. Several times I thought Suyu was going to be eliminated, and this was actually able to turn the tables. Worthy of being a kid brother, the MVP of this issue is a sure thing. It's so damn exciting. Reading a sci-fi is so up and down. At the moment, the program team is also showing the lobby monitor and the studio operator at the same time. This is a dual screen unique to test settlement. If it weren't for the test sold loose scurrying thin, sometimes the Erlangtian view would be released, which means 3 images playing at once. A conversation between the 2 men came out of the guide room. "Hello, this is Nanjiang Demon Spirit, anti-cop. I want to call the police." As Suyu's tender voice fell, the live broadcast was filled with congratulatory voices. "Congratulations to kid brother for passing the test. It's finally over. Finish the flowers. It's worthy of being the one I've been looking at, and it didn't let me down." 666,666. In an instant, the pop-ups were spread all over the screen. The operator's voice continued. "Congratulations, Suyu Jr." Before the words were finished, Suyu's operation in the next instant made all the viewers in the live broadcast room freeze. The phone's been hung up on. For a moment, not to mention the staff in the guide room were a bit confused. The netizens watching the live stream were also completely confused. What the hell is this? He's dead? He's hung up? The netizens who were still congratulating themselves were completely tense and couldn't help but slowly snap out. In the comments, countless question marks swept across the screen. Wait, let me slow down a bit. Did this kid know he was on the show, so he purposely didn't pass? It's really about safety awareness. This kid's got it all. It's not kid brother's brain circuit. We can't keep up at all. Could this be, the wrong point? In the guide room, the operator was also making a rush of callbacks. It's possible to accidentally touch or accidentally hang up. Staff has taken that reason into consideration as well, but this time, Suyu's movements were incomparably clear in the monitor's picture. He just hung up. It wasn't a false touch. On top of that, it actually turned off the little genius and left the SIM card inside. The viewers of the livestream are a bit out of their minds. They froze, completely confused as to why they were hanging up as well as shutting down. What's the reason? Motive? This was on the minds of not just the audience, but the crew in the studio as well. Why? Everyone in the guide room had their hopeful eyes on Sally. Asa father, There were still several times that the prediction was successful in the test for Suyu's analysis, though these prognostications didn't provide much help in their testing, looking at so many police officers. Sally also froze, because he doesn't know any better. If he could know what this kid was thinking, he wouldn't have been screwed by Suyu all the time, but the face is still there. He coughed, his voice dropping a few notches. Well, look again. At this point, the program, which was expected to come to a close, fell into an eerie silence, the silent guide room. And Suyu, who was thinking in the hall and the monitor screen. It's hard to imagine that this wasn't actually a broadcast accident, the 2 minutes of silence. Instead, made the show heat up. Everyone in the pop-ups were speculating what exactly Suyu would do next. The hall monitor was remarkably quiet, except for the occasional unusual noise in the bathroom. Suyu's heart was not calm at the moment. A hint of helplessness appeared on his face. Sure enough, he was the main character as a traveler. One day the peace will be broken, but I didn't expect the day to come so soon. Suyu was constantly thinking. If there is complicity of bad guys within the demonic spirits, I'm afraid it's perfectly possible to determine your location information, and even more detailed information, through your own cell phone location. Fortunately, at that time, the old man was so agitated that he just hung up and turned the little genius off and unplugged the card. Suyu's gaze kept wandering and came up with a conclusion that if you connect the characters before and after, everything can make complete sense. For a fugitive posing as a courier to be able to know his information, there must be some kind of force behind it. What Suyu did not expect was that this fugitive's accomplice had actually penetrated inside the demon spirit, but come to think of it, the only people who can do such things are the officials. He was able to imagine just how huge the power behind this power was, so huge that it made him shudder a little. In this self-conscious brainstorm, Suyu unexpectedly guessed correctly by mistake. His opponent is, indeed, official. It's just that this test is so realistic. The crew joins forces with Sati plus a camera that Su overlooked. Nothing shows half as much as it should. Of course, there was also the credit of the whole system, which was constantly misleading through the release of quests. As the saying goes, one should not be afraid of the truth or the falsehood inside the live broadcast room. Countless viewers were still speculating. In the guide room, there was a moment of uncertainty as to what to do. Interpretation? Intervene? Or keep sending people? Everyone looked at Salvi, waiting for the silent father. Of course, Su Tai was still confused at the moment. What the hell did he know? It's just a way to put on a show. Save the image and drag it out. The hall was monitored and Suyu was pacing back and forth. Oblivious to the fact that the scene was being broadcast live. His eyes glanced at the bathroom. A guess in his mind, I'm afraid this fugitive is not a small one. What kind of small-time character can be able to carry more than 2 kilograms of white powder? From his years of experience watching movies, he deduced that this was at least a minor leader of a gang, if not the leader himself. Immediately after that, Suyu was a bit puzzled, but why would he find his way here? It's not possible to just be thirsty and simply drink a glass of water, is it? It doesn't make any sense at all, not to mention such an important and dangerous figure to come here. There's always a purpose. Suyu's eyes flickered slightly, revealing a smile. He guessed why, since the fugitives came here with 2 kilograms of goods despite the danger, and tried to get in by all means, that would mean that this one apartment he was in was most likely the location of the alleged transaction. Or joints. Su ruled out individual buyers here. The 2 kilograms of goods were obviously distributed at a lower level, and one person could not use or afford to buy so much white powder. Therefore, this place has actually been a hidden trading point underneath this dark force. The connectors. Self-explanatory, that would be the owner of the house. Su Tai. Su held up his non-existent glasses. The new machine Y touches itself with a tune. There's only one truth. I've seen something wrong with that old deng a long fucking time ago. So it really wasn't a good guy. Suyu shook his head with a tone of hatred. He left that cardboard box completely open inside, but if that's the case, it makes quite a bit of sense associated with the fact that in the past, Salvi had moved to sidetrack him. Using the tattoo artist's identity as a front, it does seem fraught with skepticism now, and come to think of it, Salvi doesn't look like a good guy that way if he's reported so many times under various names and hasn't been in the bureau for very long. So I guess someone is in there to make the pickups dark. Too dark. Suyu let out a breath. It's only now that it's opening like a crossover should appear. Perhaps one should have realized this from the moment the system rewarded him with a boost. After a moment's thought, he inserted the calling card again and silently turned it on. It was obviously impossible to hide the fact that one's place served as a trading post for the dark forces, but he and Su Tai at least father and son. Some exhortation should always be there. And no matter what, he also hoped that Su Tai would return to his prodigal son, but at the appointed time of the joint, Salvi actually didn't arrive in time. I'm afraid I've been targeted by the cops. Su looked at the restroom again. Since the connector came on time, that means that Olden shouldn't have been caught yet this time of the day on weekdays. Su Tai should have been back long ago, but today, there was a delay in hearing from him, so it was more than likely that something had happened. Thus, Suyu silently dialed the phone. Father, a big, bright word flashed across it, and the bell rang. Son, I'm your father. In the live broadcast room, countless netizens couldn't help but laugh along with the speculation. Ha ha ha, That's fucking stellar. Why does the kid brother dislike his father all of a sudden? That big brother isn't really a bad guy, is he? But the same ringtone is easy to beat. Moments later, Sally's cell phone in the guide room rang in response. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What's wrong with this kid? Why are you cursing me? The crowd had all watched Suyu's performance in the hall just now. At this moment, countless staff members stood up, and the pair of sharp eyes staring at Su Tai made him a little uncomfortable, obviously. Those two unconscious spouts of Suyu's just now, made the cops in the room a little skeptical, for no reason at all. His own son would say such a thing? And there was one thing Su was right about, from the looks of it. This big brother doesn't look like a good guy in any way. Su Tai smiled awkwardly in defense. Officer is innocent. I'm a good citizen. I'm such a good citizen. He was a bit tearful. Howdy was behind the scenes and had a feeling of being screwed. In the guide room. No one responded. It was the director who finally spoke up to relieve the situation. Well, we'll talk about that later. Just don't answer the phone and don't hang up, lest we arouse suspicion. Sally breathed a sigh of relief. As if relieved. Got it. Got it. He was also a bit puzzled. Lousy obviously did not make a mistake. Hard to celebrate a chicken hair. His back straightened a bit at the thought, and his gaze fell on the monitor with some exasperation. The son. What a fucking pitiful father. Immediately afterward, a comment in the pop-up screen suddenly caught the attention of the crowd. What's that white powder in the box? The box was insignificant in the surveillance view. Moreover, the cardboard on the sides of the box is slightly vertical, so you can only see roughly what's inside the box. If Suyu hadn't moved the box slightly, he wouldn't have seen what was inside from the surveillance viewpoint. The audience at the bottom of the live stream immediately discussed it. Hiss. That's a bit of a mean prop for the program, isn't it? Kid brother must have taken that thing as contraband. Is it possible that that thing is real? Damn. Is the security awareness test so exciting? All sorts of speculation has made the program take it seriously as well. The crowd looked at the director, subconsciously assuming that this was his arrangement. The director was also flabbergasted. An ordinary door-to-door test. Who the hell does this stuff? He yelled back with a slight frown. Props. Where are the props? Who the hell told you to put that white powder in there? A hooded staffer pushed his way out of the crowd. Director. I'm here. The director inquired, pointing to the screen. I asked you what this is. You're not going to give me the whole real thing in there, are you? The prop master said with a helpless look on his face. No, absolutely not. I put it in randomly. It's just regular flour in there. Who knew that kid would still open this delivery box? The director was relieved to hear an affirmative response. This is fucking scary. This moment, everyone looked at Suyu in the screen and returned to their senses. It was only now that they understood why Suyu was acting in these strange ways. Though hanging up on the demon spirit phone, there is still unexplainable. The moment the director and others probably understood the motivation. It all starts with an open delivery box. By that time, Suyu had already assumed that the contents of the box were contraband. Therefore, in the process of pouring the water in it, a bit of selfishness. It wasn't just them. The viewers underneath the live stream had also analyzed it to this point. Damn, kid brother is really in the atmosphere. I wonder why I hit you so hard. It turns out there's contraband. In that case, kid brother is simply awesome. This isn't Koyo. This is Tomodachi. Everyone thought about it, but they didn't realize that in the end, old Lou drank fecal water, and it was actually the props team's pot. Because of this little bit, the butterfly effect has led to the development of the situation that we're in now. The director shouted towards the back with a dark face. Everyone in the props crew writes their own review after the show. Not far away, Sally also giggled happily. Hey, it's still fun to eat melon. This time in the hall monitor, Suyu's gaze fell on the little genius watch and he exhaled deeply. Mechanical sounds that kept coming out of it. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is not answered at this time. Please dial again later. Suri, is this hard? Suyu called 3 times in a row, without exception. All missed. Sure enough, it couldn't be answered. This is further evidence that one's suspicions are correct. This old dang. Something did happen, but the phone is still working, which means it hasn't been caught yet. They were father and son at least, but now they had to stand in opposite directions. Suyu sighed. It wasn't that he didn't want to be in the same boat, just trying to be a good person. After a brief moment of hesitation, he thought about opening the only letter and sending a voice. A beep soon came from Su Tai's cell phone. Countless pairs of eyes were watching from the guide room. It was a voice bar that was only 3 seconds long. Click on it and listen. The director's unquestioning voice came. Sally did as he was told and his finger landed on the voice bar with the red dot. Suyu's childish voice followed. Stop it, old den. There are cops all over the place out there. For a moment, there was total silence in the guide room. All eyes converged towards Su Tai, who was originally still giggling over his melon, gradually froze his smile. A murderous, chilling aura suddenly filled the modest guide room. The group of police officers looked Su Tai up and down with the eyes of a prey. So do I? He's numb. People sit at home and pots come from heaven. For a moment, his crying voice came out. Officer, I'm innocent. I'm such a good citizen. In the guide room, several tall police officers surrounded Sally even if Su-tai was covered in brawny tattoos all over the place. He was completely inadequate in front of this 1-meter-8 policeman. Presumably this is called skin suppression. The dim light reflected the tall shadow of the police officer, as if it was a big mountain, commenting on Su-tai's mental shadow area. Not a few of them, even, had drawn their batons, blast shields and even stun batons. A look of readiness to take coercive measures at any time if resistance is encountered. Su-tai cried, a face full of tears. And with that, he raised his hands. What the hell is wrong with you? Didn't he himself join forces with the show to mess with Suyu? He's all but hiding behind the curtain, even under the noses of the police. How can you still be put on the spot by this kid? Originally, at the beginning, Suyu's spouted words merely aroused the suspicion of a few police officers. It was nothing more than a kid's joke that went completely unnoticed, but Suyu that only let her send over. This will Su-tai really jumped into the Yellow River cannot wash, under the watchful eyes of several police officers. Su-tai very skillfully left his seat and squatted on the floor holding his head, coyly raising his head and saying, "Officer, do you believe me when I say I was wrongly accused?" The director not far away sneered and coldly grunted. "Ha, greaseball, are ordinary people that skilled in head-holding maneuvers? You kid, you look like a repeat offender." Hearing these words, Su-tai's entire body froze, and a wave of aggression surged through his heart. It's fucking worse than sinus. He's been anonymously reported for gambling and whoring a dozen times this year. So can this head-holding maneuver not be skillful? It almost all gave him a whole lot of stress as soon as he heard the voice of the police. There is a saying that I'm afraid only those who have wronged you realize how wronged you were. This pugilistic man's eyes were constantly swirling with tears, directly breaking that fierce man's image. The scene was really comical. The director was unmoved in the face of this tearful performance. As a law enforcer, one must be almost aloof but not too warm, treating all people as equals. There are plenty of people who have cried worse than Sati when it comes to ever dealing with miscreants. His eyes fell to his cell phone on the desktop. That brief 3 seconds of voice contains so much information. Click again and the childish voice repeats, "Stop it, old den. There are cops all over the place out there." The director couldn't help but take a deep breath and gave Su-tai a cold look. This guy, he's even more ruthless than he thought. What a tough guy. At first everyone thought that Suyu recognized only the identity of the old Lu Courier. There is no knowledge of his true identity. Judging from this sentence, outside is full of police. It means that Suyu has probably already known the identity of Lao Lu as a police officer, but just knowing that Lao Lu is a police officer, such a premise. Suyu is determined to lay a harsh hand on Lao Lu. It's just a little trick to pour fecal water, but it's also got 9 laxatives in it. He didn't even forget to tip off Sally afterward. I am afraid that the hidden agenda and the circumstances behind it have already jumped off the page. First of all, when Suyu decided to make his move, he was bound to know that old Lu was a police officer, but it still made a move on him. So that meant that there was definitely something unclean in Su-tai's hands. If you still want Suyu, will be those motiveless and meaningless moves. As a child's brainstorm and program effect, I'm afraid it's too naive. As a former captain of the criminal investigation team, now retired from the second line as the director of the program, Li Xingli is no ordinary character. Even 20 years ago, he had gotten the title of South River Sleuth. The detection rate at that time was even upwards of 80. Nowadays, although his reputation is no longer, but his ruthless eyes, as well as his superior analytical skills, you still can't find a second person in Nanjiang. Originally, I thought I was just filming a public service program to popularize science, but I didn't expect any unexpected reward. Li Xingli's gaze was like a torch as he calmly swept over several surveillance screens. A quick glance shows, among other things, what's going on. He said in a hushed voice, "I'm afraid the program will have to be suspended for a few minutes. Insert commercial first." The staff member at his side nodded. They didn't know the ins and outs of it, but their eyes were still open right now. The parent. Oh no, this time it's really suspect. So, with the invisible confession of his son, Suyu, this has gone in an unexpected direction. The countless viewers in the live broadcast room were watching with great interest. An extremely raw advertisement was suddenly inserted. Everyone caught a whiff of something unusual. It was all too familiar to them. Only in the event of some broadcast accident, or if the content screen needs to be blocked, connecting to the final image of the live broadcast, countless netizens have guessed the end. Crap. Tattooed Big Brother is really a triad. It's not a live test to give the program a second-class test. Inside that cardboard box, it's really the goods, right? Crap. Is this program really broadcastable? The program won't go straight to 404 later, will it? This is, after all, a syndicated local official program. Simply on the director's report, the 4 hot searches on the hot list were suddenly withdrawn without any warning. Though it's not off the air yet, the show has stopped pushing on all major platforms. This means that the average person will not be able to browse relevant content for the rest of their lives, except for user searches, that is, the artificial information cocoon. In the guide room, the originally relaxed and pleasant atmosphere had a hint of heaviness. Su-tai revealed a bitter smile, and at this moment, 10,000 grass mud horses were also flying inside. Why did you sign up so enthusiastically in the first place? Now it's good to be happy with a pair of silver bracelets and 3 meals included. IT is also regarded as an establishment. Eating an iron rice bowl. He was a bit puzzled. He obviously hadn't done anything drugging the cops. That was Suyu's move too. What's it got to do with him? Is the son assaulting a police officer on the old man? But that was a test program. How could Su know it was the police, with Southie's intelligence? He couldn't figure out why he was suddenly handcuffed, but fortunately, he was more honest and actively cooperated. And the police uncle did not make things difficult. Just keep it locked in the cubicle toilet and reflect on it yourself, and he explained that he should think about it, and that he would come over later for questioning, and that he had better tell all he knew. Su Tai is even more helpless. Damn, himself did not commit a crime. Explain what? As for the director, he was in a meeting in the director's office with a couple of police officers. What exactly was said? Southie couldn't hear. In the living room monitor, Suyu was still pondering at this time, but was interrupted by a sudden system beep ding. Congratulations on completing the mission and successfully messing with the suspected mastermind. Su Tai, get rewarded, $10W. Suyu's entire body froze? Did I screw with Pops? When? At this time, in the guide room. Li Shengli, who was the director, had long ago casually placed the walkie-talkie that controlled the scene aside. Several screens that were originally used for guide diversion are now playing back the live feed. Stop! Li Shingli's gaze fell on the screen and he suddenly said. The scene was framed with the complex expression that Suyu revealed when he opened the delivery box and saw the flower. He was silent and didn't say anything, but inside he knew beyond a shadow of a doubt from here on. I'm afraid old Lu's identity has been exposed. The bag of flour, too, was thought by it to be a police tryst. At this moment, Suyu should have already thought about the plan to drug and subdue old Lu, and even guessed that Su Tai was already under control. It's kind of their luck that their thoughtlessness has led to such a big case. It's just a shame that old Lu completely failed to realize that he had entered a den of thieves, but thankfully, it was just a kid who wouldn't do anything too brutal, so Lao Lu's life wouldn't be in danger, and everything at the scene was under their surveillance. This is the most favorable news for the South River Police. Director, should we go to the door and take him down for questioning now? A police officer looked at Suyu in the surveillance and inquired. Li Shengli shook his head gently and said calmly, remember, this is my first lesson for you. Su Tai is under our control now, and in less than 5 minutes, that kid will absolutely panic. Definitely get someone else to assist. We just need to keep an eye on him. Don't look at his young age. Judging from the live broadcast performance as well as the means, he must have been trained from a young age. He turned his head suddenly. Remember the round of questions before the doors opened? In the crowd, some nodded, still extraordinarily impressed by that scene. He analyzed it thoughtfully. Su suddenly asked strange questions after opening and closing the door. It's just not common sense for normal people to open the door to strangers by answering the right questions. Li Shengli guffawed and suddenly opened his mouth. But what if, within those questions, there is a code word for a joint? For a moment, everyone on the scene suddenly fell silent. It was a detail none of them had guessed associated with the scene. The door-to-door courier. The paper box without a single number. It does fit the conditions of the joint. At that time, it seemed that Suyu also chose to open the door after seeing the cardboard box, but then he thought of the code word, so he closed the door again. That's why he suddenly launched into questions. Hiss. A person sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Slightly shocked. That makes everything make sense. Director Li Shengli nodded. We were also lucky that we happened to match the code word for the joint. I didn't realize, though, that their code word for the joint was exactly the same as the one on Duran. Unfortunately, the docking code was still revealed, allowing Su Tai to pass on the message. Now the crowd was even more puzzled. The entire Q&A session between the two was monitored and completely illogical. There can be no chance of passing on any information. The police were a little surprised. When? How come we didn't find out? Lee Victory glanced at the cubicle toilet. I don't know if you guys remember anything about the height and shoe size issue? At those words, everyone snapped back to their senses. So it was that time. Of all the various issues, shoe size as well as height is clearly the least common sense, only, there was no way for them to know what meaning was inside the cryptic phrase. And what about calling the police? Someone suddenly inquired. Li Shengli said calmly, that's pretty self-explanatory. For a schoolboy, calling the police in the event of something dangerous is a subconscious response made by the human body. It can be thought that they themselves are swimming on the edge of the law, which is why they hung up in panic. In the half hour that the broadcast was paused to insert commercials, the police officers in the studio were busy analyzing the replay of the previous live broadcast with the help of former Detective Chief Li Shengli. Their progress in solving the case, as well as analyzing the clues, has simply skyrocketed. By the way, did you find out anything about this person? Su Tai? One of the staff members with glasses nodded in response. Checked it out. Not much of a case at the moment. Su Tai, male, 38 years old. Current occupation is working as a tattoo artist on the south side of town. Used to be a member of the South River Tattoo Club. Wait, is that the criminal gang that goes by the name of Tattoos? Li Xingli frowned slightly. The staff member nodded and said in a hushed voice, "It's the one that did start out with a membership intake cover-up in the name of tattoo exchanges. Later, though, organized criminal mobbing began. Where's Su Tai? How come he wasn't arrested then?" Li Shengli inquired with a frown. The staff also had an odd look on their faces. Salvi suddenly involuntarily cancelled his membership early in the club's existence, which was about 2 months ago, and was never involved in the tattoo club again. As the words fell, at this point, even a fool would have sensed that something was wrong. This is too much of a coincidence. For a while, Salvi's suspicions were even higher. Only the police on the scene couldn't have imagined it. The reason for cancelling the membership at that time was that Suyu had teamed up with another tattoo artist at the store and tattooed a JoJo-style pleasant on Sutai's chest for the sake of a trick. Sutai recognized that there was no way he could rub and interact with the other members with such a tattoo, and logged out of his membership in shame. After all, the bathhouse was honest. People's body tattoo are fierce tigers and black dragons. Roses, roses, the results of your damn tattoo of a pleasant goat. Or JoJo style. Which makes Sutai old face where to put it. Rather, I didn't expect to be blessed by a disaster, only now, as a suspect way to bring up this past event, instead of attracting the attention of the police. Hearing this, Li Xingli shook his head instead. There's no substantial evidence, and this one can't be held for long. Go on. The staffer nodded and turned the page with the information in his hand. In this year, Sutai had been anonymously reported several times for gambling, prostitution and other criminal acts, and the file currently records that none of them are true. And there are no criminal facts. Most of them are simply released from custody after just a statement or a few hours of detention. Li Shengli's deep gaze didn't know what he was pondering, and his fingertips tapped on the desktop rather rhythmically. But immediately afterward, the corners of the former detective captain's mouth turned up slightly. Interesting. Really interesting. This Sutai actually provoked them. The police, to their faces, seemingly, determined that they couldn't find any clues to in less than 48 hours. He will be released. Li Xingli said in a deep voice. Have the bureau immediately line up and compare the cases of the last 5 years. 2 hours? I want to find clues that match Sutai's. Yes. At the moment a bewildered Salvi was still chewing on his fingers in the toilet cubicle. I'm not. Completely unaware of what had happened outside in that half hour. The hall monitor was brightly lit. Suyu rarely turned on the TV, but he left the slightly noisy hall and came to the balcony. Looking out the window in solitude, alone in the wind, he let out a deep sigh, not realizing that this day had come, although he had prepared his heart accordingly. The arrival of the result still left him somewhat unable to accept it. The hint from the system has been extraordinarily obvious. The suspected mastermind, Salvi. It was originally thought that Olden was playing an optional middleman role in this criminal gang. I didn't expect it to be the final boss. No wonder. Everything that happened today was so counterintuitive. The fugitive who suddenly came to the door, and Salvi, who was extremely unusual in not returning home until now. Suyu sighed as he looked at the dim sky. The wind has risen. My Su family has finally come this far. Orange TV Live has had commercials inserted into the program for well over an hour at this point. Countless people are speculating about what happened during the pause, but as time passed, and the official blockade, fewer and fewer people were paying attention, and eventually there were only a few thousand people left in a steady number. Normally, the hot buttons and attention to this story should be diminishing. What I didn't realize, however, was that public opinion was intensifying on the major platforms. The more it was blocked, the more people discussed and retweeted it instead. After initially withdrawing only 4 hotspots, the blockade hardened in a follow-up to suppress nearly 10 related hotspots. The official hot search app is also a bit helpless. They can't hold it down much longer if it goes on like this. At first public opinion was within a reasonable range and in the direction of PR guidance. Security awareness live test. Equipment broken. On the air, the testing police officer had diarrhea and the program was suspended. Originally this matter in normal discussion is unlikely to cause panic, but the news is blocked. I don't know which pupseed started the rumor started to go off the rails. Some uninformed bloggers have also taken the opportunity to start rumors for the sake of traffic for eyeballs. The netizen discussion at the bottom is starting to go off the rails as well. The test policeman had acute appendicitis and was hospitalized and is reportedly still in surgery. How come what I heard was that the cop liked to eat turds and ended up with a bad parasite? No. You're so fake, it's obviously a rumor. Who the hell would like a big turd? I'm the one who's right. It's said to be that the police officer likes to eat beef yakitori hot pot, doesn't like to add seasoning, just loves to drink pure clear water beef yakitori. That's why he got a stomach ulcer. Someone at the bottom rolled their eyes. No filtration, no seasoning, fresh water cow yak. What's the fucking difference between that and eating shit? The man was silent for a moment. Probably, each to his own? Who the hell likes to eat shit? The suspension of the live stream, And the official blockade, the netizens' discussion instead intensified. And some people, seeing the complete chaos, even more bottomless, began to rumor, "You guys? This is pure bullshit. All of you listen to me. I have a friend of the circle of people. The system is not convenient to explode the vest. The real situation is that the police live test into the den of thieves. The result is directly arrested, but also by the thugs hanged and beaten. And that's not all. They're rumored to have been force-fed fecal water." Ah, there's such a thing? That's right. I heard that that's still the leader of the biggest underground black force in Nanjing. And his hands can be black. But at that time that warrior was so tough that he ate all the feces and water without saying a word. And he was so tough that he carried on without uttering a word of information. Crap. These triads have gone too far. And that's not all. The thugs even called and threatened demon spirit on the air. Holy shit. It's lawless. I say those little things that somehow blockade what? Damn. The nature is actually so bad. Those warriors who work silently for Daxia are really working too hard, crying. I want to speak up for them. Right. We need to be a voice for them. Gradually, Orange TV, which was not supposed to generate heat, set off a wave of patriotic feelings. The heat is also getting out of control. Ordinary topics directly generate strong reactions as well as widespread interest at the level of the entire community. If it was just a normal show or artist collapsing their house, they might be able to play dead and ignore it. The problem is, offhand, this is an official participation in a program on Orange TV.as official. Popular beliefs. I in the face of such strong public opinion on a social level, I'm afraid playing dead is going to cause mass panic. The leaders of the relevant departments of the top level of Nanjing also noticed the problem at the first time. Looking at the various rumors flying all over the place, the whole people were silent. That's an outrageous fucking rumor. The best part is that so many people actually believe it. A common safety science program that has spread more horror on the internet than a Mexican documentary. There is really nothing the leaders can do about it. It's a real headache, but it's good to know that the leaders are aware that it's only a rumor. The way to calm public opinion is simple. Get the Orange TV program back on the air with a phone call from the leader. The news quickly made its way to the program. At this moment, the Orange TV program team, outside the guide room, there was no one in the quiet gallery, and director Li Xingli was holding his cell phone, facing the constant voice on the other end of the phone, nodding his head constantly in response. Okay, I got it. Recover immediately. Leader, don't worry. Half an hour. No, 10 minutes. Definitely back on the air in 10 minutes. About 2 minutes later, Li Xingli walked into the guide room with a grim face. The crowd inside inquired with puzzled expressions. Director, what's the situation? Li Xingli took a deep breath and his eyes fell on the man in response. I'm being pressured from above that I have to be back on the air in 10 minutes. Otherwise, the South River Police Department, as well as all of us in the propaganda department, will have to eat disciplinary action. The words fell, and the guide room went quiet for a few moments. In the flesh, the people had thought they were going to get credit for it, and they were all still carrying joy, but these words were like a pot of cold water poured on the crowd. They also have absolutely no chance at this point to refute or report the situation to the top for application. The reason is simple. At the moment, there are only a few scattered suspicions in their hands, and no evidence whatsoever. There is no way the top will support them to continue their nonsense. Li Xingli stood in the middle of the guide room and apologized with a slight bow facing the crowd. I'm sorry guys, I was impulsive on this one. I also didn't think that the umbrella behind them actually had so much power. I'm really sorry. You should also be well aware of what you will face if you continue to investigate. I don't want to involve everyone. Let's not look into this matter, people. But when these words were said, the crowd underneath became passionate instead. Damn, Li Xingli, a second-tier cop who was about to retire, had decided to pursue the case. What reason do they, the frontline fighters, have to back off? Not to mention, the one above is a former industry benchmark, even though he retired from the Criminal Investigation Brigade to the second line and served as the head of the Propaganda Department. In the South River Police Department, Li Xingli remains extremely influential. As well as in the previous analysis, this big man's ability of the crowd can be seen in the eyes. Has long been convinced. This time someone in the crowd shouted, "Report Minister Li. I'm not afraid to die. I'll check with you." Yes, we're not afraid to die either. We have to investigate together. Minister Li, this is not your problem. The more we do, the more this means we've stepped on the enemy's tail. It also shows us just how scary the umbrella behind this gang really is. In this one, someone changed their title. Previously in the program, it was not convenient to expose the police information freely, but now the live broadcast is suspended. The crowd, in order to express respect for the ministerly call. Li Xingli's gaze fell on the crowd at the bottom and nodded with some relief. It is an honor for Daxia to have such warriors in the future. He said in a hushed voice. Okay, then we'll check together. But we can't check without the suit, so the live feed still needs to be restored. Later on, everyone do everything as usual and don't show your face. Report, where's Sally? Someone inquired as they looked over to the restroom with some reluctance. Everyone thinks that that person is most likely the leader of the criminal gang behind the entire South River AH.SO. There was more or less reluctance to release Sutai.Li, Shingli said ruthlessly after a little contemplation. Release. Mr. Su. I'm sorry, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. In a daze, Saldi was suddenly released from his handcuffs. At first he was a bit vain, but after seeing the slightly apologetic explanations from a few of the officers, oh, Sutai laughed professionally, but think about it in his heart and hardened a little. Damn himself a good citizen. What is there to be afraid of? The body is not afraid of the shadow. When the time comes, just answer whatever the police ask. He walked quickly out of the bathroom and suddenly stopped again. There was almost a minute's delay between the live feed and the guide room, and the feed must have stopped when he was cuffed just now. After all, it's obviously impossible to broadcast an accident like this. In this age of the internet, all kinds of industries are slightly involved in the field of live broadcasting, and Sutai is no exception, and the guide room scene isn't always in the live feed, so his image hasn't completely collapsed yet, and there's still a chance to maintain it. Sutai stood in front of the mirror in the restroom, slightly smoothing his hair and straightening his messy attire before stepping out of the bathroom. At the same time, there was some curiosity as to what questions he would ask himself later. He said with a matching smile to the police officer at his side, "Officer, hard at work. I don't know. What else is there to ask? Seemingly handcuffed for too long, or perhaps experienced from being cuffed a few times." He moved his hand slightly. Saldi's behavior seems very reasonable, but in the eyes of the police it becomes completely tainted. It was important to know that in their eyes, they subconsciously identified Sutai as the leader of the underground criminal gang in Nanjiang.So. These words of his simply look like provocation to the group in the guide room. Each of his words seemed to be given another meaning at the moment. After all this time of checking, no results, right? Officer, hard at work. I knew you guys couldn't find out. I don't know what else to ask. There's still not much you can do with me. Heads up and hands in motion. The henchmen are so slow. The umbrella above them has delayed applying pressure until now. As for the act of grooming, it was more like the head of this behind the scenes was calm and unhurried, as if he had anticipated the situation at hand. A staff member came close to Li Xingli's side, looked at Sutai with an undisguised gaze, and whispered, "Director, look, it's really him. Not even acting, this is too arrogant." Li Xingli waved his hand to indicate not to continue the discussion. His face was devoid of any emotion, and he gave a deep look, then walked over to Sutai and squeezed out a smile, extending his hand for a handshake. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Su, my men just misread me. Saw that tattoo of yours? And took you for a wanted man. The live broadcast will resume immediately. Commiserations, Mr. Su." It was then that Sutai came to his senses and hurriedly smiled and shook hands. As a middle-aged man, he is naturally good at socializing and coping. Besides, the other party is also a police uncle. The polite should naturally be polite. He, a patriotic and law-abiding citizen, understands that this is all for the sake of social stability and that a little aggravation on his part won't hurt. So it's a misunderstanding. No harm. No foul. That's as it should be. This polite response, and a subdued response. In Li Xingli's eyes, the provocative gunpowder flavor became even stronger, although there was no expression on his face. He was extraordinarily contemptuous inside, posturing. At the thought, he couldn't help but use a few moments of force in his grip. Sutai was also a bit puzzled. Hadn't he just been talking nicely? What's with the sudden push? He didn't work out systematically. Amateur fitness was still there, along with that horizontal meat as well as the big bones. Didn't really feel much under the pressure of Li's victorious handshake. Thought it was just some kind of friendly exchange in the police station. What's more, Li Xingli was nearing retirement age, and his strength was clearly not as good as it used to be. Sutai didn't power up either. While he smiled, "Director Li, you don't have any strength or power in this hand. Looks like more practice is still needed." Li Xingli's face collapsed even more as he sniffed. This meant to imply that he is not competent enough to face him and the umbrella behind him. Oh, good. Very well. He, Li Xingli, will investigate this matter. The two men separated their hands, and it was then that Sutai noticed a hint of something wrong. "Locked up in the restroom by myself for an hour. There was something wrong with how these people were looking at themselves." Sutai couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that he forgot to brush his teeth in the morning? His mouth was too smelly? He covered his hand and let out a huff, frowning. "Neither did I." With his intelligence, oh no, even a sane person, he had absolutely no idea what the hell was going on. Ever since Saldi took a walk down the toilet, many of the people in the guide room were talking behind his back, or the quiet kind in front of him. Although those staff members had tried to hide it as much as possible, it was obvious enough that they subconsciously sneaked a look towards Sutai's side. "What's going on over at the hall monitor? Did Suyu reveal any information or contact anyone else?" The staff member, whose face changed slightly, said in a deep voice. "Director, he's out of surveillance range." Li looked up triumphantly, a little startled. "He went out? That didn't presumably just went back to the bedroom. The staff member's answer relieved him, but he said calmly, "Suyu shouldn't have thought about being monitored yet. Going to the bedroom is supposed to be communicating with someone or picking up an item. Is that location close to the bathroom?" During the pause in the broadcast, the staff had gotten the house plans for this neighborhood, therefore. The last image that appeared through the hall was enough to determine Su Chen's approximate location. He nodded and murmured, "Close." Old Lu is highly likely to hear it. The crowd in the studio hadn't forgotten that there was another comrade in Su's apartment who had taken 9 laxatives and pooped in the toilet for nearly 2.5 hours. The director nodded. "Well, find a way to contact him. What Suyu said in the bedroom is extremely important to us, right now. This kid may be our biggest breakthrough." The staff member nodded, and was turning back to prepare to find a way to contact Old Lu. The sound of a Vixen message rang out somewhat abruptly. His gaze fell on the screen, his eyes extraordinarily bright. "Director, it's Old Lu." Director Lee, who had been worried for a long time, finally showed a hint of a smile. "Well, that's good news, sure enough. It's these old comrades who can be relied on when it counts." He must have heard the key message. "Check out what he said." The staff member unlocked his cell phone with anticipation, followed by an odd look on his face as he looked at the message. Li Shengli frowned slightly and couldn't help but inquire, "What did Old Lu say?" The staff member looked up and responded truthfully. He said, "Could you send him paper?" Victory Lee. "What else did Old Lu say?" "Nope. Let's get back on the air first." Li Xingli was somewhat helpless. The staff member glanced at his cell phone and asked tentatively, "What about Old Lu's side? Do we still need to send paper?" "Send." Li Xingli covered his forehead with one hand, feeling a bit dizzy. Not only is there pressure from someone above, but the South River Deputy Bureau is not happy with the show's performance. Those who can break the ice when it counts are really in the toilet. Right now he had to open a breakthrough to do so. Wait. The director seemed to remember something else. "Come here. Come closer." The staff member, who practically plastered the man to his side. It was only then that Li Xingli whispered in his ear, "When you deliver the paper later, get some GPS locator chips and bugs together, stuff to avoid the door as much as possible, so as not to spook them, and find a way to drop it in through the window." The staff member's eyes lit up at the words, instantly understanding the intent, and hurriedly trotted away. This time, Li Xingli smiled like a nobody and walked towards Su Tai. "Mr. Su, long time no see. The live feed will resume shortly." Salvi responded with a smile. Just didn't give the show any trouble. Under Li Shengli's authorization, Orange TV's long-suspended live broadcast finally resumed. The monitor's footage of the hall, but not a single person in it, seemed a little odd. The show's host, Ice, finally had a place to play and took the microphone to save the day. "Folks, I'm really sorry to keep you waiting. The reasons are nothing more than broken equipment, temporary accidents or whatever. Anyway, she's going to drag it out until Old Lu walks out of the restroom, or Suyu appears on camera. It's hard to keep this show going otherwise. It looks like the show is still going on smoothly. The director of this show has no heart at all at the moment. Li Shingli's gaze quietly sized up Su Tai. What happened in this short hour is really suspicious. At the moment, he still didn't understand at all the motivation for Su Tai to participate in the program so voluntarily. Why would a leader of an underground force have to squeeze his way into a live show? He inquired with a calm smile tentatively. "I wonder, what was Mr. Su's original reason for joining the show? I don't think Kid Suyu's safety awareness is bad, and Mr. Su doesn't look like he's here for that bonus." Su Tai smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Ugh, it's not like it's too dangerous at home. Inside that half hour just now, there was some unpleasantness, though, but because of the existence of this Kid Suyu, Su Tai had actually gotten used to it a long time ago. He often got handcuffed inexplicably as well, so it didn't bother him. But this seemingly insignificant habit was clearly a sign of a titanic leader in the eyes of the police. The so-called danger of Su Tai is also bitter. In a room with only 2 people, Su Tai and Suyu, the task of rectifying the system, naturally, could only be refreshed on Su Tai. This leads to the fact that Saldi is subjected to all sorts of screw-ups and scares every time he comes home. Now every day when he comes home, he has to mentally prepare himself for quite a while, and the whole thing is on tenterhooks. However, Li Xingli sniffed and thought otherwise. Su Tai's words made him think of the recent gossip coming from Nanjiang. 2 of the biggest criminal gangs in the underground of Nanjiang had an infighting and the leader of one of the gangs was accidentally killed. From then on, the 2 families completely turned their faces and became enemies. Immortal thought it was some kind of rumor, but in recent times, there have been cases of mob fights in several police stations under the Nanjiang GDI. It made him uncomfortably begin to believe that it could be true. These 2 criminal gangs are in the east of the city as well as the west of the city. Well, water does not offend the river water. A lot of eyes and ears, extremely cunning. The entire South Riverside has gone out to eradicate it several times without completely eradicating it. One of them is the Green Dragons, a gang with a tattoo of a green dragon, which is responsible for the famous tattoo club of some time ago. The other is the Mighty Group, which operates several entertainment venues illegally and inconspicuously according to inside sources. It was the leader of the powerful group who died. Li Xingli couldn't help but look at Su Tai and the large flower arm tattooed. It seems that he should be the leader of the Green Dragon criminal gang. So those rumors are true, and now that the two criminal gangs are immortal, can he, as the boss, not be in danger? This conspicuous neighborhood is being sought out by the haters, and it seems that this guy's purpose is not to be on the show at all, but to see the show's police. The director couldn't help but smile. What a good calculation. This will not only ensure your own safety, but also the situation of your son. With just one try, Southey is all in. And it seems to be that he does need the police's help. Lee nodded triumphantly. It does seem dangerous now. Southey turned back, somewhat relieved. Looks like the directors also saw how bad the test civilian police officer Lao Lu was. The director looked away and snapped, "Sorry, going to the bathroom." Wang Tao. Live broadcast you watch first. Only Li Xingli hurriedly walked towards the outside and did not head to the toilet in the guide room compartment. He made his way to the silent stairwell and looked around to make sure no one was there before pulling out his cell phone. "Hey, Liao, I asked you to canvass the perimeter around the Sunnyside neighborhood. Did you find any suspicious characters?" On the other side of the phone, there was a quick response. "Master, you really worked. Group 1 plainclothes really did catch a few ponies. Only, the leading ones gave a run for their money. It's the mighty group, isn't it?" A surprised voice came from the other side of the phone. "How do you know that, Master?" Li Xingli's heart sank as he glanced back in the direction of the guide room. Sure enough, he continued to inquire. "Did they confess? Give me the results of the interrogation." "No, I can talk now." These ponies confessed all when asked, that they had come to avenge the boss, and had brought some white powder with them, supposedly to plant. Li Xingli nodded slightly. Sure enough, it was him, and everything coincided with his own suspicions, although he was far from the front line. Liao Ming, the captain of the criminal investigation team today, was his protege. This is how they get clues to some of their cases on a regular basis, and they exchange cases from time to time. "I'm filming a show over here in the neighborhood, and I saw a few people who looked a little familiar, so I'm putting you through. Lately, remember to send 2 people on stakeouts around this perimeter. No more." Li Xingli didn't give out all the information because he was clear how much energy is behind this crime boss. He wouldn't hit the hay until there was solid evidence. At this time, outside the Sunshine District, in a secluded alley, several youths with dyed yellow hair came in a hurry, breathing heavily. "Blade, what's the situation? I thought you said it was impossible to get a cop around here to get a show?" "Yeah, and you said the most dangerous place is the safest place." That Blade's face was clouded with disbelief. "The hell it is. This is an area that he has run through several times. How could it be targeted? It was also completely untrailed all the way." When he thought about it, the cops seemed to be coming straight over as if they had gotten some kind of message. Blade snapped back to his senses and spat a curse. "Shit, there's a mole. We've been ordered. Sunnyside, Building F. 305. The apartment where the live security awareness test was taking place. Still no one appeared on the lobby monitor. At this moment, Su Yu was in his bedroom, checking the rewards that the system had just given. His eyes fell on the extra case that had appeared at some point beside the desk. This would be called a self-defense kit. Su Yu opened it with a glance and his face became strange. Rope, duct tape, handcuffs, crap, and what the hell are these stockings? Is this also for self-defense? Bondage, seduction? SM? The rewards given by the system are too sick. He always felt that the system was teasing him. Immediately after that, there are some irrational existences: gas masks, smoke grenades, toilet plunger. After roughly going through it, it was surprisingly full of everything. A wide variety of things and oddities. However, Su Yu also found something more practical, indeed able to defend himself: mace, pepper spray, whatever. The most practical would still be fast-acting sleeping pills as well as hypnotic gas and similar. There was even an exquisite pistol at the bottom of the box. And Su Yu was a little surprised at first. The system is just a little bit too much, isn't it? He was not willing to do anything illegal. As it turned out, it really was still overthinking it. And the moment the trigger was pulled, a clear jet of water shot out. Su Yu was silent. He was a little skeptical that some of the stuff in here could really be used for defense. Is it really for self-defense? However, the reward harvest also ended here. Su Yu is now most worried about that 2-bit old man. What's wrong with that kind of intelligence? You have to go out of your way. Nothing on the little genius watch so far. Phone calls, text messages, and only letters, all without red dots, are bound to be on the run already. Unsurprisingly, Saldi's bank card and even Vexen may have been frozen. After today, it's questionable if I'll ever see Pops. He looked at the $100,000 in his Weixin wallet and gritted his teeth with some reluctance, but on second thought, they were father and son. At this time of life and death, there was no need to dwell so much on oneself. Su clicked on Little Genius, and after thinking about it, he found a small Weixin number that Su Tai didn't use often and sent a voice. "Pops, I know something must have happened to you. This money, save it for your escape on the road. I'll think of something if it's not enough. There's only so much I can do for you." Immediately afterward, He no longer hesitated to transfer the money directly, not all at once, though, but a tentative portion. Visa transfer, $10,000. The next moment, in the guide room, ding dong, ding dong. Sally's cell phone on the countertop kept ringing. At the sound of the voice, his entire body immediately sat up straight when he looked down and found the word Big Brother on the cell phone message pop-up window. Sutai's face turned green. Why this kid again? He's up to something again. Don't move. A police officer stopped Sutai's movement. Seemingly afraid that he would delete the message while the crowd was not paying attention, the director from afar also came over. And at this point he had a smile on his face, as if he had forgotten what had happened before. It also didn't care at all about Sutai's status as the leader of a criminal gang, as if he was really only facing the parent of an ordinary child. Li Shengli turned first and reprimanded. You guys, be polite to Mr. Su. With that, he said warmly, Mr. Su, don't be nervous. It's just a show effect. Cooperate. Let's unlock and put it on speakerphone first and see what's being said. Sutai had a bitter look on his face. He hadn't clicked on it yet, but he knew inwardly that it must be nothing good. As the crowd watched, he tapped on his cell phone. It turned out that the message was actually not the same Weixin account that was often used, but a smaller one. The director laughed and teased. This kid, quite the chicken thief. And you know to get your little number to send you a message. You're a good fatherly teacher. The director was not surprised by this. The use of WeChat minis to collect stolen money is a common tactic used by crooks. Many people will even acquire only signals that are not used by others to use as a means of collecting money for their crimes. This somehow puts those who sell signal only on the hook for the crime of helping with the lettered. He just glanced at Sutai. Extremely common sight. It seems that this son of his also learns by ear and knows everything. Sutai, on the other hand, was completely unable to hear the director's words, scratched his head instead and was a bit embarrassed, as if he really felt that the director's words were a compliment. Where, only to see him click on the covert letter. In addition to the voice bar, the yellow transfer message, especially eye-catching, Visa transfer, $10,000. To be received. The crowd all looked at each other and saw what was going on. Everyone on the scene could have investigated. Sutai's father and son's explicit family conditions can't be favorable. There is little savings except for this old apartment, a used car, and under such conditions, as a son, Suyu was able to easily come up with a transfer of $10,000. I'm afraid there's no need to say what that means. I'm afraid the gray gains behind it are unimaginable. The voice bar that plays automatically at this point also speaks all the information. Pops, I know something must have happened to you. This money, save it for your escape on the road. I'll think of something if it's not enough. Not to mention these police officers in the guide room. Even Salvi was fucking frozen. Where did this guy get the money? And $10,000 fucking dollars. You don't necessarily get that much in a month of hard work tattooing yourself. Sutai looked up and said seriously, Officer, this really has nothing to do with me. Everyone in the studio had a look of I'll be damned if I believe you. This time, there was not even a need for the director to order. Someone had already taken the initiative to check how much unaccounted for proceeds there were in the bank card under Sutai's name. As for Suu, a little kid with no ID let alone a bank card. What's there to check? Those cops naturally ignored it. After all, as an elementary school, the only source of money is a monetary gift from your parents. Li Shengli also learned the lesson. Directly on the phone tapped a collection. In the bedroom, Suyu was thinking about when that 2-bit old man would be able to return the message of the genius reacted. And it's amazing how fast the collections were. He couldn't help but roll his eyes in some contempt. Immediately after that, his ears suddenly received a prompt from the system. Ding. The mission is complete. And Sutai is in shock. 1/10, awarded, 10,000 RMB. Suyu looked happy. There is an unexpected joy? So then he transferred another 10,000 over. Ding. The mission is complete. And Sutai is in shock. 2 out of 10, awarded, 10,000 RMB. Suyu scratched his head. This old man is quite old. Why is he so timid? After a little thought, Lu transferred $80,000 in order in 10,000 at a time for a while. The sound of the system in his ears simply wouldn't stop. Ding. The mission is complete. And Sutai is in shock. 3 out of 10, ding. The mission is complete. And Sutai is in shock. 4/10. As for the other side, look at the transfer records that keep coming in. Sutai's face turned green, as if he had eaten the reply. At first, he explains, now? Looking at the series of transfers on the chat log, he fell into silence. The system's rewards kept coming from his ears, causing Suyu to breathe a sigh of relief. I was a little upset about the startup money. I didn't realize that the system rewards were directly replenished. Rounding up isn't the same as not spending money? If it wasn't for the fact that the system's daily quests had a limit on the number of individuals, according to his nature, as long as he could trigger the quests, he would probably be able to transfer some more over based on the system's description. That 2-bit old man's shock should not be too bad, but I'm sure I'll be forgiven when I see these charitable transfers. Suyu thought for a moment and smiled as he sent a message from the only letter. You're welcome. Now that Sutai saw the money, He probably didn't know how grateful he was inside. I'm afraid I would be quite proud of my good oldest son. I thank you. A shout from Sally came out of the guide room. He was somewhat helpless. More than anything else, he was inwardly desperate. This kid definitely did it on purpose, didn't he? In this situation now, Su Tai is simply unable to defend himself. Moreover, the money came from an unknown source at first sight. What's the fastest way to make money? No doubt the answer is written in the penal code. Despite the numerous police uncles surrounding him, he couldn't help but directly pick up his cell phone and curse. Where did you get all this money? You kid. And you better give me a reasonable explanation? When I go back, I'll have to skin you. Although he, Su Tai, could not be said to be a good person with high moral character. He had never done anything bad. Best. It's occasional littering and swearing. Simply put, it's unqualified. The same is true for my son's education. One son can be not a good person, but never a bad person. Therefore, Su Tai was really a bit angry, seeing Su Tai suddenly send a voice. Several police officers tried to stop it but were stopped by the director. Li Shengli had a cold-eyed attitude as he looked at Su Tai and couldn't help but praise him in his heart with this ruthless eye of his. It was surprising that he didn't notice even the slightest trace of a performance, but it's just as well. You tipped them off and they were able to sit back and enjoy it. Obviously he was also well aware that this move by Su Tai was clearly ventilating, only Li Shengli didn't believe that under the surveillance, Su Tai could still pull any tricks. It was his confidence in his ability. Of course, he could never have guessed that the best show was no show at all. On the other side, the staff member who went to inquire about the unknown proceeds in Southie's name walked quickly and talked in a voice that only two people could hear. Director, check it out. There was something odd on his face. The money is in Su Yu's name and is legitimate income. It would be the director's turn to be surprised, and he couldn't help but inquire, where did a little kid get that kind of money? What is the revenue pathway? Staff replied, scratch. It must be said that this source of legitimate income for the system is quite simple and violent, and among the various legitimate gains, scratch-offs are clearly the least difficult and unquestioned. Just not being suspected is the easiest suspicion of all. Li Shengli said as his expression regained its calmness. That's not surprising. It's a common money laundering tactic to send people to stake out various lottery stations and then use the high-dollar gray industry to buy the winning tickets. Sunnyside, Building F. 305.at. This moment, in Su Yu's ears, the system's voice once again sounded. There was something odd on his face. Why was the system so active today? Ding. Trigger mission. Screw a suspected fugitive in a recovered state and make him unthreatening. Reward, +3 to overall fitness. Note, 6 for regular adults. 3 for current hosts. I was a little tired from doing the original mission and thought about resting and forgetting about it, but after seeing the system mission rewards, Su Yu's entire eyes lit up, and his heart became excited for a few minutes. Crap. This is the first time since activating the system that I've seen a reward with a substantial boost. If you brush a few more similar tasks, you will be able to marry a rich white woman, become a CEO, and walk on the peak of life. Think about it all. A little excited. He glanced at the restroom and walked quickly toward the kitchen with a packet of fast-acting sleeping pills in his hand while there was still time. On the subject of fixing things, Su Yu had never really lost, with Su Yu and Su Tai, the two fathers and sons hooking up all day long, allowing Su Yu to develop the habit of being extremely cautious at all times. If I'm careful enough, then I won't fall for it. He smiled slightly. That Mr. Fugitive was already thirsty, plus 2 hours of scurrying thin. At this moment the body has long been in a large number of water shortage limit. The first thing out of the inevitable is to drink water, and with the previous example, that fugitive killed would never drink raw water again, much less any food he handed over, except, of course, the water in your own hand. A few moments later, Su Yu walked out of the kitchen and sat in the living room quietly waiting for everything to happen. As Su Yu reappeared within the hall monitor, the long silent live broadcast room finally regained its vigor. Crap, kid brother finally came out. Brothers, I want to know what really happened during the hour off the air. I don't know. Supposedly the uncle who tested it didn't hold back from copping a shit and fighting the kid brother, and then the show was suspended. No, my great uncle is on the set. I have to say, the heat effect is truly outrageous. The show's heat level should have logically dropped to freezing after some downtime, but because the rumors from all directions aroused the curiosity of the general netizens, the number of people online for the show went up instead of down, pushing 20,000 people. At this point, of the separate bathroom. An object wrapped in a black plastic bag was suddenly thrown in from a third-floor window. Old Lou's pale face finally showed a hint of air, revealing JOY. In the plastic bag were the very tissues that the program had found a way to send in. On top of that, there's a GPS locator in there as well as a bug. Old Lou is also regarded as a tough body. 2.5 hours of fighting actually did not fall off. Hard to pull through. He took a deep breath and straightened up a little. The flush button was pressed, and the only tank of water left in the toilet's reservoir flushed away the gloom of the entire night. Old Lou's entire body was much more refreshed, and there was nothing physically wrong with him except for the thirst and weakness brought on by dehydration. At this point he had decided, No matter what, after rehydrating, the first order of business was to expose the identity and bring an end to this farce of a show, and then teach the kid a hard lesson that he's already thought of a vicious way to get back at him by throwing out all his homework and then buying him a bunch of new ones, with the added bonus of a bunch of test papers to write and cry on. Finally, see again. The child's horror and expression when he learns his identity. He now also had some understanding of what Sally had started to think. Old Lou thought so. The anger in his heart only calmed down a few points on his face, also more than a trace of a smile, and then walked out with a quick step. However, it was clear that he did not yet know what he was about to face. Boom! The sound of water pounding in the bathroom came. The door that had been closed for so long was also finally open inside the live broadcast room. The netizens' discussion came to an abrupt end during this time off the air. There have been more than a few nicknames for Old Lou as well. The tackle shit emperor has finally come out. The pure alter shitter can be considered out of the gate. If you don't come out, kid brother is going to start learning high math. But by the looks of it, it seems like the program doesn't want kid brother to win. Why do I think it's the kid brother's father? The social big brother who doesn't want the show to end. Right. The longest installment of the test was less than an hour long in a program on security awareness science, and here in Suyu's case, counting the downtime, the program had lasted close to 3 full hours. The program's plan to test 5 kids in one day was completely shattered. At this point, the crew had long since lost interest in testing anyone else. I can't wait to be able to live stream this surveillance all day long. Watching the young master of the criminal organization die in the hall surveillance camera. Old Lou held the wall and walked out with his legs a little stiff. He had been squatting in the toilet for 2 hours, and his whole body was numb. Not to mention his legs. At this time, Lao Lu was still a little worried. This child will not run away after the trouble. At that time. Not to mention the program can only scribble the end. There is no way to save their own face. As a result, he saw that on the study table in the corner of the living room. Suyu was actually calmly writing his homework, completely like nothing. That's not taking yourself too fucking seriously, is it? You know, he is now playing the identity of that is a gangster, murderer, poor and vicious. Lao Lu wondered if he was acting too introverted. This kid thinks he's a bully, doesn't he? He said menacingly. Where's the water, brat? Suyu raised his head and responded with an innocent smile. Uncle, the water is in the kitchen. Shall I go and pour it for you? The corners of Old Lou's mouth twitched. This kid really does bad things without losing his mind. He held back his anger and took a deep camping breath. If it wasn't for the surveillance, he might be able to do something deranged right now, like ripping up homework in front of the kids or something. But when he heard Suyu's sentence, I want me to help you pour. Old Lou remembered some bad memories. His face twitched, and his chrysanthemums tightened. He said coldly, no, I'll do it myself. Coming to the kitchen, Old Lou saw the water source at a glance. It was a water purifier, comparable to a removable bucket in a water fountain. Water purifiers obviously have little room for hands-on work, but with the previous lesson, he was obviously much more careful this time. He took out a disposable cup and sniffed it, and watched it carefully to make sure there was no foreign substance or strange smell before pumping a little bit of water under the water purifier. The last time he was hit, it was because he was careless and lighthearted. Seeing Suyu as a child relaxed his defenses. Right now, it's obviously completely different. It's only at this point that there's something of the look of years in the police force. By definition, the surveillance in the hall here in the kitchen is not visible. It was only after Old Lou secretly reopened the miniature camera that the crowd in the live broadcast room was able to get a glimpse of it. Those in the audience, too, began to discuss it in earnest. The pure alter shitter is pretty cautious. You have to take so many laxatives and you're cautious. Ha 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 ha. That's too bad. But water purifiers shouldn't have any room for drugging. That's right. Let alone medicine. Even if a pile of sand is put in, the cartridge will filter it out. But I see the kid brother's calm look. He's not setting up another trap somewhere, is he? I have to say, Old Lou was more than a little cautious. Even though his body was extraordinarily short of water, he didn't drink it directly, but poured a small cup first and said coldly with his face towards Suyu, you, come over here and drink it up. Suyu looked up with a glance, and did not expect that in front of the water purifier, this fugitive was also so cautious. He had to admit that this fugitive was a bit better than his 2-bit dad. Suyu didn't refuse and pretended to walk over with a puzzled and naive expression, and drank the water in one go. Old Lou gazed over the child. It was only after observing that the latter had swallowed the water for about a minute without any change in his expression or anything unusual happening that he dropped his heart. He snatched the cup as soon as he could and began to catch the water. Not only that, but you add a tablespoon of salt to your own cup after the body has become dehydrated. It is not possible to drink large amounts of water. However, if it is salt water, the sodium chloride contained in it is able to maintain the body's balance slightly. The sounds of swallowing kept coming. After about 4 to 5 cups or so, Lao Lu stopped. This amount is probably more than a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water. Any more would be a bit inappropriate. He wiped the watery corners of his mouth and gave a small smile. The hydration made its mood seem all the more pleasant, but when he saw Suyu's odd expression, Old Lu couldn't help but frown and said, "Brat. What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out." Now Laulu has to portray himself as a very grumpy outlaw. The crowd in the booth also shook their heads and sighed that the test should be over in those 10 minutes, scattered. The Joden shits are too careful and don't give a shit at all. I'm afraid there's nothing even the kid brother can do. Indeed. As soon as the tester exposes himself, it's basically over. Old Lu is also, as he thought in his plan, ready to expose himself to end this farce. When the time comes, we'll find a way to get the bugs and the GPS location up in the name of the tour. Little friend Suyu, I'm really sorry. Actually, he was about to expose himself when he was interrupted by Suyu's sudden sigh. Alas. Suyu shook his head and said with a look of pity, "Why don't any of them remember?" As the words fell, even old Lu couldn't help but frown, suspicion growing in his heart. Stinky brat, what do you mean? At this moment in the live broadcast, it suddenly boiled over. Crap, is kid brother going to kill back again? Is it double reversed again? Witness a miracle and believe in Suyu. The program team is not enough in front of my atmospheric kid brother. Many netizens have great expectations for Suyu to play. After all, who doesn't like show effects? Only Suyu looked up with naivety and said seriously, "I drugged it again." Old Lu's face changed and his right hand subconsciously covered his but at this point he had no desire to jet except for a bit of tired sleepiness brought on by his weakness. After noticing that there was no difference, he sneered, "Who's the scam caller? That's a water purifier. Even if it's drugged inside it will be purified by the cartridge inside." But immediately afterward, Old Lu's entire face turned pale, because he saw 3 water purifier cartridges in Suyu's hands. Damn. This kid took out the water purifier cartridge to drug it. Suyu waved the water purifier cartridge in his hand with a smile. "Uncle, what did you just say? I'm not very good with my ears." This sticking face opening general taunt made Old Lu receive 10,000 points of bludgeoning damage inside, like a vapid sword piercing his soul, and his entire face instantly changed. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and his legs had subconsciously clenched. The bathroom experience was hard enough. Do we have to do it again? The ha-ha-ha laughter spread all over the screen in the live broadcast room. Ha-ha-ha. The shit-tackling emperor is going to be working overtime. I threw up laughing. And the kid brother is too damaged. Crap. The defense is impossible. Who in their right mind would think of removing the cartridge? I originally thought that the shit emperor was careful enough, but I'm still slightly inferior in front of the kid brother. Old Lu was a little regretful at this point, regretting that he hadn't put a stocking over his head when he entered it. Now the face is gone. He actually fell for the same trick twice. It would be fine if no one was there. But now it's fucking live. Not only the general public, and even their own colleagues and leaders, friends and relatives are watching. There was some glorious running around before he was selected for the show. I hate that my friends in the unit don't know that I'm going to be on TV in general. As for now, he could only say that he regretted, quite a lot, how he had met such a little brat. Immediately afterward, Old Lu seemed to remember something and regained his composure. His pale face easing up quite a bit. His skeptical gaze fell on Suyu's body. Then he touched his stomach. There was now no discomfort in the small of the back as well as in the bowels, except for some tired weariness in himself. Most importantly, before drinking this water, he made Suyu drink a cup first. He smiled, those gradually clearing eyes seeming to see through everything. "Kid, you're just trying to trick me, right? Actually, you didn't drug it at all." Old Lu walked very calmly to the coffee table in the hall and took the box of laxatives in his hand. A box of laxatives with the package labeled as 12 pills inside. I should have used at least about 7 of them in my water last time, and excluding my usual use, I should have run out long ago. He also fiddled with the tinfoil on the slab of medicine and said calmly, "The traces used recently are also largely consistent with my suspicions. Besides, if it was really drugged, why aren't you okay? I don't really think that you can come up with another box of laxatives. After all, as a matter of common sense, how can a normal person keep so many laxatives in their home?" Old Lu glanced at calm little belly as if to confirm his reasoning. Calm reasoning, calm evidence, using every available clue, and the soul questioning at the end. Needless to say, it looked like a beautiful counterattack by Old Lu in the eyes of the audience of the live broadcast. Brothers, there are masters of this pinnacle race. Tackle shit king pinch hitter on the line? What floor is the kid brother on this time? What is this program I'm watching? Isn't it security awareness science? In the guide room, Li Shengli's expression also eased considerably, nodding slightly. Granted, being too cautious with a child is a bit of a win, but Lao Lu had also earned some faceback for their Nanjing police department. Among the many people, he actually had some appreciation for Old Lu. Only looking at the surveillance screen, Li Shengli glanced at the odd-faced Su Tai. His heart was vaguely uneasy. However, if you analyze the situation carefully, excluding the laxatives that a few people may have at home, there should not be any medicine that poses a threat to the human body in a normal person's home. At least in Dacia, the control of medicines is still extremely strict. Thinking like this, Director Lee was slightly more at ease. A number of police officers had crowded around the security footage, quietly enjoying the game. I in the hall, looking at old Lu's self-conscious performance. Suyu nodded his head and said, I really didn't put down a laxative. Upon hearing this, old Lu's face showed a look of determination, but immediately after, Suyu pulled out of his pocket and turned over another box. Somewhat puzzled, but I put down a fast-acting sleeping pill. He scratched his head. Seriously, I only drank a small glass. It's normal to be fine with that dose, but you shouldn't. Suyu's eyes widened as his puzzled gaze wandered over old Lu. There was a sudden silence around them for a few moments. The live broadcast room, the guide room, and even old Lu himself fell into silence, originally due to the excitement to be able to pull back a chip. Lao Lu. After learning the truth, no adrenaline support sleepiness immediately swept away. Old Lu's eyes jumped and he only felt his eyelids fighting. However, he did not give up on this, and surprisingly, he slowly walked towards the front with his strong will. Suyu could not help but stare at the situation and took 2 steps back. What? This guy's immune? He under the DOS is not small. In the case of a normal person must have collapsed long ago now. Could it be that he was really able to fight against it with his own will and stay awake? At the same time, old Lu's muttered voice came. Yeah, I understand that's a sleeping pill, but I won't stop. He actually hardened himself against the effects of the sleeping pills and slowly walked towards Suyu step by step. The live broadcast room, as well as the guide room, were all impressed by this strong will of Lao Liu. No one chose to speak at this time. For a while the pop-ups were much less frequent and offered their admiration. This the willpower of a Dasha warrior. His speed was slow and the two were getting closer. Old Lu looked at Suyu, who was near his eyes, and couldn't help but stretch out his left hand to touch it, but it was always a distance away. Bang! In the next moment, old Lu collapsed with a loud thud and slumped to the floor. After all, there would be a time when willpower would run out, and his unwilling left index finger pointed in Suyu's direction. Don't stop. The sound ended abruptly, and silence returned to the surroundings once more. Just this? Fancy. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief and was shocked in his heart. Luckily, the sleeping pills worked in the end. He was really afraid of Lao Lu's mouth suddenly popped out a partner bond or something. That's not going to end well. Looking at the older man who had fallen into a deep sleep, he thought to himself that this should be considered a mission accomplished, right? Seeing that the system didn't respond, Suyu couldn't help but draw the corner of his mouth inside as he remembered the rope and tape in his self-defense kit. I didn't realize that there was actually a time when this would come in handy. A moment later, Suyu dragged old Lu to the sofa in 5 pieces. Of course the toolbox of duct tape was utilized to seal the older man's mouth. Shackles? I can't use them for now. Put them aside now. This Mr. Fugitive is finally and completely unthreatening, isn't he? Sure enough, the system's voice rang in his ears. Ding. Mission accomplished. Bonus, +3 to overall fitness. Note, 6 for regular adults, 6 for current hosts. Suyu clenched his fists and was able to feel a significant increase in his body's strength and speed, but that's about it. After all, it's only at the level of the average adult. It's not going to be a straight-up pinch of mineral water or anything because of this reward. Truly against a practiced adult, Suyu was still no match, but he was also able to strike a surprise when it mattered. And for that reward he was satisfied. The guide room was a little quiet at this point. Thought Lao Lu was going to give them a whole big one. Didn't think he pulled a big one. Simply disgraced the South River Police Department. Li Shengli covered a face, somewhat speechless. He couldn't really blame it, though, after all, in a situation of extreme dehydration, there was a risk of shock if you didn't hydrate in time. At first he would read the comments and pop-ups on the air right now. Not in the mood for it at all. Li Shingli's gaze unconsciously landed on Su Tai, and his heart calmed down. Worthy of being the young master of a criminal organization, he was afraid that he hadn't gone through a lot of relevant training in his day-to-day life. Thinking about it this way, old Lu's loss was actually not unfair. At that moment, the hall monitor's screen showed Suyu appearing in the eyes of the crowd with some strange props from his bedroom. The footage from the surveillance shows both rope, duct tape, and shackles appearing separately. Doesn't seem to be a problem, but it would be a bit intriguing if it were to appear at the same time. Countless gazes couldn't help but converge towards Su Tai's direction, and most of them had some oddities on their faces. They said nothing, as if they had said everything. Even Li Xingli, at this moment, was looking him up and down with a revisited look. Originally, Director Lee also thought that such a criminal gang behind the scenes, to its more or less as their opponents to be taken seriously. One day, he will bring this opponent to justice. As for now, he's got that weird look on his face that seems to say, you're not too young to be having fun, are you? I didn't realize there was such a strange fetish. Sally was still a bit puzzled as he watched the monitor. Do you have any of these in your own home? But when he noticed the gazes of the crowd, his face changed and he also suddenly came back to his senses. This is fucking suspicious of me. Su Tai was shocked and hastily shook his head and waved his hand in defense. It's not me. It's really not me. You guys let me explain. No one paid any attention to his defense. The staff at his side just tapped his shoulder with a we all know expression and left with a smile. I in the South River Police Department, There are all kinds of cases, but from time to time there are some strange reports. For example, handcuffs purchased online suddenly don't open at the end of the play. Therefore, these staff members and police marshals have long been surprised, only to sigh a little at the realization that Saudi even had this hobby. I didn't realize that these big shots, who play behind the scenes, were so spendthrift. Needless to say, the live test was just too much of a show, and the heat in the broadcast room once again climbed to a height it had never had before. The number of people online even exceeded the 20W mark and became the front page of every live broadcast. Inside the live broadcast room, countless viewers also called out that they were enjoying watching, and began to discuss it constantly. Ha 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 ha. No laxatives for the good news, but sleeping pills for the bad news. But how can the show go on when the testers are tied up? Unprecedented. Kid brother really didn't let me down. This is not to give elementary school students science awareness of security. This is by the kid brother science, right? Guess what the program will do? Forcefully stop going up there and ask for someone? Guideposts.as. The director, Li Shengli, sighed and walked directly towards the outside with a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, within 3 seconds, his cell phone rang. The note message was also as thought. Deputy Bureau Chief Chang. Just as soon as I picked up the phone, a bitter curse came through on the other end. You've done a good job in the publicity department. What's going on online right now? We've never had this kind of heat in security awareness science. Now the whole world knows that these are the kind of goods we have in the South River Police Department. They're all trash and garbage. Li Xingli replied seriously with a raised eyebrow. Bureau Chief Chang. We don't need to scold ourselves like that. Zhang Dihai was silent for a split second. Do you think you're humorous? Deputy Bureau Zhang did not watch the program live. The reason why he came to the phone is actually the pressure given by the above, as well as the public opinion on the internet. He was actually curious as to what exactly had just happened, as well as what old Lu, who had been squatting in the toilet for 2 hours, had done that had actually created so much heat on the internet. He asked suddenly, what about that old Lu? What did he do? Tied up? Tying up a schoolboy? Shouldn't you expose yourself according to the process? Old Lu is usually very measured. It shouldn't be. No, it's old Lu who was kidnapped by a schoolboy. The phone was silent again for a long time. Immediately after that, Zhang Dihai's voice came again. I don't care how or by what means you do it. Before today's program is over, I want to see something positive online about our South River Police Department. Doh. The phone was hung up. Li Shengli, some big head, originally thought that he was not easy to retreat to the second line. When a propaganda minister will not have to suffer those bird leaders. I didn't realize that this shit was coming out of the show today. He returned to the guide room to find everyone looking at him. The corridor was empty, and he had the external playback on. So he thought that everyone inside had heard Deputy Director Shang's curses. Li nodded as Victory walked in. Everyone should have heard that. I won't say anything more. Though no details were given in the phone conversation about the subsequent live security testing. It can be concluded from the result that Deputy Secretary Zhang wanted straightaway is not happy with his performance so far. Secondly, the crew represented the face of the South River Police Department, and he wanted to end the farce by means approved by the audience. So the subsequent decision is actually extraordinarily clear. Old Lu was obviously beyond counting on, and they were surely going to send another person to the door, taking the identity of an accomplice of old Lu's thugs. He subdues a schoolboy to save his accomplice. Li Shengli was also a bit speechless. He had filmed so many episodes of the program. This is the first time a second person has been sent out for a sequel. His eyes traveled through the crowd, finally settling on a young guy. Old Lu failed because he was not prepared for children and had too many concerns. So, this time, go with a reckless, brainless one. Little King. Here, director. A tall, powerful, flat-headed guy stepped out from the crowd. He had his hands behind his back, his arms showing off his pompous muscles. Li Shengli nodded slightly. Just you. Door-to-door test. In your own way. In the previous sessions of the test, Xiao Wang participated in the test. The passing rate of the elementary school students is 100%, because this guy really didn't know what a show was, and came to the door looking so poor and mean that no schoolchild dared to open the door. The weekdays are basically spent mucking around in the guide room, but this time, facing Su Yu, a brat who did not follow the rules, Li Shengli was able to affirm that he would definitely open the door, and Wang, too, will bring him unexpected surprises? At the moment, the hall monitor. In Su Yu's ears, the system's voice came once again. Ding. Mission accomplished. Successfully tricked Su Tai. Detects that the target person's task for the day has been completed. Compensation reward. 1 starch sausage. Goddamn starch intestines apiece. This reward is too ribbed. Then Su Yu froze. When did he fix up Su Tai again? He shook his head and paid no more attention, instead dropping his gaze to his little genius. Only his Weixin account, at the moment, was flashing the icon of Su Tai's small avatar. Den actually messaged me back? Su Yu looked at the time and realized that it was already 10 minutes ago. That is, He received a reply immediately in the time after he transferred the money. He couldn't help but click on the voice bar that immediately from that tiny dial came the familiar clamor of Sally. Where did you get all this money? You kid. And you better give me a reasonable explanation? When I go back, I'll have to skin you. He subconsciously held his watch away from him immediately afterward. Suyu frowned. It looked like Olden was sending himself key messages. The first point to be sure of is naturally Olden's own safety. Suyu pondered calmly. In all kinds of bargaining as well as in the transmission of information. As long as the information can be transmitted autonomously, then the first thing that can be done is to make sure that security is currently not a problem, but it is highly likely to be under control. Secondly, the meaning of these two sentences requires a closer analysis. Suyu clicked on the little genius up voice bar again. Where did you get all this money? You kid. And you better give me a reasonable explanation? When I go back, I'll have to skin you. Although Pops didn't look too smart on weekdays, Suyu knew it inside. This old dang has at least learned from his mistakes. What's more, after he realized that Sally might be the main member of the criminal gang, his heart still changed its impression. Those mute expressions on a regular basis can be construed as great wisdom. After all, he was so good that a traveler schoolboy could hide it from himself for so long that if it wasn't for East Window, Suyu might still be in the dark right now. Thinking like this, Suyu had some admiration for this two-bit old man instead. Therefore, the meaning of these two short sentences would definitely not be simple, but rather, they were conveying crucial information to him. The first sentence is dissected away can be split into two keywords: reasonable explanations, unexplained possessions. The second sentence is a hint that the controlled Sutai is obviously not coming back. That would mean that someone other than Sally might come to the door. Understanding the two sentences jointly, Suyu immediately understood. It was a reminder to Suyu not to keep things that didn't belong to him at home, or to dispose of them so that when the time came, there would be no way to explain if someone came to his door. Suyu's face instantly changed and his gaze looked towards the door. This message was 10 minutes old, so that didn't leave much time. He had to get rid of the stuff before the others got to him. Only Suyu hurriedly walked towards the coffee table where the cardboard box was placed. Rip. A somewhat abrupt voice came out as Suyu looked down and frowned slightly. It was a black plastic bag, the feeling of a foreign object underfoot, the ability to feel something inside. Until then, he was able to be sure that there was no trash left on the ground, and here, there was only one other person besides himself. Suyu gazed towards old Lu. No surprise, this thing must have been brought by old Lu. He picked it up and looked at it. Inside here, there are only two things. One of them is a metal coin like a button with no writing on it. If Suyu hadn't been careful, he almost didn't notice. As for the other one, it was slightly larger. It was a four-sided black box, roughly the size of a deck of playing cards. It has a V-shaped pattern on it, as well as a device code. Even if Suyu's reaction was slow, he finally recognized that this is a bug. His gaze couldn't help but look at old Lu. This flat-headed uncle looks quite decent on the surface, but in actuality this hand is quite dirty. How dare you prepare this kind of thing at the trading place? This is trying to take advantage of a blackmailer, isn't it? Suyu immediately understood Lao Deng's good intentions of delivering these two words at the risk of his life. We're going to deal with it anyway, so we'll just do it all together. With a little thought, he stuffed the bug, along with the metal button, into the white powder in the cardboard box from the outside. This cardboard box contained nothing but a packet of white powder. After carefully observing that there was no one else behind the electronic cat's eye, Suyu cautiously opened the door and left. This time in the live broadcast, some netizens were also wondering about Suyu's move. What is kid brother planning to do? What's in that black plastic bag? Is this a successful challenge? It's said that the second tester sent by the program is already on the way. It won't crash, will it? The black plastic bag was so confused with the bug that the surveillance view couldn't see much at all. So many people are a little confused. Instead, in the guide room, Li Shengli and the others' faces shifted slightly. If others don't know, don't they know better? That was the eavesdropping equipment for old Lu, and it was actually exposed before he had a chance to install it. Still, the director looked relatively calm. There's a GPS microlocator on there. No fear of losing it at all. They are sufficiently certain that they will be able to recover it, and Suyu will also appear in the surveillance when he takes the elevator if he wants to go downstairs. Thinking about this, Li Shengli instead cared even less. However, after a minute or so, Suyu's figure returned to the surveillance screen once again with his inner peace. How could he not have thought about the camera in the elevator? Therefore, Suyu took the fire escape in the blind spot of the surveillance, and the cardboard box was not taken to the dumpster on the first floor to be disposed of, but put it to the door of the upstairs owners. In this way, the owners upstairs will take care of the garbage on his behalf. Su Wu, who doesn't appear on camera, would also be ruled out as a suspect for this reason. And at this time, the building 405, which is the upper floor of Suyu's apartment, the door quietly opened. A middle-aged man with a full mouth of scruff looked around somewhat suspiciously, and his eyes fell on the hidden cardboard box on the floor. He lifted the cardboard box slightly with one hand, revealing a large bag of white powder wrapped in plastic inside. The middle-aged man immediately changed his face, glanced around furtively, quickly brought in the cardboard box, and closed the door. Snake, what's going on out there? Several suited minions holding steel pipes dropped their hands and came up to inquire. The middle-aged man looked puzzled and a little confused. Didn't they say there was a mole and the deal was cancelled? Why is this one even delivered? A suited junior with glasses said thoughtfully, could it be that the cops are checking too hard for this one to carry? So simply give it to us first. I heard that Blade's side got a couple of ponies. It's possible. Snake nodded, his eyes fell on the cardboard box. A full 2 kilograms of cargo. How could he possibly part with it if he gave it up? Snake was able to mix it up to become a minor leader. So he naturally had redeeming qualities, although he was greedy. He was extremely vigilant in his normal actions and dealings. And even if he was inside the encirclement, he had a way to drill his way out. Besides, in their line of work, who wouldn't be greedy? That's where the name Snake came from, since he usually moves like a snake. Even if he is discovered by the police, he remains slippery and difficult to catch. That's why he's also known as Gluttony Snake. Snake looked up at the crowd and said in a deep voice, the group of people above the mighty group are usually stingy. This time they actually don't even want the goods. That means the cops are likely to come after them. Asako, this place isn't safe anymore. We're taking the goods now and leaving immediately. Snake, don't we inspect the goods? Someone in the crowd asked. Snake glanced back and disliked it. Check. My ass. We didn't even pay for it. What are we afraid of? Go back and run. A couple of the men took a furtive look around, leaving the 405 and departed down the fire escape in a huff. Li Shengli couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly at his words. A hint of confusion on his face. The old man pulled a sanitation truck and raced it? That fast? No. He immediately reacted and glanced at his watch. It was not yet time for the garbage collection and unified processing. Are you sure you're not mistaken? The officer nodded, holding out the tablet in his hand in a hushed voice. So far it's judged to be a leak near the Sunnyside neighborhood. Only a red dot was flashing rapidly towards the north on the flat map of Nanjing. It's a plant. Li Shengli took a deep breath, and his eyes glanced towards Su Tai, who was not far away. At this time, Su Tai is watching the hall, monitoring, smiling, and even cheering for Ping Tu brother. Mouth containing don't be polite beat to death words. A look of complete detachment. The officer also read the meaning in Li Shengli's eyes and said softly, Director, you suspect that it's Su Tai's handiwork? Well, although Su Yu is a chicken thief, but his city is not so deep. I'm afraid it was that time that Su Tai borrowed the only letter message to pass some kind of signal. Li Shengli calmly analyzed. The police officer sniffed and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That tattooed big brother who got along harmlessly was so scary? Li Shengli looked at Su Tai hard, actually felt a few points of fear. This guy is afraid that he has long guessed that someone is trying to plant evidence against him. So after revealing the clues to himself, he also has to take the psychology of gluttony and perform a wave of reverse planting. If those ponies hadn't been intercepted by their own callers, I'm afraid that the locators and bugs were in the real contraband and were traded to Su Tai's counterpart. Not bad for the leader of a criminal gang. Su Tai is giving himself a big gift. What is this? Showing off your strength? Li Shengli said in a deep voice. What about the wiretap? Did it pick up any useful clues? The constable nodded and murmured, these criminals are alert and seem to sense that someone is tipping us off. Immediately after getting the shipment, it was moved. According to the wiretap, the leader should be Snake, who we've been chasing for half a year. Snake? Li Shengli couldn't help but be slightly surprised at his words. The mighty syndicate is conspicuous by its absence. And this Snake is the only clue to contact the mighty syndicate's upline. The South River Police Department has been chasing them for 6 months. And several planned sieges have failed to take them down. I can't believe I got the message here. Hearing this, Li Shengli was no longer calm and said in a deep voice, I'm going to go out and make a call. And you immediately share the GPS location data with the CID side. That bug isn't hidden deep enough to be exposed anytime soon. He gazed at Sally, taking a deep breath. This gift is too generous. As the leader of the Green Dragon Gang, he even ordered his rival in such a grand manner. Is he really not afraid of reprisals? Could it be that Su Tai still wants to monopolize the entire underground power of Nanjing? He didn't say much, taking the phone and hurrying toward the empty stairwell. Hey, Liao. Immediately send someone to position themselves to squat at the location I sent you. Unsurprisingly, Snake should be there. Time is running out. You only have 10 minutes. Across the phone came Xiaoliao's stunned voice. And how do you know that, Master? He had never doubted the news of his master, but today was just a little bit off. They had just intercepted more than 1 kilogram of contraband on the outskirts of the Sunshine District when they heard from Snake. Even undercover agents developed by the CID don't always have a solid lead in a month. News comes too often here from the master. Liao Ming at this time are some doubts. Their own master is not to shoot the science live. Is a fucking undercover agent to go. He suddenly remembered something and blushed. I hear that Snake likes older men. Master, you won't give your life for Dasha. Fuck off. Okay, Master. At this time, the door of 305 was still booming, and it seemed that the door might break open at any time. In 4 words, it's precarious. The audience in the live room, however, suddenly fell silent. Because when Suyu reappeared in the hall monitor's picture, he was only holding a 3 yellow thread incense in his hand. At such a critical juncture in the face of a great enemy, they thought that Suyu had thought of some way to cope with the test by leaving the camera. Everyone was speculating about what kind of superb job Suyu could come up with. Or a move that could turn the situation around. It turned out to be a damn good idea to take 3 threads of incense out. At this point in time, he still fucking has the time to light incense and worship God? Can you be possessed by worshipping your ancestors? Or have you been to Soul Street and can summon a guardian spirit? Those viewers who were originally confident about Suyu immediately panicked. It's over. It's really over this time. Kid brother is already lighting incense for himself. The kid brother is ready to offer incense. Most likely giving up resistance. No. Kid brother come to play some role. The program group still doesn't call it quits. This is a real plan to weaken the kid brother. In the guide room, a group of people were also confused, and countless faces were filled with doubt. They did not understand at all what the significance of Suyu doing this was for this kid's moves. They couldn't fathom it at all. After all, in the previous test, Suyu 1 second in the kitchen pouring water, the next moment is already carrying the drugged reserve national cellar out. None of the show's hosts had any room to play. Instead, Lee Victory was a little puzzled and deep in thought. Regardless, with Lao Lu's previous experience. Asa director Li Xingli felt that it was definitely not that simple. Only for the moment it is also just to remain skeptical and unable to conclude. He didn't doubt for a second that Suyu could possibly backhand and pull out something even stranger the next moment. Of course not only him, even Suyu himself, whose gaze fell on the incense in his hand, was filled with skepticism. Does this thing really work? Obviously, this is no ordinary incense. Nor is it the incense in Wang Wei's poem. Instead, it's a special trick prop that Suyu found in his self-defense toolbox. The Bone Chiller's Incense Special Edition. In terms of the effect described in the instructions, it is that the inhaler will be weak and unaware of it. It may seem like nothing is happening to the whole person, but the power is greatly reduced. It also says that the pure herbal plant extract is non-toxic and non-invasive, without any side effects, safe for self-defense. No prohibited ingredients. Suyu always felt strange, like a strange item that had come into reality from a martial arts novel, but on second thought, it was a prop rewarded by the system, as unreliable as it was, never made a joke on the whole thing. There was still a dull knocking at the door, and the rough shouts of another of the fugitives' accomplices. Growing in frequency. You will be convinced that the gaze is no longer hesitant. Will incense inserted in front of the Guangdong statue lit? Once again walked in the direction of the room, seeing him disappear into the camera again. The viewers in the live broadcast room heaved a sigh of relief. I knew it. Kid brother must have a backhanded plan. Damn, scared me. Suddenly took a few incense out. Thought the kid brother had given up resistance. This time, kid brother should be preparing the whole props to go, right? For Suyu coping methods, netizens have their own views, but on one point, the majority of the audience's opinion is surprisingly consistent. I don't think the showrunners will say anything about drinking water this time. I don't think anyone should be afraid to eat or drink anything on the show for the next 10 years. During this time that Suyu was off camera, it gave the audience unlimited room for speculation. In the guide room, Li Shengli also made a rare inquiry towards Su Tai. Mr. Su, do you know what he's up to? Su Tai. For some reason, that feeling of vague uneasiness in his heart swept over him once again, but for Suyu's actions, he really didn't understand, and was equally at a loss. If he knew everything, he wouldn't have been screwed over all the time. For the sake of his image. Salvi still decided to say something and said after some thought, well, I guess it's time to get ready to go back to bed. The director froze, not expecting such an answer. It's too fucking hasty to go back to bed with the fucking thugs at the door, isn't it? Are you really not worried at all? But when you think about it, it kinda makes sense. It is said to be a way to get out of the way anyway. Just don't open the door and play dead and you're done. The audience in the live broadcast room was also shocked by Su Tai's statement. So, kid brother's heart is too big, right? It can't be, can it? If you can sleep at night with this noise, you must have nightmares, right? I also feel that it shouldn't be that simple. That's too much of a disregard for muscle flathead, isn't it? But as it turns out, it seems that Suyu really did go back to his room to sleep. It lasted 2 minutes and didn't even show up on camera anymore. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers froze. The audience was still nervous about how Suyu would choose to respond. But it turned out that the bastard was completely out of line. But just as they were still worrying about whether the gate was strong enough and how the show's muscle boy would break it down, Suyu's somewhat impatient childish voice came out from the bedroom. Shut up. I'll open the door for you. Don't knock it. Immediately after that, Suyu, in a strange look, appeared in front of the camera once again. He had changed into a blue pajama suit, seemingly confirming Sally's analysis, and really went to bed. And the head is a bit of an implausible thing. Actually wearing a fully enclosed gas mask. Straight away the audience got a whole laugh out of it. What's with the gas masks and all? Netizens are also completely unable to keep up with Kid Brother's brain circuits. Brother Kid, What the hell is this gas mask? Is it allergic to the smell of threads? I see. Kid brother is going to poison flathead muscle brother with thread incense. Is it possible that he was trying to get a helmet and got the wrong one? I think kid brother must have his deeper meaning in doing this. Probably playing coward's pry? Is he going to pull out Emperor Qin Shi Huang's biochemical weapon and smoke his enemies to death? In the guide room, the crowd looked at each other, also shocked by this amazing brain circuit. Who the hell has gas masks in a normal person's house? Li Shengli, on the other hand, thought a lot and gave Su Tai a skeptical look. Could this also be a niche special fetish for crime bosses? This is too sick. However, after careful consideration, I think the probability is that there is still something wrong with those 3 incense sticks. In the hall surveillance, Suyu just walked straight towards the main door. At first, the audience was a little bored when Suyu didn't make an appearance, but at this point, instead, there was some concern. Kid brother, you're not really going to open the door directly, are you? According to the show's pissy nature, Pinkie Pie won't be polite this time. Pinkta's muscles are so big that he'll make a kid cry with one punch. Shut up. I'll open the door for you. Don't knock it. Su's impatient voice passed through the doorway. 305 The police officer Xiao Wang outside the door stopped slightly at the sound. He was a little surprised and looked at his tan hands a little puzzled. Wasn't he mean enough? You know, the image of the young king today doesn't look like a good person. The gruff voice and the violent sound of constant pounding on the door. A normal child would have cried in terror. This brat actually dared to speak to himself in such an impatient tone. The flat-headed young king's face was dusty and a little unhappy anyway. The director had ordered it before coming. Let him work it out in his own way, and the way he does it is violence. Reasoning is dumb, so we like to use our fists. He'd seen old Lou's misery when he was in the guide room, for better or worse. It was his senior. Can't stand to be caught like that by a little kid. For Suyu, naturally, there was nothing good about him, and at the same time, he was also carrying some angry emotions in it. Open the door. Xiao Wang's impatient voice came. He felt that the kid was mostly just stalling for time. According to today's formation, that brat would most likely not dare to open the door, but it didn't matter. Xiao Wang had nothing. The only thing he didn't lack was strength. Big deal. He can take this door down. It was while he was thinking this way. Ka-ching. The gate opened without warning. Xiao Wang froze, unconsciously looking down on the little boy who was only about 1 meter 4 in height. He was a little curious as to where the courage came from to let the door open. Is it Jasmine Liang? What attracted the most attention was none other than Suyu's gas mask that wrapped around his entire head. Also, this kid's look isn't funny, is it? The audience underneath the orange TV broadcast all froze as well. In front of a myriad of possibilities, the most straightforward was actually chosen. Not. This kid is crazy, right? That's full of muscle. Not to mention a child. Even adults have to back off. If you say that there is more or less some luck in it when facing the kindly old Lou test, but this muscle-bound man would not give the slightest bit of face. What's wrong with kid brother? Can't think straight? Really opened the door? The challenge is finally going to fail? Crap. The show remembered to advise against the death of a human being. What's going on? Zhao Yun possessed? All covered in guts? The guide room was no exception. As they gazed at the images on the monitor with some difficulty in comprehending them, originally thought that Little King is already reckless enough. I did not expect Suyu is even more reckless. The staff also couldn't help but persuade. Director, why don't you admonish Little Wang twice? I'm really afraid he's not going to do it lightly. It's a live show, so just mean it. Don't let anything really happen. Obviously, it's possible to get the staff to be this painstakingly persuasive. Little King has obviously been in trouble before and has been disciplined. After all, the name Reckless did not come by lightly. Li Shengli just waved the walkie-talkie in his hand, signaling that it was already ready. You really, if anything happens, he'll step in and ask, and right now, it has to be said that there is an end to it. I guess it's only those 3 incense sticks. The director frowned slightly, always feeling a bit uneasy, so he turned his head towards Su Tai and inquired, Mr. Su, that incense isn't poisonous, is it? Su Tai was a bit surprised, not expecting the director to ask him. He waved his hand and smiled. Director, you really know how to joke. How can incense be poisonous when it's just incense? Actually, whether incense was poisonous or not, Su Tai was completely unclear. The main reason for such a conclusive answer was the knowledge of his own son. On weekdays, although Su liked to fix things, there really wasn't a time when he went too far, other than his own frequent visits to the police station for a cup of tea. He has never been approached by parents or teachers. It is estimated that the most serious, which is today, will be the old Lou as a bad guy. The hand is only a little bit hard. Hearing Su Tai's affirmative answer, Li Xingli breathed a sigh of relief. After all, in his eyes, Su Tai was a murderous criminal gang leader, and the one in the shot, as the young lord, may have a few lives on his hands. At a certain moment, what Li Xingli was even afraid of at the bottom of his heart was not that Suyu would have any accidents, but Xiao Wang. The live camera shows the gate fully open at this point, facing a criminal accomplice that was like a mountain. Suyu was more or less a bit weak at this time, although there is a manual for the whole prop cartilage powder. There is no accurate data on the degree of weakness. If the effective chondroitin was only able to weaken half of his strength, and this muscular thug had more than twice the strength of an ordinary person, then after weakening, he would still be able to hold himself. Wouldn't that be a dead end? And the way the fragrance evaporates. It's a bit nihilistic. There is no such thing as a DOS. Suu was also afraid that there would be no effect, so he specially waited inside the room for several minutes before coming out. Should have been able to wait a little longer if I wasn't worried about the door being hammered in. He looked up at the thugs and stifled a gulp. The pompous muscles on his arms alone could already be as thick as his waist. It's almost too much to imagine the power of that punch going down. What the hell? Won't you really be killed yourself? He glanced at the fact that the windows were all closed, and that the 3 sticks of incense under the statue of Guangong were now only 1/10 lit. Whatever. Stall for a bit and trust the system. So you took a deep breath and said in a calm and quiet voice, in 1974. What did you say? The young king frowned as a gruff voice followed. Suyu coughed. That closes the door. Oh, the young king turned back and honestly closed the door immediately after that. The bones of his hands pressed out a crackling sound and said fiercely, any last words? If not, I'll do it. The live feed was a little hard to watch at this point. Countless netizens felt that looking at Suyu's tense appearance, he was more than likely cool. It's 1974 at this point in time. What happened to 1974? I don't know. Probably scared silly. Shouldn't the crew call a halt first? It's not really going to be a fight, is it? At this point in the guide room, the director was also a little torn about whether to call a halt. At first he was worried that there might be something fishy about those 3 incense sticks. Right now, it doesn't seem to be much of a threat for the time being. And is 1974 some kind of code word? A staff member tried to go up to the show and persuade them that this was the show after all. It's not good to spread the word if you really hit a child. Li Xingli, however, waved his hand as if he had a premonition. Wait a little longer and hear what he has to say. Everyone in the hall monitor screen had their eyes on the 2me and eye in the face of the approaching little king. Suyu took a deep breath and did not retreat. His eyes were full of confidence, and at the same time said in a deep voice, in 1974, for the first time in Southeast Asia, he won the title in a free-for-all fight, beat Sakura heavy gunner Ray Ryu in 1980, then for 3 years in a row, he defeated all of Sakura's karate masters. Little King, Victory Lee, hailed as a karate nemesis. Under that gas mask, Suyu's voice was a bit hazy, but instead added a bit of momentum. He looked up at the muscle-bound man in front of him with no trace of timidity left in his eyes. This confidence, of course, was given by the cartilage. Also the minute of delay is given. Suu estimated that for so long that whole prop should have seen the effect. Just as he was about to continue, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Xiao Wang. In the beginning, Xiao Wang was really bluffed by Suyu's confident aura. Where does a kid get the confidence to be arrogant in front of himself? Then when you think about it, he wasn't even born in fucking 1974. The line also sounded more and more familiar, and finally reacted to the fact that he was being screwed when he heard the latter. Xiao Wang couldn't help but ask rhetorically, isn't your nickname the Devil's Sinew Man? Suyu froze, somewhat surprised. You've heard my story too? Looking at the surprised expression on Suyu's face, Xiao Wang was speechless. That's pretty fucking in your face. Do you really think you're the Devil's Tendon Man? You think you can't make a movie and Sister Wang returns? At this point in the live broadcast, countless netizens had already burst out laughing. They also didn't expect that the year 1974 that Suyu said was actually this 1974. They were all a little curious as to how on earth the kid brother was able to say it in a serious manner and not laugh at the same time. What a time for kid brother to be here for program effects. That line came out too raw, didn't it? I think the kid brother mostly wimped out, and saying the lines was just a reprieve. Suyu was so scared that he took a step back when Flathead Muscle Man entered the door. The young king exhaled and said in a deep voice, "You've finished? Now it's my turn to introduce myself." The corners of his mouth rose slightly in a wry smile. Wang Tai, 26 years old, has been practicing karate since he was 6. Competed in the Southeast Asian Karate Tournament for the first time in July 2017. But unfortunately had his runner-up result cancelled due to a violation at the 14th tournament. The reason is that he was banned from all karate competitions for 3 years after missing a match and seriously injuring his opponent. During my 3-year ban, I practiced karate hard and subconsciously. In August 2020, I finally regained my eligibility to compete again and managed to get the Asian Karate Championship. For 2 years after that, I took all the awards in karate tournaments in Asia. Nicknamed Don Fist Iron Hands. I hear, you're a karate nemesis? As the words fell, Suyu all froze and swallowed a mouthful of saliva once again. I was just bragging. How did I run into a real big shot? No, is there such a coincidence? Are you really a karate practitioner? Not only that, from a psychological point of view, Wang Tai's speech was extremely fluent, and there was also extremely precise timing as well as memory points in these deeds. Most of all, it seemed that Suyu had actually seen news about this guy as far as he could remember. No fucking kidding. The original pleasant and relaxed atmosphere in the live broadcast room instantly transformed into shock at this moment. What the fuck? This is fucking Wang Tai. Hiss. King's Fist Iron Hands, the karate master who supposedly beat Sakura the year he was banned. That punch almost fucked up Sakura. Oh, no. How the hell did Doogie find out about this guy? I blanch. I'll do it. How the hell is this kid going to win? I said, why does this flat-headed muscle boy look so familiar? This time, brother kid, it's really over. Most of the people in the guide room were relatively calm, after all. As a comrade colleague, he was still very familiar with Wang Tai's identity. There is also only one simple comment about it. Fierce is really fierce and dull is really dull. In a tongue-in-cheek remark. The cerebellum is so perfectly developed that the brain has no room to live except for one. Of course, only to see Su Tai's entire body stand up in direct shock. Crap! Su Tai was dumbfounded. Once upon a time, he was a fan of Tang Quan Iron Hands, obviously extraordinarily familiar with this person on the monitor. That's an old acquaintance of his in a certain audio video. There's something wonderful about actually standing across from your son as an opponent now? For some reason he was starting to get a little teary at this point after thinking about it. This is probably what it's like to get your revenge? The people in the guide room originally thought that Su Tai, who was so nervous that he even started to shed tears, would have pleaded for his son. Unexpectedly, Su Tai suddenly turned around and inquired seriously, "Can we just hit it? Just save your breath when the time comes." The corners of Li Xingli's mouth couldn't help but twitched. It seemed that this Mr. Su's deep hatred for Suyu wasn't an act either. So hard on your own and I in the hall's surveillance. Originally Suyu's figure appeared weak, the gap in battle power between the two was even more like a chasm. But after listening to Wang Tai's self-introduction, there was simply an ocean separating the two. Any way you look at it, it's going to be a thrashing. The difference is just too great. Suyu was also sweating a bit at the moment. The confidence that had been so hard to build up was also instantly shattered. He looked up and began in earnest. "Uncle, I'm not actually a Devil's Tendon man, but I know where the Devil's Tendon man is. I've got his number. Don't leave if you can. Wait, both life and death are divided into high and low. When he gets here, he's going to make you die a horrible death. That muscle of yours is simply middling in front of him. It looks like it was practiced to death at the gym." While speaking, Suyu also pointed at Wang Tai and said extremely arrogantly, "Coward, don't run. One phone call from me and he'll be here in a minute. What Tang Fist Iron Hands? I'll fuck you up in minutes." Immediately after that, Suyu opened the little genius phone watch while clamoring and began to flip through the address book. At this point, the live broadcast as well as the guide room were slightly stunned, judging from Suyu's extraordinarily confident eyes, as well as the harsh words he put out. It seemed as if he really had the backbone. Many people are beginning to wonder as well. Yes. Really a master? I blanch. The kid brother shakes people. There shouldn't be anyone in Nanjiang who can beat Tang Fist Iron Hands, right? It's all fucking absolute life and death. So I guess it's not a small place to come from. That was a little unsettling for many in the guide room. In fact, for Wang Tai, they were actually extremely confident, but Suyu's performance was so arrogant that the director couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Li Shengli also frowned and asked his side in a low voice, "Have you ever heard of such a person in Nanjiang?" The answers received were nothing more than a shake of the head. The young master who can be used to protect a criminal gang. Can that be an ordinary person? With little status on the surface, it's expected to be particularly famous in the black generation. Li Shengli was a little worried at this time. Suyu would not be so good if he called to shake over a group of outlaws. "You guys go and keep an eye out for anyone coming through the cell door." Su Tai was also puzzled at this point. When did his own son know such a person? I can't believe I'm fucking screaming that I can even fucking break Tang Quan Iron Hands. So fucking arrogant. However, the next moment, Su Tai's cell phone call rang. "Sally, the entire guide room, suddenly quiet. All of the police officers as well as the staff turned around without fail, their gazes converging towards Sally. Various measuring as well as skeptical gazes roamed its body. Only the cell phone ringing on the table remained. "What's dad's name? What's dad's mom's name?" The scene was as subtle as it could be. Su Tai's face was green at this point. He was scoffing before the phone rang. "Is that kid bragging again about breaking Tang Fist's iron hands in minutes? What kind of person actually pretends to be on the phone there? As a result, this cub seed actually called the phone to him. Pitiful, isn't it?" He gulped and smiled sarcastically. "Ha ha ha, he's kidding. I'm a good citizen. How could I fight?" A staff member blanked out, the corner of his mouth twitching in disbelief. Is this middle-aged man too self-absorbed? Who the hell believes that? No one in the studio even suspected that Wei Sudai's appearance did look a bit bluff with the tattoos, but that middle-aged, hairy beer belly and the way he usually acted, he didn't look at all like he had a strong fighting spirit. At most, they can bully ordinary people, and it is estimated that they are not opponents even if they have had a little bit of training. He couldn't help it. "Mr. Su, do you have any misconceptions about your strength?" Su Tai smiled and scratched his head in embarrassment. "Ha ha ha, that's good. But at that moment, A voice fell suddenly. You say you can't fight? Li Xingli suddenly said in a deep voice. Last July 19th, at about 14:30 p.m., the tattoo parlor south of the city was suddenly approached by 17 punks. If I remember correctly, at that time, Mr. Su, you were alone in the store, right? Su Tai's expression tightened at his words. His pupils contracted violently, and he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, it's true that I underestimated you guys. Actually, even this matter can actually be found out. Yes, I was indeed alone in the store at the time. He looked up and said calmly, but, Director Lee, there should be no need to continue this topic. It's not good for you and me, and everyone else, to talk about it. The crowd in the guide room was aghast at the words, crap. There's a reversal? Is Su Tai really an expert? Listening to Minister Lee's description, it still seems to be 1 against 17? Countless people couldn't help but be shocked inwardly. Could it be that the group had really looked away, you know that in a normal fight? 1 to 3 or even 5 is already a master. If he was able to fight 10 in a row, I'm afraid that he would be able to fully arrive at such heights as the Tang Fist Iron Hands, not to mention, that situation wasn't even a friendly cut at all. In a real life and death struggle. Those punks have nothing to lose. Reality is not a movie. Those young hands cannot be light and heavy. Can be to see the guy directly copied in the hand, directly up to dry, with such an extreme disparity in numbers. No one would have been able to escape without a hot weapon like a pistol. Someone in the silent guide room gulped and couldn't help but step forward and ask, Director, what's the result? They were all a little curious as to the end of this battle that sounded grueling at first glance, Lee said as he shook his head victoriously. Supposedly the fight didn't last more than 5 minutes before the punks panicked and called the police. One by one, those punks offered to mediate and even paid out $20,000 in damages. Is Mr. Su injured? The man asked after him. Li Xingli replied seriously. Minor injuries on the exterior. Not even seeing blood. For a moment the people in the guide room sucked in a breath of cold air. Facing a dozen people with only minor injuries, that means that Su Tai is simply invincible. How did this happen? Even offered to pay $20,000 after the fact. How can an ordinary person have this kind of strength? It's definitely a master. Was it intimidated by its force? Doesn't that mean that the devil flesh man that Su Yu talked about is really Su Tai? It's just that this appearance of Su Tai is really a bit uncomplimentary, just as someone pressed for its details and opened his mouth to inquire. Director, what exactly was going on at the scene? The corner of Su Tai's mouth twitched at his words and suddenly interrupted. That's enough of that. Li Xingli glanced at it, but continued as if he hadn't heard it, as if he wanted to uncover Su Tai's wounds. At that time, Mr. So got into an argument on his way to deal with the leader of the punks. The two men were about to have a big fight, but it turned out that Mr. Su's foot slipped and fell on the ground and flashed his back, just in time to drop his kidney stone. I was rolling on the floor in pain for a couple minutes before I even started fighting. The punks were afraid that someone would get killed. Then they called the police and ended up paying out $20,000. The scene was silent for a few moments. And damn if I didn't think it was a hot-blooded battle storyline. Turns out, it's a fucking bumper sticker? But thinking about it, the director seems right. Injury to the back and a fall with kidney stones are indeed minor injuries on the outside and no blood is seen. The punks are really panicking about calling the police too, before the fight even started. His opponent was twitching on the ground, his face pale. Just tell me if you're panicking. At that time, as soon as Su Tai heard it, he actually knew how it was. That's why it's been imploring Li Xingli not to talk about it, trying to stop it in every way possible. I didn't realize that people don't give a damn. His face reddened as he stood up and pointed his right hand at Li Xingli and kept shaking it. Don't you talk nonsense. Watch out, I'll sue you for slandering me. Su Tai gazed at the crowd and explained loudly. Slander. He's slandering me. The quiet guide room was simply ignored, and the crowd felt only a little speechless. They really thought that there was some kind of reversal. Minister Lee is also really bad taste, checking people's information to remember the black history so clearly. Su Tai's old face darkened as he looked at Li Xingli. Director Lee, didn't I tell you not to say anything? Can you save me some image? Li Xingli gave a non-committal smile and asked rhetorically. I thought you said you were a good citizen and wouldn't fight? Besides, do you have an image? Immediately after that, Li Xingli suddenly came back to his senses and said, oh, that's right too. Taking a beating shouldn't count as a fight. Southie. On the way of speaking, Li Xingli had actually been observing Su Tai's expression. He spoke of this case, also wanting to test the latter's reaction, trying to find any breaks in those micro-expressions of Su Tai. Unfortunately, Su Tai's performance was too perfect. That doesn't mean, however, that it can be washed away in Li Xingli's mind. In his eyes, Southie's resume record was too perfect. It even has many records at the police station, frequent and very strange. In terms of Li Xingli's understanding, it was as if the murderer who committed the crime had deliberately disguised himself in the police station to create an alibi. At that moment, Su Tai's cell phone rang again, interrupting his thoughts. This time, though, it wasn't a phone call. Instead, it's a text message. Countless people couldn't help but converge. And Li Xingli was no exception. Sally also looked like he had long since adapted and unlocked his phone with some confusion. He was also a little curious as to what the kid would say. A line of text that stands out. Pops, don't run away. Someone has finally taken a liking to your tattooing skills. The other party is the largest tattoo company in Asia and is prepared to contribute $1 million to hire you as a tattoo instructor at the largest telecom park in Burma. You're rich. Come back and sign the contract. Su Tai froze, glanced at the hall monitor, and gulped. It was discovered that Suyu was still putting out harsh words there. He'll be here soon. Don't run if you dare. A joyful color like you. Against you he would have been able to use only one hand. I fucking believe you. You stand there and stay away. If you wait for the devil's tendon to come, you'll be on your knees in 3 minutes. In the hall's surveillance, Suyu was actually putting out harsh words to stall for time. Su Tai couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch as his face turned green with anger of this kid. He's so good at lying and cheating. Is that how you usually talk about yourself behind your back? If he hadn't been watching the surveillance, he would have been fucking blindsided himself. If you really go over there, you probably won't even know how to die. But there was one sentence that Suyu wasn't wrong about. When he passed Wang Tai 3 minutes to kneel on the ground, to pinch his human middle. In the guide room, Li Xingli also couldn't help but laugh. Sort of a whole laugh at Suyu's maneuver. At first, I wondered if Su Tai had gone too far when he said something like, "Can you fight directly?" Now looking at the harsh words Suyu had put out, it wasn't wrong at all. These two father and son really do not want each other well. Are damn in the back to the other said At the moment, the hall is monitored. Suyu looked at the gradually impatient Wang Tai, as well as the little genius watch that had no sound, and at this time, he could not help but feel weak. Damn. This old deng collects money so fast. The message is not brought back. In the face of Suyu's trash talk, Wang Tai's face was expressionless. At first, Wang Tai was still a little scrupulous, thinking in his heart when Nanjiang had such a figure, so arrogant, to sell him a face. As a result, this kid has been flipping the little genius watch for 5 fucking minutes. None of the calls went through. He stood there for a good 5 minutes listening to this kid talk trash, not to mention not repeating a single word. At this point, even if Wang Tai was a fool, he should have reacted. Suyu was clearly amusing him. He finally got impatient and moved his arms and legs to step closer. Suyu took a look and also panicked. After all, this Wang Tai hadn't shown any unusual as well as uncomfortable expressions since he entered the door. Even Suyu did not have a way to tell whether the cartilage scatter had taken effect or not. He said as he stepped back a little awkwardly, "That, as you can see, the devil's tendon man slot is full today. Or you can come back another day. That's his number, by the way." While Suyu was talking, he also wrote a small note on which he recorded Su Tai's phone number. "Next time you just call him directly. You don't have to come all the way over here to see me. There's nothing to do, so we won't see you off." The audience in the live room had gone numb with laughter. This wave of Suyu's chain operation. This is a bright and clear setup for Su Tai. Filial piety kills me. What a father's kindness and son's filial piety. This operation is too sick. Kid brother's use of the bogeyman is also too skillful, isn't it? If his dad hadn't been in the guide room, he wouldn't have known how much of a pot he was carrying. Wang Tai glanced at it and actually really stuffed the note into his pocket, but his gaze still fell on Suyu aggressively, with no intention of leaving at all. Suyu froze. "No, this can't be fooled. That's a big guy to deal with under the gas mask." The childish voice inquired tentatively, "Are you thirsty for that? Why don't I get you a glass of water?" "Hungry is fine. I'll make you an egg scramble." What responded to Suyu was Wang Tai's silent face. Not a single word was said, but enough to give the other party a strong sense of oppression. Before that, Wang Tai had witnessed the entire process of the live broadcast. He's not very smart, but he's not brain dead either. It's such a simple ruse that it's clear it won't fall for it again. Minister Li's analysis is correct. Lao Lu loses because he is too smart, but unlike himself, he has no brain at all and has absolutely no chance of making these mistakes. Wang Tai shook his head and stood in front of Suyu. A huge shadow enveloped that tiny body. It's time to end this. Minister Li said that the face of the entire Nanjiang police is on himself. It was not only about his own Tang Fist Iron Hand's name, but also the honor of the South River Police Department. Tonight, he had to give the whole program a piece of his mind, only to see his bucket-like hand slowly grabbing towards Suyu. There is too great a gap between the two. This is simply not something that can be remedied with any skill, not to mention that Wang Tai, since learning karate, had never really feared anyone. The live broadcast room, which had been active for the whole night, finally came to a short silence at this time. In the past, there would have been a glimmer of hope for Suyu in the pop-ups, but now, the opinion on the internet is completely one-sided. It's over. Tang Fist Iron Hands doesn't give a damn. This will kid brother really reopen. The real peak game is up. Tomodachi Generation needs Tomodachi Generation Middle Generation. But as the only man on the show to come out with a sequel, the kid brother should be content. In the guide room, Li Xingli's right hand also squeezed the walkie-talkie tightly, seemingly ready to admonish Wang Tai not to get too carried away. After all, The gap between the two was able to be seen by anyone with a discerning eye, even though he was still trying to get some words out of Sally's father and son. The show had to end. It is important to realize that just from the random bits and pieces of clues that came out of Sutai's mouth, they were able to capture several criminals as well as contraband in one fell swoop. If really set out what major key information, I'm afraid to be able to let Nanxiang governance for several years of tumor, powerful group of such major criminal gangs in one fell swoop to pull out. Unfortunately, he faced not only the leadership pressure from above, the public opinion of the network, and the image of the South River Police Department. All these responsibilities together are more than he can afford alone. In the surveillance picture, Wang Tai's right hand was also on Suyu's collar. With his strength, lifting an elementary school student who only weighed a mere 100 pounds was a breeze. Sorry, brat, I'm sending you to your father. The tone in the gruff voice was threatening, like the harsh words the villain lets out when he delivers the death blow to the protagonist. Wang Tai smiled at the corner of his mouth. His eyes fell on that gas mask, trying to find the child's fearful look from it, and he does speak the truth. The program ends and immediately allows Suwo to meet with Satei. In the past, when those words were uttered, those children cried in fear, but immediately after, he frowned, realizing that the skinny body in front of him didn't even rise and fall much after he used all his strength. On the contrary, Suyu had the same hand on his. Surprisingly, Wang Tai was completely unable to resist. It's not right. Impossible. With his own strength, he would definitely be able to lift this child. He had an arm strength of over 200 pounds in one hand, not to mention a child. Even an adult can lift it easily. This guy, he's definitely practiced. The chassis is so robust that it doesn't move at all when you exert all your strength with one hand. At this moment, Wang Tai's face changed, and he couldn't help but remember the nickname, Karate Nemesis, Devil's Tendon Man. The reigning karate master of the Asian region finally panicked a bit. For the first time in years, he had a feeling of dread. His face was hard, and he didn't know what was going on inside. Unfortunately, for all the reasons he could think of, he failed to realize that it was his own power that had weakened. The two just kept moving for a long time, as if the scene was completely still. At this moment, Suyu was also wondering, his gaze unconsciously wandering over the other party. Why doesn't this big guy do something? What's he doing with his hand on his body? But thinking, if the opposite side does not move, is it not too polite for him to suddenly move? His eyes fell under the statue of Guangdong in the corner, looking at a few wisps of misty smoke, and snapped back to his senses. Chondroitin is seeing results. At the same time, Wang Tai's voice filled with skepticism came out. Could you really be the Devil's Tendon Man? Su tentatively removed the thick hand from his collar. Aside from the weight from his own arms, he didn't feel half as much resistance, but rather some ease. If it was Suyu's original strength, taking away this arm might still be a bit of a struggle, but now, through the system's rewards, his seemingly weak body had likewise possessed the strength contained in an ordinary adult. On the contrary, Wang Tai was completely different. Bean-sized sweat began to flow on both sides of the forehead. His right hand trembled slightly in the extremely resistant to Suyu's movements, but it still couldn't stop the small, slender hand halfway. Only able to watch Suyu remove his right hand, Wang Tai's heart sank, and he was incomparably appalled inside. How could that tiny body have this level of power in it? It was the first time he felt such a terrifying sense of oppression, purely in terms of power for his own crushing. How much arm strength can this one hand have? 300 pounds or 400 pounds? He couldn't imagine it at all. This feeling, however, is completely incomprehensible to others. A staff member in the guide room inquired with an odd expression on his face. Director, Wang Tai, why isn't he moving? It's not a letdown, is it? Li Xingli was also a bit elusive, completely unable to understand what Wang Tai was doing. However, his eyes, which were extraordinarily sharp, still detected the cold sweat on Wang Tai's forehead. Was there something at the scene that scandalized him? But looking at the whole scene, there was nothing of note. He also wondered if it could have been the 3 incense burners, but upon careful consideration, there was no poisoning or any other adverse reaction on Wang Tai's body, and his voice remained normal. This is extraordinarily mind-boggling. Thinking about it, the only possibility seems to be watering down. The netizens in the live room were equally puzzled. Is this water hours for the program? Big brother Wang Tai's watering down is too obvious. I thought I was stuck. I won half. Let's finish early. I want to see how kid brother will face the police uncle now. Ha ha ha. The countless pop-up comments grew, but on the surveillance, the scene remained eerie. It made the show a little hard to watch. Previously, though, it had been instructed that walkie-talkies were prohibited in the guide room to pass messages to testers, but now Li Xingli couldn't care less. If it drags on any longer, let's not talk about the face of the South River Police Department. The program's reputation would have to be dragged down. He was seen pressing the intercom in his hand without hesitation. Little King, don't let go of the water. Speed resolves self-disclosure. But in the hall they were monitoring, Wang Tai's heart was incomparably shocked at the moment, and his Dao heart was about to be broken. so he was completely unmindful of the miniature Bluetooth headset hidden in his EAR. It doesn't make any fucking sense. How could one's own power be no match for this little brat? Even the reaction was not at all as fast as the opposite side. Suu was initially more coy, worrying that the effect of the cartilage scatter was not sufficiently demonstrated, and after some trial and error, found that Wang Tai did not seem to have any ability to resist at all. It was starting to swell him up. Li Xingli frowned, wondering why Wang Tai didn't reply to the message of the walkie-talkie in his hand. Suddenly transmitted Suyu's childish and arrogant voice. Just TM, your name is Shiloh. You're pretty fucking wild, you. What? What's the situation? His entire body froze, and his gaze subconsciously looked towards the surveillance dot on the screen. Suyu, who had originally retreated to the corner, with that height of about 1 meter 4, suddenly came over towards Wang Tai, and that slender right hand pushed and shoved on Wang Tai. The latter's tall body, surprisingly, did not resist at all, and even staggered back a few steps. Suu approached towards Wang Tai step by step, with one hand still pushing and shoving. Weren't you arrogant just now? This time it was Wang Tai's turn to sweat. The gap in pure strength and reaction made him not have the slightest thought of resisting, and he was just forced back to the corner by the elementary school student in front of him. Seeing that Wang Tai was completely subdued, Suu got the better of him and jumped up and pulled Wang Tai's collar, making him sit on his butt on the ground. That small hand slapped Wang Tai's face twice. I hear you're arrogant. Ha! Wang Tai raised his head and glared at Suu in an attempt to scare off the other party. I'm not good in the head. As a result, Suu was happy and directly greeted Wang Tai with one hand. With whom to? Snap. Scare whoever? Just fucking with whoever has a good fucking head on their shoulders. Right, and you don't inquire what the last name of the owner of this house is. He thought, though something might be wrong with Olden, but as the black hand behind the scenes, reporting this name should be more or less useful. At least some deterrent, however. What made Su Chen somewhat puzzled was that even though he possessed a strength comparable to that of an adult, the blows he dealt were extremely limited. People at least a good body of muscle there. In a variety of competitions, to work out the resistance to blows is even more needless to say. If you think about it carefully, you will be able to notice that something is wrong. If Suyu really had exaggerated strength, one punch would not have such an effect, but on this day, Wang Tai was directly punched and confused. And his head was not good in the first place. The brain is even more overloaded when confronted with an elementary school student who was completely unable to think. Anyone who was beaten up by an elementary school student like that would be confused. Suyu's voice was still coming in. Shiloh? Shiloh? Are you still called Shiloh? What? Everyone in the live room was confused. No? What the fuck? The screen was full of question marks throughout the live broadcast. They started to think about where the elementary school student got the guts to be so rampant in front of Wang Tai and even move his hands with those big muscles. You'd kill an elementary school student with one punch. Suyu, this kid doesn't want to die? Inverted Big Dipper? Did he not hear Wang Tai introduce himself? Tang Fist Iron Hands and joke with you? So arrogant. Aren't you really afraid of being whacked to death by Wang Tai? As a result, he turned his head to see a 1 meter 4 elementary school student was violently beating a 1 meter 8 big muscle slugger. And also his mouth kept shouting loudly, just your fucking name is Charlotte. No, shouldn't it be Suyu being carried in Wang Tai's hand begging for mercy? It didn't seem like the picture they had imagined. Oh no. It's completely different. The audience was dumbfounded. Isn't this guy karate champion Wang Tai? Isn't it Tang Quan Iron Hands? How? No resistance at all. This must be a program effect. No. It must have been opened the wrong way. It's not Wang Tai's big brother. He's still putting out the sea like this? Could this be some kind of hobby of big brother Wang Tai? It is said that in order for it to destroy, it must first be inflated? But looking at the surveillance, Wang Tai didn't have any idea of resistance at all. If Wang Tai at this time can have BGM, it must be the familiar flute. True love, like the grassland is vast. Countless spectators suddenly remembered what Wang Tai had started to say. This guy really a fucking demonic sinew man? Is he really karate's nemesis? Director, what's the situation? Wang Tai the crew in the guide room froze. The image in front of him was too shocking. And even Li Xingli was a little unresponsive. Still holding the intercom in his hand, he looked at the security camera screen with some confusion, even wondering if he was looking at it wrong. However, the one who reacted the most in the entire guide room was actually Sutai. He stood up, his entire eye almost on the screen, staring at the monitor so hard his eyeballs popped out of their sockets. No, was this the idol he remembered dry humping Sakura with one punch? And now you're being brutally beaten by a schoolboy? In his mind, Wang Tai's idol image was completely shattered. After a long silence, he looked sideways at the director and inquired, Director, this Wang Tai is an imposter, right? It is recommended that it be investigated closely. Li Xingli was also silent. It makes no fucking sense. There is no such word as water release in Wang Tai's stubborn head. It is impossible to be so indulgent even with small children. Besides, the title of Tang Fist Iron Hands is not watered down in any way with Tang Tai's strength. There was absolutely no reason to be suppressed like this. Looking at Wang Tai's wretched appearance in the monitor, Li Xingli was a bit angry and pressed the intercom again and shouted, "Big stupid spring! What are you doing? Fight back! Fight back!" These shouts seemed to have really reached Wang Tai's ears. At this moment, Wang Tai, who had been punched by the child in a daze, showed a trace of sobriety in his confused eyes and snapped back to his senses. "Yeah, why don't you fight back yourself? It's not right. How it's all wrong. A schoolboy should not have such strength no matter how much he trains. What the hell was he doing just now? How can you be in such a mess?" His eyes, in an instant, regained their sharpness, and inwardly he began to analyze his opponent in an instinctive manner. The footwork was messy and the punches were unorganized. This kid shows absolutely no signs of having trained to fight, not to mention the absolute difference in size. There was no way that little guy could win against himself. Also, the strikes from that brat's fists didn't seem very strong. You can win on your own. The win rate is %. That's the confidence of a karate champion. Wang Tai's resolute face recovered its composure and said in an extremely reliable and deep voice, "Don't worry. I'm going to make a move." This was addressed to the director in the studio as well as the audience in the broadcast room. He made a standard karate stance with his hands one in front of the other. A roar that seemed to announce its own rhythm of counterattack from his body. An aura permeated. That's a stance only the strong possess. This time in the guide room, Li Xingli's hanging heart fell slightly, and his slightly nervous hand loosened, revealing a smile. Sure enough, it was letting off steam before facing a child. There was no way Wang Tai could have any chance of losing. It's clear to anyone who was familiar with Wang Tai or has watched the game once during the battle. Wang Tai let out a roar. That means that Tang Fist Iron Hands is going to finish the match with a wild finish. In countless tournaments as well as fights, it's almost always the same. Orange TV. The audience in the live room came back to their senses at this point. Wang Tai is supposed to be teasing the kids, after all. How arrogant you were just now. How miserable you are now. This kid does owe it to himself to clean up. Some of the spectators were getting a little bit righteously angry looking at Suyu's arrogant appearance. After all, in the minds of many middle-aged people, Wang Tai was an idolized existence. They have been shouting in the comments. Sure enough, Wang Tai was just letting off steam just now. Now Suyu is going to suffer from old age. That's right. What makes him so crazy? Wang Tai beat him up. I've long seen this kid as a bad guy. How dare he beat up my idol like that? Obviously, to countless viewers, Wang Tai didn't need to use both hands and feet. Standing there, Suyu couldn't even win the fight. The difference between the two is not even used to describe it. It is completely crushing in every way. I in the hall's surveillance. Wang Tai's roar sounded wild and appalling. Suyu was startled and thought that this guy had suddenly gotten sick. Those eyes, like those of a wild beast, stared at themselves in death. Suyu could not help but feel weak. His heart was shocked. Could it be that the chondroitin effect had ended? Under the gas mask, his eyes glanced and realized that the cartilage scatter had only burned but a third of it. Scared the hell out of me. Suyu instantly became angry and slapped him. You're pretending to be Nima. But Wang Tai's eyes flashed, and there was no fear in his eyes. Defense. That's now. Suyu's movements were exceptionally slow in front of him, with only a slight outburst. He was able to fend off this attack. The corners of his mouth arched, but so the next thing he knew, a tiny slap was on his face. Just your name is Shiloh? Ha? Charlotte. Wang Tai froze, a trace of dismay on his face. How is that possible? Why didn't his own hand block it? Under that kind of attack, his own right hand slowed down several beats. Confidence, so hard to build, was once again shattered. Unbeknownst to him, the cartilage was enough to make him weak without him knowing it, and to a certain extent it also paralyzed his neural response. So it gets the situation where the eyes react and the hands can't keep up. Anger appeared in Wang Tai's eyes, trying to use his anger to secrete a large amount of adrenaline to bring his body to a state of excitement, and his right hand made a gesture of throwing a punch. However, it was casually swung away by Suyu with his hand. And how fucking dare you fight back? What are you yelling about? Suyu was a bit puzzled at this time. This guy was also too resistant to being beaten up. How long will it take for him to lose his threat? Wang Tai's heart is also suffocating. Beating people up is beating people up. What's the point of calling people names all the time? He roared loudly. My name isn't Charlotte. I am Wang Tai. The scene was silent for a split second, and Suyu froze. The big guy had a damn good sense of humor. His fist hanging in the air fell again. Wang Tai is it? It's Wang Tai that I'm fighting. Tang Fist Iron Hands, right? The fight is on you. This feeling of not being able to fight back made Wang Tai a bit stifled, and most of all, Suyu's fists didn't have much killing power, but paired with that trash talk, it was extremely insulting. Wang Tai's body is not even a big problem, but the psychological defense is first to be broken. Who can stand this aggravation? The Asian regional karate champion is being rubbed on the ground by a schoolboy. What a joke. Wang Taigang opened his mouth. Su fists then greeted towards the face. Call. And scream. Immediately afterward, he realized that the face punching was much better. Weakness attacks just aren't the same. Don't hit me in the face. Wang Tai seems to be defending his last face. However, He did not expect that Suyu would not give face at all. What's wrong with punching you in the face? I punch in the face. With this round of attacks, Wang Tai Daxin shattered and completely gave up resisting. It's insulting to be beaten up for over 10 minutes with nothing but a bruised nose and a swollen face and basically a fucking flesh wound. He initially wondered if Suyu had intentionally collected his power to fight, but in the end, it turned out that there was no such thing. If it had been an evenly matched opponent, he might have been completely unburdened. It's even perfectly acceptable to fail on your own. The problem is, the opponent is a schoolboy. A top karate master. Beaten up by a schoolboy like this. Doesn't he want to lose face? When the hell have I ever been so aggrieved? Silence once again fell over the broadcast booth as well as the guide room. What went wrong? As if using his hands wasn't enough, Suyu's feet followed with a few kicks. They say you're practicing dead muscle. He froze, realizing that the guy had completely given up resisting. Leaning against the corner and looking up was tearing up, seemingly doubting life, but just as well. This was a situation Suyu was happy to see. The chondroitin effect, while strong, is limited in duration. He estimated about 20 minutes or so tops. Half an hour tops. If he really let Wang Tai drag it out for half an hour, Suyu would be designated dead. Suyu is still very low-key on weekdays. Never put so many harsh words. Today can only be a special case. So he thought of making a mental breakthrough first. The next step, naturally, was to bind it and lose the threat to himself completely. Suyu pondered. With this guy's strength, is it not too reliable to use ordinary ropes? And turning back, he saw the remaining pair of handcuffs on the coffee table. He muttered inwardly, these things are pretty damn good for self-defense. A moment later, Suyu's ears finally heard the system's voice. Ding. Quest completion, bonus, basic firearms skill. Suyu let out a sigh of relief and clapped his hands. Thankfully, the guy's mental defenses are down. Otherwise, with this guy's strong physique, it would be a bit difficult to make Wang Tai lose his threat. While Suyu was thinking about how to solve these two thugs at home, the system's voice unexpectedly came to his ears again. Ding. Detected that the host has broken down the psychological defense of the legendary Wang Tai, perfectly achieving the mission. Get an extra bonus, furniture master. Suyu froze. The basic firearm skills he was still able to understand. What kind of bullshit skill is this, furniture master? Can you skillfully make furniture? The construction and design of furniture? It's a bit too chicken shit to be true. Immediately after that, a line of system text suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. Description: can skillfully use all kinds of furniture for striking as well as throwing characteristics, and gain agility boost when weaving in and out of furniture. Suyu was silent for a moment. So that's what the furniture guru meant. What a mess this system is. While pondering, Suyu seemed to have remembered something and suddenly turned towards Wang Tai. By the way, remember the old man's name is Su Tai. I'm not changing my name. I'm not changing my name. So if you don't want to, come to the tattoo parlor on the south side of the city anytime and fix me up. He looked up, mentally calculating, since Lao Deng had run away in spite of his father and son, he should have no problem getting him to take a few more potshots himself. Thinking like this, the guilt within Suyu immediately dissipated. The audience in the live broadcast room, at this point, was shocked beyond words. This damn Tang Quan Iron Hands really let his elementary school students to beat up, but also fucking beat crying. For a while many viewers had to focus on the only suspicious clues under the statue of Guangong. The three incense burners offered. The netizens also had to guess blindly. A crap. Is Guangong really possessed? Did he really invite the god to come? Does he really have a guardian spirit? How can he even beat up Wang Tai so casually? Rule out the devil's tendon man first. With a mask. I know. It's the bull warrior possession. In many cases, when science can't explain it, then there is a call for theology. After all, that scene was also so bizarre that the audience in attendance simply remembered it for the rest of their lives. A schoolboy with a gas mask violently beating up a muscle-bound man half his height. As for those Tang Quan Iron Hands fans, at this moment has quietly broken. Everyone unanimously denied that it wasn't fucking Wang Tai at all. It was a double that the program team found from somewhere. This point of view was immediately recognized by the majority of netizens. This is definitely not fucking Wang Tai. Wang Tai doesn't have such colorful pens. In the next 10 years of Iron fans, this person on the program, although there is some resemblance, is definitely not Wang Tai himself. Yes, it's a stand-in for the show. How can Tang Quan Iron Hands be brutally beaten by elementary school students? At first glance, it's a program effect by the show's crew. Sure enough, this is much more reasonable. That muscle looks like a dead muscle. How can it be Wang Tai? If Wang Tai were to see these messages, he would probably have to be shattered as well. A program that resulted in a painful loss of my identity. As for the guide room, the expressions of Li Shengli and the others could be said to be quite complicated. As the saying goes, the authorities are confused and the onlookers are clear. If they are not able to notice the problem now, that would really be a ghost. As a god's perspective, he was already very clear that there was definitely a problem with those 3 incense sticks. Otherwise, Suyu wouldn't have inexplicably worn a gas mask. It's just that on the market, there's nothing like it out there at all. It was Li Shengli who ignored this thing. And his gaze couldn't help but glance at Su Tai. Only the head of the green dragon would have the channels to get this special stuff, right? Ugh, he let out a deep sigh. A bit of a headache. At this point, he no longer had the thoughts to think about the clues on Su Tai's side. Originally, he was counting on Wang Tai to pull back a city. It's kind of a total bust now. A science program that tests the safety awareness of elementary school children has now had 2 officers kidnapped by elementary school children as thugs. Now the entire South River Police Department has lost face. Li Xingli doesn't even know how to keep this show on the air. Originally thought to have the old Lu this a crouching dragon has been rare. Did not expect to have Wang Tai this phoenix chick. He was told not to take the enemy lightly. But he was still delayed for so much time he couldn't help but glance at the pop-up and his face darkened when he saw what was on it. Schoolboy captives. Report. Captive number 1 tackled the shit emperor. Present. Captive number 2. Broken water current. Present. The netizens are really keeping up with the times with their playfulness. Li Xingli really didn't have the eyes to see anymore. He felt ashamed of himself. A director himself can't escape being nicknamed at this point. It is now affectionately known as the Captive Battalion Commander. Underneath the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, countless netizens as well as viewers were asking when the next one was coming out. I don't even know what people are going to laugh at when this goes out. Before he could slow down, the call from the leader above came back. Li Xingli was a little ashamed to even answer the phone this time. I simply didn't avoid it and just picked up the phone. Unsurprisingly, the reprimand came from the other end. No, what's the deal with your show? Where's Wang Tai? He didn't stop and hurt someone this time? Zhang Dihai some wonder. Damn, an elementary school science program where so many moths. He frowned and inquired, is the kid hurt bad? No, cuffed. What? That kid even handcuffed a schoolboy? Why don't you hurry up and get him uncuffed? Li Xingli was silent again. No, it's Wang Tai who was handcuffed by a schoolboy. Zhang Dihai was also silent. Old Li, do you think it's funny to tease me? Li Xingli was also a bit helpless. Bureau Zhang, why don't you just watch the live broadcast? Really handcuffed? Zhang Dihai also seemed to have heard that Li Xingli really didn't seem to mean to joke in his tone. So what you're saying is that 2 police officers came to the door to test the elementary school students and were each taken alive by them? Yes, although Li Xingli didn't want to admit it. But nevertheless it was the truth. Zhang Dihai laughed in anger. I let you guys test. You're fucking addicted to being tested by elementary school kids, aren't you? And being captured alive by a schoolboy. Do you think I believe that? Now that I'm being asked from above, I don't know how to answer. So you'll just have to wait for the disciplinary action. Beep, beep, beep. The phone was hung up mercilessly. In his office, Zhang Dihai clicked on the live replay with some curiosity. Half an hour later, he too was silent. It's really fucking all been captured alive by elementary school kids. Garden Road. Sewer manhole number 43. A dirt-covered snake suddenly drilled out, followed by 2 more minions. Snake's face was grim, his heart incomparably indignant. Shit. Hell no. Who the hell gave away our whereabouts? Who the hell is that? A junior said with some indignation. It must be the syndicate. Who would know our whereabouts but the people up there? We're so sold out to the syndicate. They're trying to push us over the edge. Snake, however, waved his hand with a calm face. Impossible. Brother Xiaolong and I have been friends for life. There's no way the top will sell us out. The speed of the South River CID was extremely fast, not giving Snake any time to react at all or running along the way. They have not even found the goods inside the locator and wiretaps. Snake was still constantly wondering who he had been sold to and what the problem was. They had been extra careful with their dealings this time, preparing to transport large quantities of contraband in batches under the guise of revenge. The location of the deal was also specifically chosen to be near a science fiction program. Needless to say, the plan went exceptionally well. There was no movement from the police until an hour before the joint that day, but while they were preparing to deliver the first batch of goods, the South River Police Department carried out a lightning operation as if they had installed an eye in the sky, directly arrested all the peripheral horseman temps. Snake was a little skeptical. Who the hell was the TM mole? Did Brother Xiaolong really sell himself? He suspected countless individuals in an instant, but was never able to determine who was the mole for some reason. Snake always felt like he had a heavy pot on his back, even if they escaped for now. The situation is still not optimistic. The sound of police cars honking their sirens could still be heard on the surrounding streets. Obviously, this was a planned roundup that blocked off almost all of his avenues of retreat through their previous encounters with the police. The police also seem to have figured out their escape method and the pattern of their routes. Making a targeted roundup, Snake took a deep breath, and a hint of grimness appeared in his eyes. We're more than likely not going to get away this time. Damn it, since the group doesn't want us to live, they don't want to live well either. Obviously, now that all the clues have been ruled out, the only possibility is that the top has sold them out. Immediately afterward, Snake turned his head. Asako, where's the phone I asked you to keep? Beside him, Asako pulled a Nokia out of his pocket. Snake looked around and sneered, taking the Nokia and walking into the alley. Hey, Brother Chang, help me bring 2 words to Brother Xiaolong. Just say that there's a mole inside the group. This is Snake's hand of Yan.as the last words before the fall. The message is significant, quite simply. If there really was a mole, the powerful group would naturally pursue it to the end, but if the group really sold Snake, the news of the mole would be enough to cause panic and even infighting. A dull voice came from the other end of the line. What's the situation? Where are you guys? Should I send someone to meet you? All around. The sound of police car sirens has been from far and near. According to the GPS, wanna follow the lost are difficult I in the alley. Snake shook his head and said in a deep voice, it's too late. Take care of Bruce for me. The next moment he disassembled the Nokia into several parts and threw them away. And the SIM card went down the drain with him. He held up his hands and walked out slowly. In less than 20 minutes, Snake and his minions, who had plagued the South River Police Department for half a year, were all caught. On the police car, the heavily armed criminal investigation chief Liao Ming looked a little odd at the moment. The arrest was so damn smooth that there seemed to be no resistance at all. Most of all, that GPS positioning data is extraordinarily accurate, totally looks like it's being carried close to the body by an unscrupulous person. No one Undercover is capable of that, Liao Ming inquired with some curiosity. Well, how much contraband was found? Did you find the GPS locator chip? A police officer responded seriously. Captain, no contraband has been seized so far, but a box of cash has been found. And it's no surprise that they should be the buyers. Immediately afterward the constable's face went odd. Also found a bag of flour on Snake's person. I wonder what special meaning there is to keeping it close. Liao Ming froze at his words, somewhat unable to understand. Flour? Do you want to go dark? The officer shook his head in equal confusion, adding, not sure, but we found a GPS locator inside the flour and a bug. According to the model data on it, it should be the equipment on the propaganda department side of our bureau. When Liao Ming heard this, he directly burst into tears. The propaganda department. Isn't that your own master? Who else could it be but him? He knew that the clue was definitely not that easy to get. What kind of identity can keep a bug and GPS location for Snake to carry close to him? That's without a doubt the closest relationship there is. Liao Ming's eyes reddened and his heart became even sadder. Master hadn't admitted it yet, but it was clear to him that Master was just being facetious and refused to say anything. In order to deliver such crucial information to himself, Master was able to go this far for himself. That's so touching. In a few days, we must take Master to the best anal hospital. Nanjiang City, 28th floor of Fuchang Building. West of the city. Ding! A man in a suit hurried out as the elevator dinged crisply. That luxurious suit was instead a bit run-of-the-mill on the man, and a scar running the entire length of the side of his face was extraordinarily oozing. Brother Xiaolong, it's not good. The Sunnyside neighborhood shipment was cut off by the cops. Gluttony is more than likely not going to get away. Inside the office, sitting on the sofa chair, Xiaolong turned around and smiled confidently. No way. With Gluttony's abilities, how could the cops have caught him? Ah Chang. You shouldn't give me jokes at this time. He had extra trust in his brother, Scarred Kung, however, shook his head and sighed. Brother Long, Gluttony he really got caught. Long's smile gradually solidified sitting on the sofa chair, his fingertips tapping on the mahogany desktop, and an icy cold voice came out. Gluttony, he said something at the end. Chang glanced around to make sure no one was there before closing the office door behind him. Gluttony says there's a mole inside the group. He analyzed it in a hushed voice. No one in the group knows about this operation. There's no way anyone else could have known except for Lung and I and Gluttony. If Gluttony hadn't finally broken the news, we might still be in the dark. Kung thought about it, but couldn't figure out who the mole really was. Himself and Lung could obviously be ruled out. And as for the captured Gluttony, that was even more unlikely. Just as he lifted his head up, he realized that Lung was staring straight at him with suspicion in his eyes. What? Kung's mind froze and he almost didn't react. Oh. No, it's bad. I'm a fucking mole. That one black hole of a gun was pointed at his head, and at this moment tears were welling up in this slugger's eyes, because he's really wrong. He said with a sob. Brother Lung, unjustly accused. I'm really not a mole. Brother Xiaolong sneered. You think I'll believe you? This question may be difficult for others to judge, but it can be too clear for Dragon. There were only 3 know-it-alls in this operation, with himself and the captured Gluttony ruled out outright. For the last one, it was just a mean. He looked coldly at Scarface in front of him. Ah Ming, I usually treat you well, but I didn't expect you to do something like this. Ah Ming kept waving his hands, his mouth trembling with urgency. No, Lung, listen to my sophistry. Bah, explain. Oh, talk out of your ass, little black guy. Immediately after that, a hint of determination flashed in Long's eyes, and the trigger in his hand was suddenly pulled. Director, what do we do now? Want to keep testing? A staff member in the guide room couldn't help but inquire. It's outrageous enough that a sequel to the original sci-fi program on security awareness testing has come out. The way things are going now, there's actually going to be a fucking 3rd episode. Most of all, The time they had on file for the show to go live was almost up, but this also means that time is up and their live stream will be forcibly terminated in this short period of time. They had to give the leaders above a satisfactory answer. Even Li Xingli, at this time, was somewhat taut and couldn't help but reprimand. Measure what? Are you guys addicted to measuring? Is it not humiliating enough? Now Orange TV is the talk of the town, and everyone is waiting to see the jokes on the show. Just as he was about to continue his lecture, a call suddenly came in. Li Xingli was all ready to be scolded when he realized that the caller was actually his own disciple. He glanced at Sally. There was something about the case that obviously couldn't be overheard by outsiders, so he stood up and headed for the door, waiting until he reached the stairwell before picking up the phone. Liao, what's wrong? As soon as Liao Ming heard this tone, he knew that this master of his was not in the right mood. When he thought about it carefully, Snake's looks were indeed uncomplimentary. It was quite disgusting. It's normal for master to be in a bad mood when he's made that kind of dedication for the sake of information. As a disciple, he naturally understood his master's temper. Although the old man has a good face, he never likes to beat around the bush. He likes to be straight to the point, but that master had done seedy things, and he could not speak of them, but could only express them in a veiled manner. Liao Ming took a deep breath and brewed some, and gathered his courage to say, for the sake of this handful of information, master is really aggrieved. We got Snake on his side. Li Xingli froze and sighed deeply. Still, his own apprentice knew what he was doing, and actually didn't forget to watch his own program while arresting people, and knowing that he hadn't come easily for this information about him, he's really aggrieved to filming this crappy sci-fi program and filming it like this. Two policemen were tied up by a schoolboy when he is held accountable from above. As the director as well as the minister of publicity, the pressure is not all on him. Li Xingli waved his hand, his mood stabilizing a few moments. It's okay, Liao. As long as I can help you. The tone of indifference, like to brush off the matter and go away. Hide the merits and fame. Let Liao Ming especially touched up how mentally prepared did the master have to be to make that kind of dedication. He said gratefully, thank you master. In a couple days, you'll be taken to the best anorectal hospital in Nanjing. He didn't say too many melodramatic words. Being an apprentice was all in the action. What? Li Xingli froze. Grateful to grateful. You fucking suddenly brought up the topic of the shift is not too jumpy, right? Wouldn't it be too sensitive for two grown men to bring up such a topic? If someone with a heart of gold hears this, there'll be a misunderstanding. Or has he grown as a disciple? I have hemorrhoids recently. Such a small secret actually have been discovered by this kid? Li Xingli was shocked in his heart. He thought that he usually hid it very well, but he was also found out. While the hemorrhoid thing is a little hard to talk about, it's not that awkward between men now that we've been discovered. Let's admit it in a big way. He nodded some relief and didn't refuse. Have a heart, Liao. After a brief conversation, Liao Ming was more certain of his guess. The capture is not that simple. It's just his own master carrying the weight in the dark. His heart was more grateful. In the hallway, Li Xingli hung up the phone and heaved a sigh of relief. At least there is one piece of good news, but what to do with the show? His head grew big again at the thought, but Li Xingli suddenly thought that things didn't seem so bad. If they suspected that Su Tai was the leader of a criminal organization before, they didn't have any evidence, but now it was different. He only had to explain to the leaders above that both of Xiao Liao's arrests today were intelligence clues provided by himself. This, while not capable of serving as strong evidence to substantiate Saldi's crime, led to his arrest, but at least the leader can trust himself for thinking so. Li Xingli hurriedly dialed the phone over. Sure enough, it was soon connected. Bureau Chief Zhang. It's me. The call was just connected, and Zhang Dihai's pushback came through. Old Li, I can talk to you first. The leaders up there are very angry this time, so figure this out on your own. Don't expect me to help you. From the tone of the call, you can actually probably guess these two guys. They're actually pretty close. If it was something small, Zhang Dihai would have helped carry it off long ago. Only this time, the content of the program is just too outrageous. The two fighters in the Nanjing Police Department were tied up by elementary school students interns, and he really couldn't think of any reason to defend himself. Li Xingli, on the other hand, waved his hand and said, no need for you to help me, except that there are some things I need to apply to you. Just follow the normal process. Zhang Dihai said with some impatience. Cut the crap. Have a fart. There's no way I'm going to help you with any of your reasons anyway. Li Xingli said calmly. Bureau Zhang should know about my apprentice, right? Not only did they capture a large number of the group's peripheral members, but they even captured Gluttony. Zhang Dihai frowned in some confusion. I know about that Liao Ming kid. What does that have to do with you? If you're thinking about that kid getting credit and having him plead for you, I'll tell you up front, it won't work on my end. Li Xingli smiled from ear to ear. But what if I'm the one who gave the kid the information that he was able to take credit for catching Gluttony? Zhang Dihai raised his eyebrows slightly. This was indeed a good reason. What do you want me to do? Li Xingli was slightly silent. If he was going to get information from Saldi over the long term, Then he had to have a legitimate reason to be in contact with him all the time. Live streaming is a great way to do that. I request an extension of time for this program. Better yet, find an excuse to keep an eye on this kid for the entire 24-hour broadcast. Just as the words fell, Zhang Dihai couldn't help but dislike it. Are you crazy? Don't think the live stream has lost enough face? And extend the broadcast? Or do I have to put together an internment camp for elementary school kids? My captive camp director? Li Shengli couldn't help but frown, but he still said calmly, at the moment, I suspect that this child's parent, that is, Su Tai, is most likely the extremely well-hidden leader of the Green Dragon Gang, and Su Yu should be the young master of that criminal organization. Zhang Dihai really tightened up a few points when he heard the words and seriously inquired, is there evidence? No. Deputy Bureau Chief Zhang was obviously a violent temper and directly disliked him. What are you talking about without proof? You think this is a detective competition? We police do things with evidence. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Li Xingli's faint voice. The information about the capture of Gluttony and the outlying members of the group was pried from Su Tai. Zhang Dihai's eyes lit up. How can I help you? At this time, Su Tai is sitting in front of the monitor. The surface seems to be calm. But in fact, the inner panic abatched. It's over. It's over. It's really played out this time. Originally, I just wanted to participate in the program to teach my son a lesson. I didn't expect to screw up. So you gave him a big surprise and directly tied up the 2 door-to-door test police officers. Not if it really goes on. Su Tai is really afraid that he won't be able to end it, and that good oldest son. What a filial son. The harsh words that were put to Wang Tai on the program made him want to stick his hand in the screen to cover the kid's mouth when he heard them. This big black pot he really can't fucking carry on. He was also thinking at this point that he should find an opportunity to withdraw from the race. The heat of the program is now extremely high on the internet. But for the South River Police, it's all negative comments. He felt that Director Lee must have been thinking about how to properly close the show at this time as well. Director Lee had not shied away from taking a call in the studio once before. The leaders above take this result very seriously. Therefore, at this time, one only needs to slightly express one's wish to withdraw from the competition, and the program will definitely agree. Clunk! The heavy slamming of the door sounded in the gaze of countless people. Li Shengli, who had finished answering the phone, walked in, and he walked straight towards Su Tai. Li Shengli was extremely clear in his heart that the line of Su Tai must not be broken, that he had to find a way to take the line into his own hands. The intelligence as well as the value behind this for yourself is absolutely immeasurable. This is an extremely sensitive time now that the head of a powerful group has had an accident. Since Su Tai, the leader of the Green Dragon, had taken the initiative to sign up for the program, perhaps he was subtly sending a signal of cooperation to the South River Police Department. What Su Tai wants is nothing more than for himself or his son, the young master of the Green Dragon Gang, to be under the watchful eye of the police all the time. That's how you can keep yourself safe from the group's near-insane retaliation. Therefore, at this time, Li Shengli smoothly proposed to extend the time of the program, or change the nature of the content of the program. Salvi would certainly not refuse, and would surely agree readily. The two gazed at each other, and for some reason Su Tai as well as Li Shengli revealed a meaningful smile at the same time. With a smile, Su Tai inquired tentatively, "What? Director Li's side is done?" Li Shengli raised an eyebrow and his eyes surveyed the situation. I didn't expect that the news of the CID team's side catching Gluttony Snake would be known by Su Tai so quickly. However, at the time when he was certain that he was the leader of the Green Dragon Gang in front of him, he was not so surprised inside that he couldn't help but be polite. It went relatively well. I borrow your advice. Su Tai couldn't help but laugh, making a wink as he spoke. It seems that Director Li should also know what I'm going to mention. Observing Su Tai's eyes, Li Shengli immediately understood and nodded slightly. Sure enough, Su Tai had the same idea, so that made everything better. He smiled and nodded in response. Sure, if I'm not mistaken, I assume Mr. Su wanted to mention there was something about the show? As he spoke, Li Shengli closely observed the other party's reaction. Hearing the two keywords program, Su Tai's heart was delighted, and the expression on his face could not be concealed. This also confirms Li Shengli's speculation. Su Tai was equally satisfied inside. Worthy of being Director Li. He himself had but slightly hinted at it, and Director Li knew what he was thinking. It seems like the show is doing just that. He inquired tentatively. I don't know. How does Director Li arrange it? Although Li Shengli inwardly knew the identity of the leader of the other side's criminal gang, he would not put it on the surface to say so. That's probably part of the terms of their tacit agreement to enter into a partnership. He said seriously. In terms of how well the program has tested so far, your son's performance. Su Tai's face sank at his words, and he was already prepared to be scolded to make amends. After all, that brat in the program is really too much. Not only fed the police fecal water, but also fucking laxatives, and even beat the police in public. Just as he was thinking this, He froze when he heard Li Xingli's words. The performance was just outstanding. Li Xingli did not mince his words of praise, whether it's from the precautions taken before opening the door, and the various measures taken to deal with strangers after opening the door. It's all done very well. From an objective point of view, Suyu's performance was really good. If it were really an enemy, and Li Xingli was allowed to think he was doing it himself, he would have hit harder. As for the 2 officers under his command being tied up, one can only say that the dish is just more practice. So he was a little confused. What did this mean? And why was it suddenly complimentary? Probably a courtesy. But soon he reacted. The program was probably prepared to end this one with a successful security awareness test challenge. He coughed and said, Director Li, I'm really sorry to trouble you. Next time I get a chance, I'll tell him to go myself. Li smiled victoriously. What a thing for Mr. Su to say. I should be the one to say I'm in trouble. Cao Tek smiled and nodded his head. It looked like the director had agreed to his request to withdraw from the competition. In that case, Director Li, let's go straight to get the formalities done. Exactly. The 2 men looked at each other and smiled, both seeming to have gotten answers they were happy with. He was seen walking towards the other side, and the clerical staff sitting in the corner seemed to have prepared various contract documents long ago. Mr. Su, sign it. Li Xingli skillfully handed over the document contract as well as the signing pen. Su Tai took the pen and paper and nodded slightly as he glanced at the title, a supplementary agreement on the follow-up content of the Security Awareness Test Popularization Program. No surprise, this is the exit deal. Sure enough, the program has had this idea for a long time, or the contract couldn't have been drawn up so quickly. He didn't look at the contents of the contract at all for a second and sprawled out his big name. Saudi couldn't wait to get out of the game. The idea of revenge was also slightly dropped at this moment. He was genuinely afraid of how much he'd have to take the fall if he continued. When the time comes, it won't be Suyu who screwed up, but himself as the guardian. Li smiled triumphantly and extended his hand. Thank you for supporting the program's decision. Saudi nodded similarly. Wherever, it's all as it should be. Only Li Xingli said seriously, there's not a set amount of time in this supplemental agreement for extended filming of the program. But don't worry, Mr. Su, just rest with our show for this period of time. Also, you being the guest of honor, we will pay the appropriate appearance fee. On Suyu's side, we will also have relevant personnel arrangements. As he spoke, the corner of Li Xingli's mouth hooked up in an arc. This protection is so strong that it's pulling full stop. I'm afraid this leader of the Green Dragon Gang has absolutely no way to refuse. Right? Su Tai sniffed but froze. What the hell? The crew extended the shoot? He was totally confused. Wasn't it a fucking withdrawal agreement? It was. While Sally was thinking about whether he could backtrack and take it back. Li Xingli passed a reliable look and smiled. Mr. Su, there's no need to worry that our show will backtrack. The liquidated damages for this contract is $100 million. Su Tai, liquidated damages, $100 million. As soon as these few words came out, Su Tai was all set to speak out his contrition, and instantly swallowed it down. Mr. Su, any more questions? Li Xingli raised his eyebrows and saw Su Tai, who wanted to speak. No. Su Tai drooped his face and waved his hands in a hurry. It was just there, but now it's gone. That's because it's fucking unaffordable. But when Su Tai thought about it carefully, these terms weren't unacceptable. At least you don't have to go home and get out and out by that kid. It's not even at home. How else can that kid screw him? Is it even possible to stick your hand in the netting to slap yourself? Not only that the show was able to provide itself with a place to rest, but in addition to that there was even an appearance fee for itself as a guest. When you think about it that way, you've simply made a fortune. At the same time, another sharp knock sounded on the hall monitor. Knock, 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 knock. There was even some rhythm and regularity to the frequency of knocking on the door. Su froze and couldn't help but look back at the 2 thugs tied up on the ground, his insides breaking down. Is this fucking criminal organization ever going to end? 1 or 2 is fine. Why are there others coming? He hadn't figured out what to do with these 2 people on the floor yet. So why was there someone else? Are there still masters? Suyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He meowed that Su Tai was hiding so deep. At first, Suyu was more or less skeptical about the identity of Su Tai, the person behind the scenes. After all, the system had only given a vague guide, not a definitive one. But seeing Su Tai's juniors coming to his door one after another, he couldn't help but be sure at this point. If it wasn't a boss character, how could so many minions come to the door? He couldn't help but glance at the electronic cat's eye. However, in the next moment, Suyu's pupils could not help but contract dramatically, completely shocked by the cat's eye image in front of him. This time it wasn't one person who came to the door, but several. A few people dressed with also exceptionally consistent, a variety of shirts with jeans. Through the cuffs of the shirt can also be seen on the hands of several people. Almost all have tattoos. The man in the lead, wearing a pair of glasses, slim white shirt because of sweat, even able to see the pompous muscles inside. The main thing is that the guy seems to have a pistol in his hand. What do you think? It doesn't look like a good GUI. Su turned around and his heart couldn't help but thump. Is this old deng that good? At this point he was a bit undecided as well. The cautious Suyu simultaneously remembered a fatal oversight. If these people were Sutai's juniors, then it would be fine, but if it's Sutai's enemy, he'll be dead. That old den usually hides so deep. Suyu also completely do not know what the name of the criminal organization under Sutai. What characteristics it would be fine if it was one person. He thought he could still handle it a little, but the problem is that it's a bunch of fucking people, right? Suyu's gaze fell on the two guys on the ground and his face changed. If these two guys are accomplices outside the door, wouldn't those people be in trouble themselves if they saw those two guys put down on the ground by themselves? He hurriedly dragged the two from the living room into the bedroom before there was any movement outside the door. After doing so, his gaze fell back on Wang Tai in the bedroom. At this point the slugger was still silently weeping. Though loud cries of pain would have made noise, it would be bad if we were found out. Su took a deep breath and said, "That big brother Wang Tai, do you want to be thirsty?" When Wang Tai heard this, he crumbled even more. It's not even if this kid beat himself up, but he's actually mocking himself like that. Su also couldn't help but have a bit of a headache, then suddenly said seriously, "That way, as long as you keep quiet later, I immediately recognize you as the 47th Daxia Ancient Fist Technique heir and will teach you the Daxia Ancient Fist Technique. From that moment on, you will have no weaknesses. Even I, Devil Sinew Man, am no match for you." If these words were said to someone else, they might not work, but the problem was that this was Suyu who had just beaten him up violently after all. At first, Wang Tai didn't believe that any Devil Sinewy man existed, thinking that Suyu was just scamming him. However, when he really fought, Wang Tai realized that with his top karate strength, he was actually completely unable to fight. This guy's brain was already bad, but at this time, when he heard Suyu's promise, his eyes could not help but light up. "Really?" Suyu nodded heavily. "Of course, I promise to God, as long as you learn, I, Devil Sinew Man Sutai, am absolutely no match for you." While saying these words, Suyu did not blush or jump. His eyes looked straight at Wang Tai, appearing extraordinarily sincere. Of course, it was still because Suyu could not have been Wang Tai's opponent in the first place, as well as the fact that he was using the name of Sutai. "I promise." Wang Tai nodded his head in a hurry, but in his heart, he thought that Laozi is so damn smart. This time he made a big profit. This kid is so stupid. With such a small condition, he was able to learn the Daxia Ancient Fist Technique. "I am sure that I have the potential to become a good general in the world." Su let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately this guy was good at fooling around, but at that moment, the knock at the door came again. Knock, 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 knock. Suyu raised his eyebrows, and the rhythm and frequency were the same as last time. Unsurprisingly, this would be some sort of joint code. What happens if you don't care? He had no doubt that these people would come in hard. What to do with yourself then? The condo was designed with a fully blocked security fence up to and including the third floor. Even if one wanted to escape at this time, there was no chance at all. He was a little chagrined that old den was running away. "Should have run away earlier myself as well." You couldn't care about that much. Right now he could only take a step and see what happens. He hurriedly closed the bedroom door and reappeared at the front door. With a little thought, he knocked back in the same pattern as he had knocked before as well as in the same rhythm. At this time, outside the door, Li Hu of the Green Dragon Gang was extraordinarily anxious with a group of juniors. They get an update from the mole that the powerful group is out to frame the boss, and that the situation may even allow for a conflict to break out. These two criminal organizations were already incompatible. After the violent death of the leader of the powerful group some time ago, the conflict between the two families just got deeper. In this context, if the leader of the Green Dragon Gang is caught by the syndicate's people, he will surely die either way. So Li Hu, who was eager to protect his master, didn't say a word and immediately rushed over with his men, ready to do a vicious battle. The exact location: this very apartment. Though there was some confusion that there was no ambush from the group seen on the road, but the ones who were eager to protect their master couldn't care less, and now that the boss is lost, they have to come and make sure he's safe before they do. "Tiger, why don't you open the door? Are you sure this is the right place? We've never heard that the gang leader is over here." Li Hu held up his glasses and said in a deep voice, "What do you know? Can we be safe if we can just know where the gang leader is if he's there?" "Makes sense." A few of the minions nodded. He looked at the note in his hand, and the letters were vaguely recognizable, though somewhat blurred. "Sunnyside, Building 305. Li Hu nodded. The address should be correct. It was at this time that a regular knocking sound suddenly came from within the gate. "Knock, knock, knock, knock." Hearing the voice respond, Li Hu and the others' eyes lit up. Sure enough, it's here. Li Xingli has been a bit busy lately, originally serving as the director of a security awareness testing program. It had the feeling of bringing him back to the detective squad. A police officer in a blue shirt hurriedly came, glanced at Su Tai, and whispered in Li Xingli's ear, "Minister Li, You previously asked the Bureau to investigate the results of the case comparison for the last 5 years. Sutai had long since gotten used to such a sight. He looked at the other man's gaze and returned a polite smile. Director Lee, you guys are busy. I'm going to go wander around casually. Sutai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's not easy for these showrunners to juggle investigating cases while broadcasting live. It's just too much work, but the officer couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a little offended. Damn. Minister Lee, that guy is so arrogant. Does he really think we're vegetarians in the South River Police Department? Do you really think you can't get a lead on him after 5 years of comparing cases? Li Xingli couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at the words and inquired with some anticipation. You guys got the key clue? No. Lee was silent again in victory. Then inquired, so you found direct evidence? No. Li Xingli couldn't help but say, do you find yourself in a good humor? But then the constable, with an unspoken subdued look on his face, smiled. But, these 2 words, again, aroused Li Xingli's interest, and he couldn't help but be curious inside. The constable continued earnestly, we found some less critical clues. Li Xingli rubbed his head a little bit. How could he have such a henchman? Speak. Upon hearing this, the constable immediately voiced his investigation. After a lot of comparisons in the bureau, and in the information from various case files as well as transcripts, we found that this Sutai overlaps with several case files. There's no direct proof that he had anything to do with the case, but it's proof that he's unusual. According to the investigation, he had regular contact with many members of the criminal organization Green Dragon. At least 10% or more of the members have been in and out of this tattoo parlor. Other than that, we found a key clue. The leader behind this criminal organization called Green Dragon, his last name is Su. Li Xingli sniffed and glanced at Sutai, who was skulking in the distance, and nodded slightly. The last name is also right. The tattoo features are right. The cases also have an overlap, and it seems that all the clues are leading them in the right direction. But this chasing after information alone is not at all critical evidence, worthy of being the deepest hidden leader in the underground of Nanjiang, using a tattoo artist as a cover. Even if those criminals confessed, they would be able to eliminate just as many suspicions. The signature feature of the Green Dragon organization is the tattoo. By all rights, this should be a flaw as well as a weakness in this organization, but instead, Sutai used this to hide his identity in a very mysterious way. No wonder. There are very few records of this one in the South River Police Department. It's no wonder that he had the nerve to slip in front of the police, but there's a logical problem in this. There are just 8 tattoo parlors in South River. It's not unusual for Sutai, as one of the more skilled tattoo artists, to come into contact with these people. The other tattoo artists were probably able to get in touch with each other on a regular basis, except for having the right last name. After all, tattoos are a standard part of joining the Green Dragon with all the clues. Though, this issue apparently went by the wayside. Li Xingli nodded and said in a deep voice, well done. These days, it's still a pain in the ass for the brothers to put in an extra shift at night. Take these suspicious, clued-in case files and investigate them in depth. He thought for a moment and pulled a wallet from his pocket that was so worn that the surface had lost some of its skin. Rummaged through it and pulled out 2 red bills, but Li Xingli hesitated slightly and pulled out 4 more from his wallet, handing over a total of $600, when the other man didn't respond. The hand he held the money in shook again. Take it and treat the guys to a midnight snack. The police officer didn't want to take it, but knowing that he couldn't argue with this person's temperament, he simply took it. Besides, there were a lot of people in the guide room, and he didn't want to pull and draw attention to himself. He nodded and pulled the door open and hurried away. At that moment, there was a knock on the door from the hall monitor. In the guide room. Several crew members noticed this immediately, the knocking on the door, and Suyu's actions were seen in the hall surveillance. They whispered with some confusion, what's the situation? When did the director schedule someone? Another staff member also shook his head, guessing, I don't know. Is it supposed to have just been arranged when I went out to answer the phone? It's possible. The man nodded back, sighing. After all, old Lu and Wang Tai were both kidnapped, and the director must have been too disappointed with our performance. The testers might still be borrowed by the director from another department. In the program, most of its police officers are from the propaganda department, basically considered civilian. Of course, there are also Wang Tai such disciplined over. They thought to themselves that the director most likely disliked them and transferred someone from the first line. Shu, stop it. The director's looking over. The two immediately pretended as if nothing had happened and worked earnestly. On the other side, Li Xingli had just finished his conversation and had likewise noticed the images on the monitor. A little puzzled, he looked out into the crowd. When did the program schedule the home test? How can he be completely unaware of this and not ask him, the director, to schedule the test? However, Li Xingli pondered for a while and did not intend to pursue the matter. Ever since he had reached some kind of agreement with Deputy Bureau Zhang, his focus had been with bias towards prying information from Sutai here on the sidelines, being a live exercise show. It's only natural that it should look like a show. It's not possible for those in the audience to just watch elementary school kids do their homework, is it? Immediately afterward, Li Shengli frowned. What's the situation? Didn't any of the testers have miniature cameras and communication devices? What's the audience going to watch when there's not even a picture? Several crew members looked at the director with innocent faces. Isn't this the guy you set up? A few people did not dare to talk back. After all, this program broadcast into this way. The leaders above have been on the phone. I guess the director is also angry, the staff whispered, so I'll arrange for someone to deliver it now? Forget it. Li Shengli waved his hand, not bothering to pursue the matter. It's definitely too late to send the equipment again, which would compromise the test. Instead, Salvi came over at that moment and smiled. Director Li, there's no need to get angry over this little problem. It's just the security footage outside the gate. I have it right here. A few people froze and looked at Salvi. The oldest tattooed brother showed his smugness. What decade are we in now? The one I have installed in my house is a smart cat's eye, connected to the internet. After some interaction between Sutai and the staff, finally the view from the smart cat's eye outside the door was synchronized on the live feed. It was only at this moment that the crowd in the guide room observed the scene outside the door. Several brawny figures, and that kooky outfit, appear in the shot. Especially the spectacled muscular man at the head of the group was particularly eye-catching. Several staff members were also whispering, not bad for a director's pick. So much like those criminals. If they didn't know better, they almost couldn't tell if it was an actor or a thug. The image of this few people was obviously not a bit different from the flat-headed little man from before. Even if they didn't speak, just from their appearance they were able to feel that invisible aura on these people. This kind of temperament is very obvious. Even ordinary people just need to look at it. Even no hooligan gangster kind of feeling. Li Shengli likewise couldn't help but light up at the sight and turned his head to inquire. Where did you find this guy? Not a bad image. Finally a bit of an outlaw image. The words fell from the staff member's face in horror. Director, didn't you set this guy up? What? I didn't arrange it, did I? Lee Victory made a sharp popping sound in the guide room. Didn't you arrange these guys? The staff responded like frightened groundhogs. We didn't arrange it. Really? It really isn't. The two men were wide-eyed and lapsed into silence. Then explain to me who the fuck set this up? Li Shingli's face was already vaguely not very good at this time, and there was a guess in his heart. He had probably thought of something by now. Only, that's the worst possible ending. Could it be someone from the Orange TV side? After all, I'm afraid the only people who can have such rights on the program are on the Orange TV side. He couldn't help but inquire. Just go and ask if it was arranged on Orange's side. The crew member soon returned, his face not looking good. Director, I asked. It's not the Orange side. It's over. It's fucking over. Even if you use the process of elimination, you should know where these people are coming from. Inside the guide room, the eyes of the crowd subconsciously fell on the live feed. The heat at this point has long been unprecedented. Countless netizens as well as viewers are buzzing about it. The appearance of these thugs seemed to completely ignite the audience's passion. Everyone was excitedly discussing the opponent that Suyu had challenged in this test. Crap. The show is finally going to be on a major difficulty level. This time, the program group has put in blood money. 5 people directly on the doorstep. I'm not giving you anything for nothing, kid. Damn. The pistol props are whole. It's fucking exciting. Directly 5 rows on the scoreboard. I wonder how Kid Brother should respond. You look at the images of the actors and they look like the real thing. Dense pop-ups sped by, spreading across the entire screen. Not if it goes off the air at this point, it will definitely create an irreversible risk, but now they are faced with an extremely significant broadcast accident. Li Shingli's back was starting to sweat a bit. If anything happens to this broadcast, they're all responsible. In which a large number of police forces from the surrounding area have long been on their way to escort Gluttony and other criminals. Meanwhile, the remaining people on the show are completely insufficient for them to even mount a rescue operation. The Sunnyside neighborhood can be considered isolated this time. The show's crisis will have to be solved by them as well. Not far away, Su Tai came over with a look of amusement and some confusion. You all don't know. So who set up this actor? He analyzed with a measuring look. The makeup is good. I think we hired a professional. And the number of people tested. It's no longer constrained to one person. It's a group of people. The authenticity of this outlaw play came up all at once. It's just perfect. Your program team is very aware, so quickly made a change. Su Tai seemed to marvel at the interpretation of these actors, constantly commenting, look at that 4 eyes leading the way, holding the pistol so naturally, as if he's going to shoot at any moment. You can do it. Director Lee, this kind of props are on the whole, but say yes. Don't be polite to that kid if you can, and screw him if you have to. And apparently, the naturally nerdy, tattooed, menacing uncle hadn't realized what that meant at all. That's when the staff gulped and the lilting voice interrupted. That Mr. Su? I mean maybe, is it possible that that's a real thug? Gah? Su Tai cackled, directly breaking his voice in fear. He glared at the monitor and then at the two, obviously somewhat skeptical. Really? Really thugs? Apparently. Sutai looks fierce and even gives tattoos on a regular basis. The men were all big and tough, though, and one was meaner than the other. Or at least the payment wasn't ambiguous. Besides, a tattoo was just a symbol in his opinion. It didn't mean good or bad. I've never met a gunman before. In Dasha for the control of firearms that is extremely strict. To be able to hold a gun that most of the vicious people ought. He turned slowly and smiled awkwardly. Ha ha ha, you guys must be kidding. Director Lee, what do you say? Li Shangli, who was originally a bit worried, heard the words but suddenly came back to his senses and recovered his composure with a sigh of relief. It's this time of the year. But Su Tai is still acting in front of himself, but this instead reminded Lee of his victory in the extremely tense situation just now. He forgot about the identity of Su Tai as the leader of the Green Dragon. What excludes an actor coming to your door is nothing but one possibility: these people are indeed real thugs. Outlaws. That meant that the men were either here to protect the chief or to take revenge. Somewhat coincidentally, the group of people who were ready to avenge the planting of evidence have all been taken down by the CID. These guys. The clothes covered the arms and other parts of their bodies though, but from the cuffs as well as the neck, it was still possible to see that the men were tattooed. From this, it can be judged that these people are very likely to come from the Green Dragon organization, also known as Su Tai's men. In that case, it would be impossible for Suyu to be in danger as the young master of that power. Li Xingli suddenly smiled knowingly and played along with the acting response. Of course I'm kidding. The move left the surrounding staff a bit unsettled. It's not the director who has too big a fucking heart. How can you be in the mood to joke about this kind of broadcast accident? Someone came around and whispered, Director, should we ask for backup? Li Shengli bashfully waved his hand, displaying full confidence. It's fine. Just treat it as a normal live test. Seeing this, Su Tai breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but admire inwardly. As slow as he was to react, he had actually reacted in his mind. Those people, most likely, are real thugs. Su Tai guessed that these people should be an arrangement of the South River Police Department. The whispered mutterings of the staff just now should have been the information passed on to the director. That was why Li Shengli suddenly displayed a confident look. After all, the only people who can bring out real thugs for door-to-door tests are the prisoners that the police bring out of custody. In any case it can't be with a criminal organization. Director Lee was so confident, so he naturally felt relieved. He's a big old man with no brains. At this point in time, it was decided to lighten the mood with a little bit of lowbrow humor. He said in a joking tone, Don't worry, officers, if you can't collect when the time comes, Su Tai, I'll take care of these thugs myself. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Southey waved his hand to in the guide room. The line of people glanced at Southey with some strange gazes, and suddenly returned to their senses. No wonder the director suddenly wasn't worried. This Su Tai is seeing his own little brother and is playing hard to get. Holy shit, this guy is just crazy. You're not even going to act, are you? Su Tai scratched his head in some confusion. Not funny? He was shocked. Did these people think they could really handle these thugs? Su Tai blanched and touched his only remaining piece of abdominal muscle with some weakness. No, I was just kidding. Why did you believe me? Knock, knock. The correct response of the joint inside the door made Li Hu and the others look at each other, each nodding slightly, but that alone was not enough to assuage their concerns. Li Hu was at least as a core member of the Green Dragon gang and had always acted cautiously before arriving. One can be prepared to fight a tough battle against a powerful group, and therefore not drop his guard at all. It would be a mistake to think that their joint code is so simple. In the Green Dragon organization, there are more than 20 kinds of code words, gestures and so on, and Li Hu happened to have mastered the highest ranked code word, even though the whole code is just a tap, but the actual meaning is not that simple. The seemingly urgent and disorganized knocking on the door had a unique pattern, and in this code word, if someone speaks up it means the meeting has failed. After all, these social mixers play with the minds. As4. Why not design some black words and passwords? That was because the mysterious leader of the Green Dragon gang didn't want to give away his voice. In a sense, except for the core members of the Heartland like Li Hu, most of the rest of the members never knew what their leader really looked like. In the midst of his thoughts, Li Hu accelerated the tempo of his knocking. Knock, knock. The appearance of this scene made the netizens in the live broadcast room, instead, extraordinarily nervous. The sharp knock on the door seemed to them to represent, no doubt, a sign of impatience on the part of the tester playing the part of the outlaw. If you don't get a timely response, most likely, as with Wang Tai before him, there is a risk of a forced break. After all, as a live security test, regardless of how the ending is reversed, the one part where the door is opened is clearly the most important. At least the probability is able to determine whether the test is successful or not. Even though it was clear to the audience that this was not the first time Suyu had faced such a test, but given the performance of the previous test, the audience did not doubt for a second that Suyu had the possibility of opening the gate directly. There have been so many reversals that it's clear that viewers are much more conservative in their discussions. You said, kid brother, you won't just open the door again this time, right? It's not that bad, is it? It's 5 thugs this time. Even if kid brother were to offer incense to Guangong again, There's no way he'd be able to beat 5-1. Drugging is definitely not an option anymore. And the program is not likely to make the same mistake. On the other side of the gate, Suyu was slightly confused. What the hell do these big brothers out there mean? What if you come to the door, but you just knock and don't talk? Are they dumb? Well, not quite. After all, have never seen any criminal gang can get together 5 dumb. He analyzed it carefully, judging by the strength of the knock on the door. It didn't seem particularly violent. Moreover, the other party was extremely patient and kept the tapping at a balanced point, unlike Wang Tai, that simpleton, who slammed the door so hard that he hated it. This also rules out, for the time being, that there will be a risk of a forced break. Suyu raised his eyebrows. Are they still going on with the code words for the joint? By the sound of the knocking, he was keenly aware of it. The knocking on the door seemed disorganized, but was able to be split into 2 parts. One of the parts strikes, like the beating of a heart, slowly and rhythmically. The other part, on the other hand, is irregular. A jumble of voices that muffled the regularity, exactly as if they were knocking on a door in a haphazard manner. But Suyu immediately judged it. It's 2 hands tapping at the same time, with one hand tapping once a second. The other hand is required to tap 3 or 4 times in a second. It would be extremely difficult to do this alone. This percussive rhythm is kind of like some kind of trick in a musical beat. If you're not specifically trained, you can't do this at all. It was only a pity that the opponent they met was the music class representative of the 5th class of the 6th grade of the 1st elementary school in Nanjiang. That moment the knocking on the door suddenly stopped. Suyu hesitated a little and immediately also sped up the tempo of tapping and began to respond. At this point in the live broadcast, everyone was curious as to how Suyu would actually respond. As a result, it was seen that Su began to knock on the door to the thugs with some impatience. A hint of shock appeared on their faces. What the fuck is this operation? Kid brother is too arrogant, isn't he? How dare you knock on the door and provoke the thugs at this hour? Kid brother still wants to deliberately provoke the testers? As they wondered whether the thugs would force their way through the door, immediately afterward, they were met with an incomparably bizarre sight. One could only see that inside and outside the gate, without any communication between the 2 sides, were simultaneously and continuously knocking on this gate, making incomparably messy sounds. Both sides knocked on the door faster and faster as if they were competing. The audience was dumbfounded. Where did this strange actor come from? Why is he still addicted to playing? Not the kid brother? You seem to be playing with it too? Is this really an in-home test? This process went on for almost a minute. The knocking on the door only gradually ceased. A few juniors looked at Li Hu. They were obviously not clear about the secret of this joint code and inquired, "How's it going, Tiger? The code word is right." Li Hu nodded, followed by shaking off his somewhat red and swollen right hand, and said in a deep voice, "It shouldn't be the boss, but since he was able to match the code word, he must know where the boss is." The other party was also wary and knocked on the door for several minutes to confirm before stopping. At this time Li Hu was a little puzzled. The code word is not right? Why isn't the other side opening the door? Li Hu thought about it and sighed in his heart, worthy of being the boss's confidant. This awareness is vigilance. It seems to be a concern. That there is an element of luck in your code word? It's not like you can initiate a conversation in this joint code. So then he started knocking on the door again. The audience in the live room had started to be speechless with immense anticipation as well as apprehension. They ended up just watching the 2 men knock on the door for a good 10 minutes. There was no dialogue, no verbal communication, just knock hard from what could only be a cat's eye view. It was possible to see that the hand of the one in charge was swollen from knocking. It ended up taking a break and went back to knocking on it. Where did the show find this oddball who comes up and just fucking knocks on the door? At least put in a few harsh words. You said the program, surely it's in the water from time to time, right? It doesn't feel like a security awareness test. It feels like a condition exchange. Breathless, here comes a knocker. I've been looking forward to this for so long for nothing. You are sure that these are normal people inside the gate at this moment? Suyu had the same puzzled look on his face. He blushed a little oddly and rubbed his reddened hand. At first, he wondered if this was some kind of code word, and was extra cautious, afraid of knocking every beat wrong. But after knocking for 10 minutes, Suyu dismissed this speculation. It suddenly struck him that there was something not quite right about these guys, these big men with tigers' backs and waists. As soon as they came up, they had to knock on their own door, and without saying anything, they just kept knocking on the door. It suddenly occurred to Suyu that these thugs couldn't be suffering from some serious illness. At this point, he had some suspicion that the men weren't even talking to themselves in code, just simply thought it would be fun to knock on their door. Really, if they were given a monkey band, they'd probably have to make it into a slingshot to hit the glass in his house. Suyu thought about it, walked a little farther away and dialed a number, and said with a serious face, "Hello, mental hospital. Yes, there is mental illness here on my doorstep, and it's very serious. Yes, the condition is quite bad. And what about those guys who don't look right in the head?" Suyu said seriously to the little genius. According to the habit of the rectification system, whenever Suyu faced any danger, The corresponding quest prompt would be triggered in the face of these few fierce-looking hulks. The system surprisingly did not react in the slightest. He also had to suspect that these people were simply real psychopaths. As for the pistol, it's probably just a lighter toy model 2.su glanced at the door and realized that those few people were still happily knocking on the door and continued to add, yeah, Sunnyside Block 305. Get over here quick. It's very sick. Remember to bring more people. More tasers and stuff. These guys look like they're completely unself-aware and likely to rampage and hurt people. When these words came out of Suyu's mouth, the audience in the live broadcast room directly laughed not to live. Everyone completely did not expect that Suyu's brain circuits were actually so clear. Netizens even agreed with Suyu's move. I think it's their nerves too, kid brother cow. Why didn't I think of that? Crap. Genius. So that's how you can pass a program test? Laughing my ass off. Not bad for a kid brother. It has to be said that in previous episodes, it has almost always been the opening and closing of the door that has determined whether the challenge was won or lost, but while watching Suyu's performance, he found that the door to a new world had been opened. In the guide room, countless staff members were shocked, most of them, in fact, knew that these guys could be real thugs. The jobbers were actually more worried about the way Suyu was handling the situation than the ordinary people. At the same time, they are also clear that if this time Suyu still directly opened the door or provoke these thugs, the consequences cannot be said. But it wasn't until Suyu dialed the number of the mental hospital, these staff members froze. How the hell can a show be this challenging? Li Xingli was equally relieved. ASA director. He naturally didn't want the live program to be filmed without any mishaps. A major broadcast accident like this one, if Suyu didn't perform well, this program, and the South River Police Department would really be finished. But this, too, is definitely not that simple. At least in the cat's eye it was possible to see that some of these thugs were carrying firearms in their hands. If that's true, a head-on conflict could ensue. These vicious thugs are clearly not something a psychiatric hospital can deal with. In order to be foolproof, they naturally have to make arrangements accordingly. Li Xingli beckoned two policemen and whispered, check the psychiatric hospital that Suyu just contacted. Find a way to contact the doctors at the hospital and get a couple of plainclothes men to join forces with the hospital. Also, find a way to get some reinforcements from the police department. Remember, nothing must go wrong. The two policemen nodded and hurried away. After ordering everything, Director Lee consciously glanced at Su Tai. It was found that the latter grinned instead, not caring at all about these few minions of his. At this time, outside the door, Li Hu and a few juniors were a bit puzzled. Why don't you open the door? It's been so long for the code word to match, right? Li Hu looked at his own hands, also some doubt. Is he right wrong? Brother Tiger, why don't you go ask? A few junior brothers persuaded. Li Hu frowned. By all accounts, verbal communication was not possible during docking, but in this case, if we don't talk, should we just wait at the gate? He thought about it, and a sudden light came to him. As long as he didn't open his mouth no more. Fong, you ask. Fong nodded, but after thinking for a long time, he didn't know how to address this person inside the room. It was said that that man was the boss's confidant, and his status must be higher than theirs. Finally, two words slowly came out of Feng's mouth after half a day of tangling. The others couldn't help but cover their faces. How could there be such a brother? It's just so humiliating. Li Hu couldn't even resist slapping his little brother's head when he sniffed. Present. Who taught you to say hello like that? Fong asked, looking up with some aggravation. Brother Tiger, how should I greet you then? Li Hu was silent for a split second and said seriously, at least put a U in front of it. A few of the minions nodded in deep thought, and so, Feng's careful voice continued to come out, fearing that he would offend this great person inside. Are you there? Suyu was silent as he sniffed. He had still underestimated the condition of these people, these thugs. They're still oddly polite. At first he thought that the leader was the only one who had committed the offense. A couple others should be considered guardians or something. Now it seems that the remaining few are quite sick. Not in. He really didn't feel much like dealing with these psychopaths. Outside the door, Fong turned around and said seriously, Tiger, he said he wasn't in. What to do? Li Hu was silent and couldn't help but slap his little brother on the head again. No, not in the words of how he said it. Fong, however, looked enlightened and suddenly analyzed seriously. Tiger, is he hinting at something to us? Otherwise it makes no sense not to communicate with us. Hearing Feng's words, he frowned slightly, revealing a thoughtfulness as if he realized something. That's right. There's a problem. The voice behind the door was very childish. Obviously a processed voice. In the Green Dragon's coded communication, it's impossible not to open the door if the connection is successful. The word absent definitely suggests something. What's the most taboo thing about joints? The tail wasn't waving clean. I'm afraid they were followed on their way over. Of course, there is good news in this, that is, from the mouth of the one inside the door at least. We can be sure that the boss should be fine now. Upon noticing this, Li Hu's face changed slightly, revealing a hint of shame. They came over recklessly, and not only were they unable to help, but they dragged their feet and dragged the boss down. Sure enough, the next moment Lee Hu's cell phone suddenly flashed. It was a text message. Sender unknown. And he clicked on it, his face grimacing. A cop has arrived in the Sunnyside neighborhood. The text message consisted of only a few short words. Lee Hu said with a deep breath, "We've been set up." He admitted to himself that he hadn't been tailed in any way along the way and hadn't shown up on surveillance. "I didn't expect that the police would still be informed. And there was no other possibility but to be framed. Boss, let's get out of here." A few junior brothers looked panicked. Lee Hu measured himself and hid in the shadows to look toward the window. "I'm afraid it's too late. That Wuling Honda is supposed to be the car the cops are disguising. The ones in short sleeves were in plain clothes. Too, we shouldn't be able to walk away." He looked at the closed door and spoke. "Go, don't get caught here. Don't drag the boss down." Seeing this, Su Yu, who was inside the gate, could not help but sigh. It's already starting to get sketchy. "I'm afraid the condition of these guys is a bit serious." Upon noticing that a few people outside were about to leave, Su Yu suddenly came back to his senses and shouted in a hurry, "Wait a minute, he just called the psychiatric hospital himself. And if these guys are gone, the psychiatric hospital came over and didn't see anyone. So they had to come after them? Maybe. Just grab yourself in and fill it up." Lee Hu and others immediately stopped. They were a little surprised. Did not expect that the door of the adults actually took the initiative to retain them. "What's wrong?" Facing their inquiries, Su Yu was silent for a moment. "It's impossible to say you called the psychiatric hospital." He thought about it seriously. "Don't go. I've arranged a special car for you. Specialized cars." Upon hearing this, the few people led by Lee Hu were slightly stunned, and their hearts were immediately touched. It's at this point. The boss is actually looking out for him. Lee Hu himself felt remorseful for having dragged his boss down with his reckless arrival, but I didn't expect that. Even so, that mysterious person actually arranged a special car in a very considerate manner. It's so fucking touching. Thinking this way, he felt more guilt in his heart. When you get a chance, be sure to thank the boss and the mysterious man in the room. Although he was curious about the identity of that person, Lee Hu was also clear that he shouldn't ask what he shouldn't ask. However, they obviously don't know. This moment, all their movements were being broadcast live. It had to be said that Lee Hu had been extraordinarily cautious, and had actually not uttered a single piece of intelligence in this situation even. It makes it seem psychotic. The average person doesn't really have that realm inside the live broadcast room. Countless viewers had been amused by the live conversation. "It's bad. I've met a real psycho. Ha ha ha. What an arrangement for a special car. High. Really too high. The realm of the kid brother is really not something we can comprehend. It's hilarious to see where the crew got a couple of oddballs from." In the view of countless spectators, 5 big men with a tough body came to the door. Not to mention children. Even adults are estimated to be difficult enough, but I didn't expect such a menacing situation to be skillfully resolved with just one phone call. Countless netizens, too, have begun to laugh and play the stunt. Carry away. Carry away. We have the next batch of challengers. The situation of certain death was actually directly revitalized by a phone call from Kid Brother, captive number 3. Codenamed Psycho, ready for entry. The show is really becoming a challenge. In the guide room, some of the staff also had odd looks on their faces. They were a little skeptical. These guys, they were really thugs? Are you sure the director didn't find the actors? That's a gift for acting psychotic. It's almost like it's in character. No one with a defective brain can say something so golden. Li Shengli was likewise very puzzled. He was pretty sure, as well as certain, that these guys were definitely not good people even in those minions. A suspect has been identified on the police department's side. However, the operation as well as the dialogue of these people is a bit puzzling. Did they come all the way here just to say "Are you there?" and "Are you there?" to Su Yu? Or is it that the door of Su Yu's house is fun to play with, and it's just a big door panel that he came over specifically to knock on for fun? This is getting worse the more I think about it. He couldn't figure out, at all, what these people were up to. One thing is doubtful though. Most of these people talk in whispers. There also seems to be something wrong with the level of intelligence displayed in normal conversation. Take these conversations and behaviors and judge them together. These guys, indeed, look like psychos who just escaped. After all, who's a good person to catch someone knocking on their front door for 10 minutes or so? In fact, Li Xingli was a bit skeptical at first if knocking on the door was some sort of code word for a joint or communication. He also listened intently for several minutes, perhaps because the reception was so poor, and didn't notice that there wasn't any pattern. For the first time, he was completely clueless as well as clues. The erstwhile sleuth was in deep self-doubt. At this time, in the Fortune building in the west of the city, a young man in a suit hurriedly entered the office. Somewhat shocked, "Brother Xiaolong, we've seen Green Dragon's men." Li Hu seems to be there too. When he heard the title, Little Dragon, his eyebrows were slightly unhappy, but he didn't say anything. As for the reason, it's simple. In fact, his original name on the road, not called Little Dragon. The most important thing is that these people call the name of the name, even if it is not, but also in front of the Dragon Brother to add a small word. After all, His original name Tyrant is so overbearing that everyone actually calls him Brother Xiaolong. The name was too much for it to take for a while. It's just that everyone calls it that and they get used to it. The word Li Hu clearly aroused his interest. Xia Baojun raised his eyebrows slightly and casually placed the cigar in his mouth aside as he inquired, "Where did you see it?" The suited boy replied immediately, "Saw it on a science program." "A science program?" Xia Baojun froze, somewhat shocked, obviously a little confused as to what his opposite number was suddenly mad about. At this time of the year, they don't avoid the wind and actually dare to show their faces, the suited junior said in a deep voice. "Brother Xiaolong, it's that show that was recently broadcast live in Sunny Cell. Inside that program, there were police officers involved. That's where gluttony was caught in that neighborhood." Xia Baojun was stunned in his heart. These people are tired of living, actually mixing with the police. Are the Green Dragons short of money to this extent? You're going to take on this kind of job? Nope. Gluttony is caught, and his own handiest and most trusted, Kung, is revealed to be a mole. He reacted suddenly. These guys aren't even in it for the money. They're fucking using the live stream to provoke themselves. Xia Baojun was at least considered a high-ranking member of the mighty group. When had he ever suffered this kind of anger? He couldn't help but inquire, "What did they do on the show?" The suited junior said with a slightly odd look on his face, "They knocked for 10 minutes. Damn. It's too much." Xia Baojun was enraged. The suited little brother was confused, completely unable to understand how the boss suddenly got angry, and inquired tentatively, "Brother Xiaolong, how? What happened?" Xia Baojun said angrily, "They're banging a drum to celebrate gluttony's capture, and it's especially on the air, which is a naked provocation to us." The suited junior froze for a moment. His confused gaze gradually cleared and a hint of anger appeared on his face. So that's what it meant. Xia Baojun took a deep breath and continued to inquire, "What else did they do besides knock on the door?" The suited boy pondered briefly and said seriously, "They didn't seem to do much. Just a couple of words about 'Are they there? Are you there?' Shit." Xia Baojun couldn't hold back completely. These Green Dragon people are also too arrogant. Knowing that gluttony was caught, he asked if he was there. "This is fucking coming on purpose." The suited boy looked back, equally enraged. I blanched his meow. So that's what it means. At first he was laughing at the fact that the Green Dragon guy was acting like a psycho on the show. It's like shitting in the street. Pure embarrassment. As a result, after listening to Brother Xiaolong's explanation, he suddenly realized that not only did these people from Qinglong shit on the street, the shit they shit on was even on his head. Damn. That's arrogant. Brother Xiaolong, I can't take it anymore. Tell the brothers to slash him. Xia Baojun stretched out a hand and said in a deep voice, "There's no hurry. You greet the men. In the next 2 days, we have to find our way back." Woohoo! Woohoo! At that moment outside the Sunnyside neighborhood, a siren-honking psychiatric hospital ambulance was speeding by. Li, who was startled, looked out the window. The neighborhood pedestrians in a hurry. It seems that everything is as usual, but in his eyes, almost all the people in here could be plainclothes in disguise. Of vehicles with flashing sirens in the distance were coming ever closer to where they were. He blushed. Bad, sure enough. It was running to them. As an outlaw, you will subconsciously panic when you hear the sound of honking sirens as well as flashing siren lights. Li, who calmly analyzed, according to the information just received, if the police were already in position, it would only take 5 minutes to surround them. That doesn't leave much time for them to do the math. Seeing those people gradually approaching towards this side, Li Hu's heart was also a bit bottomless. It's not all going to fall into place this time. He couldn't help but ask Suyu inside the gate, "Dude, is that specialty car in time?" As this question came out, Suyu was also stumped for a moment. Are these guys afraid there won't be enough beds in the mental hospital? It's amazing how positive one can be. He nodded his head in seriousness. "Don't worry, it's definitely in time. Don't you worry about it." As the words fell, Li Hu breathed a sigh of relief. The two had a serious conversation. But instead, the crowd in the broadcast room couldn't hold back their laughter. Ha! They've all been sold and they're actually counting money for Kid Brother. Do they know that a specialty car is a psychiatric hospital car? I declare this the best variety show of the year. Li Hu and the others, at this point, had long been birds of prey. They couldn't think of anything else. Just listening to the buzzing of the sirens outside made them a little uneasy. Every now and then, you have to poke your head out and look around. As they watched the car with the flashing alarm get closer and closer, Li Hu and the others' hearts were in their throats. Tiger, still waiting? The cops will all be downstairs soon. If we wait any longer, we're screwed. At this time, they are also a little desperate, because Suyu promised the special car from the beginning to the end has not seen the shadow. Li, who also rode the Tiger a bit, now they have no choice. It's over. The car is already parked downstairs. Tiger, this is really fucked up. They're just coming for us. The minions were flustered to the naked eye. There was even some chagrin in his heart at this point. If I had known, I wouldn't have waited for the stupid car. I would have just run away. But immediately afterward, a surprised voice came from a junior. "No. What's wrong? That thing doesn't seem to be a police car." What's the situation? Li Hu was a bit confused and couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Not a police car. What else could it be? There aren't many cars in Dacha that are capable of flashing their warning lights as well as continually sounding their sirens. In retrospect, the car's siren did and does not sound like a police car. He couldn't help but inquire, what kind of car is that? The junior, with his whole head out the window squinting toward the bottom, read word for word, Nanjiang City, mental illness. The little brother froze and came back coherent. Nanjiang City Psychiatric Hospital? What's the situation? Li Hu and a few others also froze. That's too much of a coincidence. Is there a mental illness here? But they didn't ponder too much. Instead they breathed a sigh of relief. At least, it wasn't a police car that came for them. It's just good news. The next moment, however, the distant sound of tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of a siren suddenly came from the distance. This made the hearts of the original crowd that had fallen hang in the air again. And a few people's faces changed in panic. Tiger, that sound is so sensational. It must be a police car coming this time. Li, who is also a little anxious, said that the special car? Why not come though? It's a bit offensive to keep asking, but he couldn't help but ask inside. Dude, where's the special car you arranged over there? Why don't you come? Su Yu, who was inside the house, naturally saw the arrival of the ambulance from the psychiatric hospital, and he said as he calmed these patients through the door, isn't that downstairs? Don't worry guys, there will be a place for you on the bus. This time Li, who instead a little confused, downstairs in addition to that psychiatric hospital car, where there is another car. He was a little skeptical that the brother inside wasn't playing them. Li, who inquired with some anxiety, dude, where's the promised car? Why didn't I see it? Su Yu rubbed his head and thought in his heart, I hope their eyesight isn't too good. He said seriously, that ambulance is it? As the words fell, Li, who suddenly flinched and snapped back to his senses. Crap, why hadn't he thought of that? If the police really check over ordinary vehicles entering and leaving the neighborhood will inevitably be exempted from scrutiny, but if it's an ambulance from a psychiatric hospital, that's different. It's definitely a natural umbrella. Even police cars don't pay much attention. Those few juniors weren't fools either. And they instantly understood by looking at each other. It's true that the boss is still well organized. Li, who couldn't help but have a smile on his lips, and several people showed a relaxed posture. Thanks bro. Su Yu froze, looking at the door, a few pugilists' face overflowing with a smile that only comes from going home, his heart more than a little relieved. You're welcome. At the moment, downstairs near the building, several doctors, dressed in white coats, stepped out of the car. The logo Psychiatric Hospital stood out on their clothes. The manpower planted by the South River Police Department has been mixed in with these doctors. The attending physician in the crowd had a hurried gait and his work badge could be seen on his chest. Name Yuyyue Rue Department, Psychiatry Position, Attending Physician. He turned around a little surprised. Officer, are those patients that sick? Their violent tendencies actually alarmed even you? Several of the officers nodded, not being able to say anything about the identity of these people as thugs. Still, just to be on the safe side, he had all these doctors prepared very conservatively, like wearing body armor. Several of the officers had also applied for concealed carry and were fully capable of controlling the ensuing situation. Dr. Yi said with some confidence, but officers, you can rest assured that we are also very experienced in dealing with such patients with violent tendencies. As he spoke, he held up the stun baton he was holding. By the way, which building is the building? The gap between several of the buildings in the Sunnyside neighborhood is not very wide, so you have to look at the signs above each building to tell the difference. Several people sniffed and looked up. Unfortunately, this neighborhood is too old and those distinguishing letter signs have long since faded. It's hard to tell the difference without asking pedestrians, or going inside the floor and looking at the door sign. Not surprisingly, none of them saw it. No need. I found it, Yi Weiwei said at this time, suddenly pointing at the center building in front of her. This is the building, a few of the officers said with some confusion. Dr. Yi, how did you know? Dr. Yi pointed to the location where the third floor of the building was located and said seriously, see that guy over there? At this moment, Tiger's little brother was probing his head towards the bottom. Yi Weiwei turned her head to explain in a serious manner. With his crooked head and strange behavior, this guy packs a psychotic punch at first glance. Several of the officers were shocked. Crap. Professional. Within the third floor, almost all windows are fitted with security grills. Therefore, this little brother poking his head out was drilling his head through a gap in the security fence to see. Tiger, something's not right. Check it out. There seems to be a bit too many of them. The little brother who poked his head out of the window changed his face and turned back to greet him. Li, who sniffed and hurriedly moved towards the window. And of course, for a better view, naturally, he had to drill his head along the gap in the security net. The other juniors were more than a little curious when they saw this, and likewise came up to see what was going on. After all, for Dasha, curiosity and melon eating were simply passive skills, and so 5 heads appeared in the gap in the security fence. cocking their heads as they watched downward. Sure enough, they looked down towards the bottom and realized that there were surprisingly about 8 or 9 incoming doctors. Of course this scene was viewed by these professional psychiatrists downstairs. That would be extraordinarily relevant. That seems like some serious symptoms. Downstairs, Yi Weiwei looked up to see the situation and pointed upward toward the police officer at his side. Look, officer, was I right? Those guys really are psychopaths. The officer froze as well. Not bad for an expert. A good judge of character. That said, how would a normal person get their head through a security fence? 1 or 2 can still be said to be accidental. This one time 5 heads hanging there can only be explained by the seriousness of the condition. With that, Dr. Yi paused in his steps to say to the assistant behind him, Wang Yan records that the patient is very inquisitive and maintains considerable curiosity about things. After all that, he actually looked up and smiled and waved towards the people above him. They were lying on their backs in the 3rd floor window. 5 heads stuck outside the security fence communicating. Li, who couldn't help but frown, a little puzzled. Didn't we agree on a special car? And what's with all the doctors? No? Why don't I feel quite like that? Tiger, this isn't a pit, is it? At the sight of this number of doctors, the crowd was already suspicious. If it's a specialty car, it doesn't make sense that there would be so many people. 1 or 2 at most seems reasonable, but Feng suddenly analyzed it with a gaze full of wisdom. I don't think it should be. In some hospitals it's in the rules to go out and have more doctors than patients. Look, Tiger, there are only 5 of us here. It's normal for the other side to have more. Li Hu sniffed with some surprise. Actually, even these details are clear. He could not help but be impressed with Ah Feng's performance today. When did his own little brother have such wisdom? While they were being skeptical, the doctor at the head of the building downstairs actually smiled and waved towards them. This one move did nothing more than completely assuage their concerns. Before Li Hu could even say anything, Feng excitedly put his hand out to wave in response. He said gleefully, Tiger, you look. He's waving at us. That and a beautiful doctor with bangs smiling at me. Feng's old face reddened and he giggled. Ugh, hey, you're blushing bubble teapot. That's clearly a smile toward me. A few of the juniors actually argued for a while, and it seemed that in order to get the female doctor's attention, they swung their hands even more. Li, whose old face darkened, somewhat speechless. Couldn't stop it. Couldn't stop it at all. Why are these little brothers of theirs so unaware of themselves? Among the 5, it was obvious that his own face and temperament as the big brother was a few points higher. He didn't want to explain at all that the beautiful woman was actually smiling at him at all, but as the saying goes that you can't reach out and smile, he had no choice but to wave with an echoing smile. It seemed slightly more normal than the remaining few. Quickly record, Dr. Yi at the bottom said in a hurry. The patient smiles in response to a large sway, is hyperactive, and maintains a certain friendliness toward people. It's the early signs of neurosis. He turned to the constable and said seriously, these guys are still in a relatively manageable condition, and it's a good thing we found them in time. If it had been any later it would have been too late. The constable listened in disbelief. They're starting to have some self-doubt as well. Could it be that these guys really weren't thugs, but psychopaths? Wait, Dr. Yi, they don't seem to have the right eyes. It seems like they're all looking at Brother Zhu. Assistant Wang Yan said with a strange face. Yi Weiwei paused in her steps and looked back at Zhu. We'd. It was one of the male assistants at their mental hospital. Thin and with bangs, none of the facial features are considered delicate, and the overall face value is average. Dr. Ye's face instantly became grave, and he glanced upstairs again, confirming that those few people were just looking at Zhu Wei. He couldn't help but be shaken in his heart. These guys, they actually fucking like men? That's even if the vision is so bad. On top of that, apart from being bald, what part of his face doesn't leave that Zhu Wei in the dust? Dr. Yi said in a deep voice, cross out what was just said. Patient with extraordinarily strong courtship and some cognitive infection, and have strong cognitive biases about sexual orientation. I'm sorry, officer. It seems I underestimated their condition. He looked over at the 2 policemen and intoned, the patient's condition is extraordinarily serious, and I'm afraid there's no way to make an effective treatment in a short period of time. If you contact the family, remember to counsel them that they need to be prepared for long-term treatment. I'm afraid it's not realistic for these guys to get out of the hospital anytime soon. The policeman froze as well, glancing upstairs in disbelief and nodding his head in disbelief. Damn. It's perverted to stare at a man with that kind of gaze. They were thoroughly convinced by Dr. Ye's analysis. These guys are definitely psychotic and sick. Then I'll trouble Dr. Yi. Yi Weiwei waved her hand and said seriously, I should. But don't worry about the 2 officers. This hospital has a special electrotherapy practice for mental illness. These are a bit more serious, but still treatable. Based on clinical trials as well as records, electrotherapy has yielded very good results. On weekdays Dr. Yi didn't talk so much, but today there were 2 police officers inspecting the work, then surely some good impression should be left. The group was not in a hurry, walking and chatting as they stepped into the floor of the building. At that moment, a few people were still poking their heads out of the 3rd floor window and exchanging words. Don't look at Feng. people are entering the building. Li Hu waved his hand and said, "Look at you. Like you've never seen a woman before." Upon hearing the boss's persuasion, a few of the men were then intent on getting ready to drill their heads back through the security fence, but at that moment, the accident happened. "Crap, brother, my head is stuck. Quick, come and help me." Foam grabbed the bars of the security fence with both hands and tried to yank his head out. But it did nothing. I didn't realize that they were swinging too hard and jammed their entire head into the corner of Li Hu's mouth twitched. What kind of minions he had brought along. It's too humiliating. If the opponents of the mighty group saw this, they would probably laugh their asses off. He said with a wave of his hand. "Hold on a second. This thing gets tighter the harder you push it. Wait until I drill out and help you." Compared to the others, Li Hu was obviously much more subdued. After all, the amplitude of his hand waving was not large. Yet the next moment, "Crap, I'm stuck too." Unsurprisingly, Li Hu and the five of them were all stuck in the gap of the security net. On the third floor of the Sunnyside neighborhood building. These guys clearly made for a beautiful sight. Many netizens in the broadcast room were still speculating, what were these thugs doing lying on the window? They were communicating outside the security fence, and they couldn't hear much at all in the live room, but Li Hu's exclamation answered the netizens' doubts. Look at the camera. The 5 big buttocks. And the constantly struggling legs. Even the slowest of reactions reacted to what was happening. For a while, countless viewers couldn't help but burst out laughing. Laugh it up. "These 5 thugs are so weird. Ha ha ha." I said, "Why are you lying there? So you're stuck? I thought the Tang Fist Iron Hands were already invincible. Whose ministry is this? Laughing doesn't live. It's okay to card one person. How did they manage to card all 5 people up there? I declare that this is more than 4 meals in one fish." "Kid brother, I didn't do anything. They came up and gave me head." Su Yu, who was inside the gate, couldn't help but step out to admire the scene when he saw it. A hint of surprise appeared on his face, and he was a little shocked inside. No. Where is this genius again? This one belongs to a third-floor window, which is at most 2 meters wide. Even trying to seriously cram 5 heads in there was a bit difficult, but Li Hu led his team's challenge successfully. It's just a shame that the Guinness World Records witness officer wasn't invited, otherwise this time. It's definitely a challenge to succeed in a niche award. Su even thought of a name. It's called the longest time the most people have hung their heads over a security fence at the same time. He looked at a couple of the men seriously. "Uncles, you're not allowed to dry your hogsheads outside the window here. Why don't you guys just put it away?" At this moment, Li Hu's several faces were blackened. "Where the hell is that brat from? Do you have any eyesight?" A few of them actually wanted to turn around and teach the brat a lesson, but the damn thing is stuck in the security fence, and I can't move my head at all. One of the juniors couldn't help but dislike it. "Who the hell airs out pork? Can't you see the head is stuck?" Li Hu couldn't help but slap that little brother with his hand. "Are you 4 stupid? This brat is calling us pig-headed. Brat, don't run away if you can. When I come out, let's see how I'm going to clean you up." Let's just say that Li Hu's group is just putting out a tough message. As they spoke, several men reddened and pushed their way out with a brain. It's fucking humiliating, but it seems to confirm Li Hu's saying that the harder you push, the less you can get out. Struggling halfway through, it felt tighter. Instead, the netizens in the live stream, though they couldn't see much of the picture, but just enough to be able to enjoy the image of 5 big butts constantly twisting in the camera, which is simply too beautiful to look at. Seeing this, the netizens can't even live to laugh. Laughing my ass off. These big brothers are monkeys invited to be comedians, right? It wasn't easy for the show to put these 5 together. 5 people put together can't come up with a brain. Li Hu's face was a bit ugly. It's fucking stuck outside this security fence. Not to mention the special car. Even a hearse may not be able to take them away. He couldn't help but lecture his little brother. "Shit, it's all your fault. Look. Will you look next time? Tiger, obviously you watched it too." A small retorting voice appeared. "Pa, how dare you talk back, huh?" At this point in the stairwell, the footsteps of Dr. Yi and his group could already be heard. They look up. At the shot of the stairs. A couple of big men leaned against the window, pouting their asses off in the light of the setting sun. The picture was just too beautiful. The crowd was a little afraid to look at it. Ye Weiwei appreciated the scene in front of her, and her whole body was shocked. To be able to do that is extremely rare, even in mental illness. He hurried up, not able to marvel. "Holy shit, what kind of look are you guys going for? It's pretty chic." As he spoke, he cocked his head and glanced at the 5 big men. "What are they doing here? Where's the chatter?" Su Yu, on the other hand, took the initiative to step forward and said, "Dr. Yi, you've finally come. You don't need to mind them. They're not very bright." Hey, who are you scolding for not having a good brain?" Li Hu was not happy and wanted to retort. Su blinked his eyes and said seriously, "How did the head get stuck in there if it's good? Is it because it's fun?" Li Hu was silent. A few other juniors couldn't help but snicker when they saw their boss being disliked by a child. "Do you guys think it's funny to get your head stuck out there too? A few minions." It was then that Su Yu smiled and looked at Dr. Yi and the others. "Dr. Yi, I'll leave the few of them to you." At this moment, Those few juniors were just about to retort when they were suddenly interrupted by Li Hu. Although Li Hu and the others' heads were pinched outside the security net, their afterglow was still able to roughly see some bits and pieces of the picture. In his sudden calmness, he realized that the child's voice just now was all too familiar. It was clearly the voice of the man behind that gate. I had thought that it was processed to make a sound, but now it seemed that the other person was simply a child. Though I wonder, what is the relationship between this kid and the boss, since he can know the code words of the highest level of secrecy? The relationship must not be simple. That he went out and said those words at the risk of exposing himself. That must have tipped them off to something. But why do you go out of your way to emphasize that they are in over their heads? Li Hu suddenly understood. Shit. These people are simply real psychiatric hospital doctors. The kid brother is making a case for them to be taken away by the doctor. Crap. Genius. As long as they behave themselves and make the doctors on the scene think they're nuts, even if the police do investigate, this busload of doctors will testify on their behalf. It's just seamless. What is this if not a specialty car? Only true mental illness is not suspected. When the time comes, borrow the ambulance after fleeing the scene. They then leave for any reason. The perfect plan. Li Hu elbowed his little brother and whispered, "Let the guys hurry up and pretend to be mentally ill. If you want to escape, don't ask questions." A few of the juniors sniffed and their faces suddenly looked strange, though internally, I don't quite understand the reasoning, but since the boss is doing this, he must have his deeper meaning. But the question arises, how does mental illness fit? They won't at all. Boss? I don't know how. The little brother inquired in a low voice. Li Hu looked up and down and said seriously, "You guys don't have to pretend. Just act in character. Is that reliable?" Junior was a little skeptical. Li Hu was silent for a split second and said, "What? You're thinking that a few of us hanging around here right now isn't psychotic enough, right? Dr. Yi, what should we do now?" The two officers disguised as physician's assistants looked at the five large men on the ledge with some helplessness. He really didn't think that these guys were real psychos. In order to keep himself from being taken away, he actually came up with such a bad idea as drilling into the cracks of the security fence. "Should we go to a nearby hardware store and look for tools?" A police officer in a white coat inquired. In the time they just had, they'd actually tried dragging and pulling or something else, none of which had succeeded in getting them out. The only way to get these five out is to use some other tools, but to my surprise, Dr. Yi merely said calmly, "No need to borrow." As he spoke, he put on a pair of gloves made of a rough rubber mix. The gloves were different from the usual white gloves worn by doctors. Instead, they looked like they had been taken from a construction site. You can even see some dark marks of use on the gloves. This made the two policemen look a little odd. Without tools and with gloves like these, are you going to yank it? Or does Dr. Yi have a more scientific approach? The crowd still has a great filter effect on the profession of doctor. The other doctors seemed equally extremely relaxed, as if they had faced the situation at hand often enough. Only Dr. Yi just turned his back to the crowd and raised his right hand to say calmly, "Prepare to strike." At this point the two policemen couldn't help but polish their eyes, somewhat curious as to what method would be used. Immediately after that, Dr. Yi pulled up his sleeves, revealing the pompous muscles on his arms. The two plainclothesmen did a double take. It's still fucking true. One of them couldn't help but spit. "Dr. Yi, are you preparing to break it hard with your bare hands?" But unexpectedly, Dr. Yi actually frowned and shook his head. "No. What era is it now? How can they still be so violent?" "Of course you have to use science." The plainclothesman sniffed in curiosity, somewhat looking forward to what Dr. Yi's science actually was. It wasn't just the crowd at the scene. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room were equally filled with curiosity. Getting your head stuck in the security fence is usually rare though, but every year someone makes the news for it. There's really not much use for the knowledge you normally use. People also just glance at it as an online tip in case they use it someday. Netizens started discussing it in the comments section. What kind of science can there be to this? Without borrowing tools, what else is there to do but break it the hard way? Archimedes? Ever heard of a lever? If you pry it with a stick, I guess the head will be pried out first. Stop arguing and see what the experts do." Under the gaze of countless people, Dr. Yi stretched out his right hand and said calmly, "Juvie, buzz off." The unmistakable cacophony of voices came from the rear. In the next moment, Assistant Zhu a cutter handed on Dr. Yi's right hand. He pulled a pair of sunglasses out of his white lab coat with immense skill and said earnestly with a slight sideways glance, "We brought our own tools, so no need to borrow." "What?" The two plainclothesmen froze with their mouths agape. They looked forward to half a day, but it turned out that he meowed not to have to borrow. The original meaning of this. Dr. Yi, is this what you call science?" Dr. Li frowned and pressed the cutter in his hand, making it buzz. He inquired with some confusion, "Aren't cutting machines scientific enough?" Section Science. The plainclothes policeman was now completely convinced. They also never expected to be able to pull out a cutter on the spot. "Well, it is indeed scientific. Too scientific." The appearance of the cutter made the audience, who were seriously guessing and analyzing in the live broadcast, could not help but burst out laughing. Dr. Yi is a genius. How is a cutting machine not considered science when it is an important product of industry in the new century? You just say science or not science and that's the end of it. Ha ha ha. I'm so fucking surprised how a doctor's profession can pull out a cutter. Even Suyu's eyebrows could not help but raise. This doctor is a master. Dr. Ye's movements with the gas cutter in his hand were extraordinarily natural. And he even had his sunglasses and gloves ready in advance. What the hell kind of preparation is this? It didn't look like a doctor in any way, but rather like a professional master clampsman. Even the plainclothes are a bit skeptical. Is this really a serious doctor? Who's the doctor that fucking usually brings a cutter out to the clinic? There's not going to be any side jobs, is there? The plainclothes policeman couldn't help but inquire about the assistant at his side. Zhu Wei, you guys still bring cutters to your regular clinics? Juvi replied seriously with a little thought. More than that. He then opened the medical kit on his body, revealing the medical tools inside. Will you see what you need? Plainclothes cops took one look at it and gave it straight to dry silence. The medical kit had everything. Screwdrivers of all types, wrenches and even hydraulic pliers, angle grinders, lock-picking equipment and more. There's nothing you can't use. Only what you can't think of. Of course. The only thing that is not available are medicines. What the hell kind of stuff is this for a doctor to carry? He'll believe you when you tell him you're a senior machinist from some machine shop. He inquired with a twitch of his mouth. Is this what you guys usually bring to clinics? This thing, is it compliant? Zhu Wei, on the other hand, frowned slightly at his words. Are you questioning the professionalism of our hospital's level of care? After all, he was still aware that these two were police officers in their own right, and assumed that the comment was about accountability, only to see Juvi digging out of his pocket and pulling out two IDs. Plainclothes policemen take a look and people are dumbfounded. Advanced clamping certificate. Licensed to practice medicine. It's pretty damn advanced clamping. That's a little too professional, isn't it? Today could be said to be a direct reversal of their stereotypical image of a doctor. It's simply hard to imagine that it's a doctor who can pull out portable cutters, wrenches, and lock-picking tools from a medical insurance policy. Damn it, Juvi said confidently. All processes in this hospital are legally qualified and all operations are licensed. Don't worry, there can't be a problem. The plainclothesman quickly waved his hand and explained. I mean, you guys don't usually bring other medical supplies to the clinic? Juvi sniffed in relief and explained seriously. Of course I do. Those little girls carry medical supplies. It's just that most people with mental illness are likely to have locked doors. Or well, a lot of situations like the one that's going on right now. So this house, the utilization of these tools is probably a little bit higher still. The plainclothesman sniffed and was shaken. Good point. As long as the mental illness is not particularly extreme, there really doesn't seem to be any other medical need. The netizens in the live broadcast room, moreover, directly gave dry silence. Shit. I haven't even gotten my advanced pliers until now. What hospital is this? It's so damn professional. I also didn't expect a doctor to be able to pull out an advanced pliers certificate. But who's the doctor who goes out with these things? I'm a welder. Is the hospital hiring? Thanks, Doc. You're a good cutter. A junior said sincerely as he broke free of the security fence. Buzz off. The sound of the cutter continued. Not bad for a senior plier. This cutter is just slick to use. Doctor. Ye cut several iron pipes from the security fence in 3 tries. Elihu and the others were rescued in but a few minutes. Suu, who was eating melons and watching the show from the sidelines, saw the situation and was also ready to go home and close the door and run away. Of the few guys who were just hanging out, there were others who said they were going to fuck him, but at this time, the system that had only been quiet for a short while actually reacted again. Ding. Trigger a mission to find an undercover agent who can help you from the uninvited guests by screwing them over. Suyu raised his eyebrows. What a hell. On a normal day, you wouldn't necessarily be able to trigger this many quests in a month. I can't believe I have another mission today. The whole thing is fine. Hiss. Have to find out the undercover agent? His eyes fell upon the group counting this 5 brainiacs. Plus these doctors. There were about a dozen people on the scene. Isn't that a little too many people? On the surface there was nothing unusual at all. How does that tell you who's undercover? 1 or 2 people would be fine. So many people should just give up. That's when the system's voice came again. Reward, random skill card. Randomize the base ability of a skill. Suyu. Hiss. This skill is a bit strong. I'm afraid. It is randomized though, and there are no details about the skill type. Is it safe to assume, then, that rounding is equivalent to superpowers? But how to implement it? Suyu frowned slightly, unable to stop thinking. Not far away Dr. Yi was smiling as he put away the cutter in his hand and said seriously to the 5 thugs in front of him. Don't worry, everyone, please trust me, it will be possible for you to recover from your condition. Believe? Suyu couldn't help but have a flash of light when he heard this, and a word that appeared in a book suddenly came to mind. Trust test. It's a psychological test that can determine trust in you through small, extremely everyday things. If that undercover agent can help him, is the trust at least there? Thus, Suyu suddenly raised his head and revealed a sincere smile. Are you uncles tired? Do you want to have a drink at my house? The audience in the live broadcast room, at this time, also sniffed with a violent shock. He obviously knew that the secret of Suyu's kitchen water purifier. That's a lot of drugs in there. Countless people couldn't help but marvel, crap. What's kid brother doing here? Has the kid gone crazy? Already don't distinguish between enemy and self? What's the situation? Did the kid brother himself forget? Dr. Yi and the others were obviously not aware of this. They were just a little surprised that this little guy was quite understanding. Several people looked at each other and were about to agree. At this time, the plainclothes police officers on one side of the room turned pale. If others don't know what's going on, can they not be aware of it? And this kid's water is something to mess around with? He hurriedly pulled. Dr. Yi hastily said, No, 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 we don't drink water. Suyu glanced at it and nodded slightly. First of all, he could rule out these few people. I can't believe I'm so wary of a little kid and have no trust in myself at all and not quite undercovered. He was worried at first that no one would say no. Seeing this scene, Suyu was relieved instead. He was a little puzzled though. The courier had been alert enough, since him, one and all don't want to drink water. It really doesn't make sense. He was pondering how to ask these fierce big brothers about it. Wait kid, we need water. Not far away was Moving Lee, who suddenly took the initiative to say, take us in. These guys spoke in a tone that resumed its usual arrogance. Suyu was a little surprised, not expecting these few thugs to trust themselves so much, but when he thought about it, that alone shouldn't be enough to confirm it. What if these guys are just plain brain dead? He nodded, the door completely open, and led the crowd inside. At the back, two plainclothes men stopped Dr. Yi, who was about to speak, and made a don't worry there's me gesture. The plainclothesmen were still extraordinarily vigilant, and they never forgot that the spectacled man who led the group was most likely wearing a firearm. The two of them made a wink, ready to find an opportunity to cooperate in the imposition of forcible measures. Dr. Yi was a bit puzzled, but he still followed behind, observing patients as part of their job. In the guide room, Li Xingli was a bit curious at this point as to what this little brat really wanted to do. He could tell at a glance that in fact, Suyu did not have the idea of letting everyone drink water at all. It was more like a casual question. As for Su Tai began to be a little angry. The program has not been able to get out of a mouthful of bad breath until now, and at this time, looking at the monitor, has felt a little bored, and even yawned. Li Xingli sneered. Worthy of being the person behind the curtain, not the slightest bit worried at all, and even starting to get sleepy. The mentality of the viewers in the live broadcast room was completely different. They frowned slightly and were a bit displeased with Suyu's performance. If you're dealing with thugs, drugging or whatever is acceptable, but when confronted with a normal person prank, the viewer can feel that the kid should be sent in for education. They actually have a very positive outlook on the three things, despite their online stunt work. After all, before that, Suyu faced all kinds of situations, are disguised as thugs in the case of the use of special means, can still understand, but this time, Suyu proved himself with practical actions. His move certainly took everyone a little by surprise, only to see that Suyu surprisingly didn't take a disposable cup to the water purifier to receive water, but took out a few unopened bottles of mineral water from the refrigerator. This kid, he's so kind? The contrast for a moment caused the viewers of the live broadcast to faintly stare. Instead, they thought to themselves, there can't be anything dirty in this, can there? Netizens are also incredibly puzzled. Is he really just a regular guy making people drink water? Just see, Suyu first opened a bottle of mineral water. Click issued a new unopened mineral water only sound. Then faced to several doctors said, it's a hot day, so why don't you uncles have some ice to cool off? Immediately afterward, he first drank a small half of the bottle himself in full view of the public. Directly to the plainclothes are whole confused. Are you going to drink or not? They're very skeptical about this little kid, but to his surprise, Dr. Yi just looked down at Suyu, smiled and took the bottle of water and started drinking it. At this point, the plainclothes man couldn't talk people into refusing, and just watched the crowd's reaction. Fearing that Suyu had added something inside the water, several of the other doctors who came along similarly began to drink. After a few moments passed, nothing really happened to the crowd. That's when the plainclothesman mingling with the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily nothing happened. This kid isn't so bad after all. Of course, Suyu really didn't intend to drug him, not to mention that these guys didn't pass their own trust test. In fact, when he thought about it carefully, he found a loophole in the system prompt. Since he's undercover, he must be in the bad guys. Thus, Suyu was ready to continue the test. Brat, where's our water? Li Hu's little brother, Feng said with some irritation. These few juniors had obviously forgotten that Suyu could possibly be the big shot within 305 this gate. After the series of events that had just occurred, they had long since put their purpose behind them. Suyu sniffed and hurriedly explained in a serious manner. Ow, a couple of uncles just porked out for a long time. Oh no, just been in the sun too long. Your body might be dehydrated. I'll add some vitamins. What? The plainclothes man's face couldn't help but change violently. This kid, what's he up to again? You vitamins? Is it decent? At the scene, no one could notice the expressions on the faces of the two plainclothesmen. The audience in the live broadcast room was similarly stunned. Not expecting that Suyu's nonsense could actually be so natural, they were more than familiar with the pissy nature of the Suyu kid, any food that comes out of his hands. That's not something that people can drink. I thought I would accidentally injure my teammates. But I didn't realize it was a precision strike, kid brother. So true, I almost misunderstood you. So you left your backhand here? Does kid brother's family sell sleeping pills? But Lee, who those few little brothers, completely did not notice any abnormality, and even brightened up in front of his eyes, said appreciatively, count on you kid, you know what you're doing. Thirsty as hell. Bring me water and that vitamin shit. It seemed that these few juniors were extraordinarily arrogant, casually sitting on the sofa. Elihu, however, was sweating a bit as his eyes wandered around in this seemingly ordinary apartment. He finds a lot of things that have to do with tattoos. For example, there are some tattoo catalogs on the shoe cabinet in the entryway, as well as a tattoo design painting hanging at the end of the hallway leading to the bedroom. How can a normal person have these things in their home? The first thing he thought of was his boss. The boss behind the green dragon, also connecting the dots. The code word. This kid used to butt heads with himself when he opened the door, and even helped them escape, even if he was a fool. He understood at this point that this child's identity might be somewhat unusual, but to avoid suspicion, he didn't stop his little brother. In the face of the shouts of those few juniors, Suyu did not refuse, and similarly took out a few bottles of mineral water from the double-door refrigerator and directly placed them on the coffee table. His bright eyes showed a harmless smile. Just a minute. I'll get you guys your vitamins. Everyone in the broadcast room was a bit curious at this point. What exactly are the so-called vitamins that Sue was talking about? At the same time, they were equally somewhat puzzled. Brother kid, you forgot your water. How can you drug it? Bad. Did kid brother really go get his vitamins? But you don't need vitamins when you've been in the sun too long, brothers. I can't see it again. What's kid brother up to now? For a while, the audience got anxious instead. It seemed to them that there was no reason for this wit to make such a mistake. Li Xingli, in the guide room, was likewise a bit puzzled. He had studied child psychology and thought he had some attainments, but he still couldn't guess what Suyu was going to do next at all. The basis of any psychology will be built into the details of logic, body movements, expressions, emotions, etc. But Suyu acted in a style that was completely devoid of any logic, and was even full of words, even if it was the next moment. It wasn't impossible for Suyu to suddenly run off to do his homework. Suyu didn't leave for long, but reappeared in the crowd's line of sight in just a minute. His gaze swept over the crowd and he exhaled. The so-called vitamin addition is actually part of the trust test. There's no other way to get things done. Now it's up to the Undercover brothers to give it a go and trust it. He was seen saying with a smile, uncles, the vitamins are here. With that, Suyu pulled out a folded paper packet from his pocket, and on the front of the packet, he could vaguely see 3 titles in blue writing, rat poison. A few small red letters were also extraordinarily clear, the last supper of the rats. All of them are going to die out. The crowd at the scene, their faces were shocked. Are these fucking vitamins? This is poisoning, isn't it? You don't tease me. The 2 plainclothesmen were also trembling in their hearts. What's going on here? It's over. It's really over. Those thugs must want this kid to be enraged. Those few thugs also stared at Suyu with wide eyes, somewhat incredulously. It's not you who drugged the kid, but at least you did it on the sly. You're too damn cocky in front of me, aren't you? Feng felt that his IQ was being rubbed on the ground by this elementary school student. Although a few of them were not highly educated, they could not be insulted like this. He couldn't help himself right away and cursed outright. Bastard. Damn it. You really think the brothers are illiterate? Think we can't read? Read it yourself. What's written on this package? Do you want uncle to teach you? Harry medicine. It's for fucking poison rats. Suyu froze, looking at the paper package somewhat oddly. Uncle. That word reads how? Rat poison. There was a moment of silence. Dudley, who looked at Feng with a horrified expression. You don't even know these words and you're giving me advice every day? Feng turned red, like a red-skinned duck. Of course I know, but just wanted to quiz you. He changed the subject with some irritation. Are you telling me you're a vitamin? You are. Suyu raised his head, widened his innocent eyes, and nodded seriously. Yes. What does the package say? Rat poison. What is it? Vitamins. You fucking. Feng was silent. A moment of speech unexpectedly. Do not know what to say. Originally thought that Suyu was simply illiterate, but I didn't expect that this kid really fooled him as a fool. The live broadcast audience was also amused by Suyu's maneuver. So that's what vitamins are, haha. Kid brother. You didn't treat them like psychopaths or human beings. Drugging a kid brother in front of his face is too outrageous. Who the hell dares to drink this? Ha ha ha. People are just mentally ill, not brain dead. Inside the guide room, a group of people surrounded the monitor screen and also fell silent, and none of them froze. None of them thought that Suyu would actually poison in front of them. And the poison was still packaged rat poison. The packaging isn't even thrown away for fear that people won't realize that the stuff is poisonous. Who would believe this stuff is a vitamin? It's also so intellectually insulting. Could it be that Sue was with them and was infected with mental illness as well? Immediately after, Suyu poured the white powder in this paper bag towards the inside of the mineral water bottle in front of everyone. The originally clear water was instantly cloudy, the white sediment floats in and out of the water. Not at all like something you can drink. Suyu smiled and placed the water on the coffee table. Uncle, please drink the water. It has vitamins in it. Yo. There was a moment of silence. Several doctors also cast a caring gaze towards Suyu. Who dares to drink this adulterated water? Who would drink your water? Fang's mouth twitched. Really think I'm stupid? A few of the minions chimed in. Yeah. Stupid asses drink your shit. Whoever wants to drink your shit is a big dumbass. At this time, Lee, who was running his brain at a rapid pace, in his opinion. Although he didn't know what Suyu's identity was, he must have a very deep connection with the Green Dragon. It should be on their side no matter what. Then there's absolutely no reason to embarrass him. At this moment, Lee, who remembered the test that his boss had given him when he initially joined Green Dragon. If he wanted to be trusted by the boss, then he had to trust the boss. His eyes lit up with a sudden awakening. Right. It's a test. It's testing them. I drink. Lee, who shouted suddenly with some excitement. The sudden sound directly silenced the scene. A few of the minions who were screaming. Everyone on the scene froze. All of them looked towards Lee, who with shocked gazes. What's the situation? The sudden statement left everyone in a complete daze. Is this guy crazy? He had seen with his own eyes that Suyu had put rat poison inside. Don't you want to live? Dr. Yi had a grave expression on his face as he whispered towards his side. It's rare that a case like this is recorded for us. Good lord. They're sicker than expected. He took a deep breath and sighed. I've practiced medicine for so many years, and I've seen a lot of psychopaths, but I've never seen such pure brain damage. A few of the other doctors nodded with a serious face and started recording some kind of data in their hands. Mixed in the crowd of plainclothes police people are stupid. How there are still people to bump into the muzzle of the gun off. The audience on the live broadcast site at this time pretty much had the same expression. Countless question marks drifted through the live feed. It's too damn magical. Everyone was confused. Crap. There's really fucking stupid people. Where did the show find the mental illness? I don't think it can be explained by mental illness anymore. What kind of trick is this? Kid brother? How come I didn't get it? Inside the guide room, Li Shengli was also dumbfounded. There is no longer any logic to what is happening right now. No. That's fucking rat poison. You're really not afraid to drink and kill someone. What's with all these socialized criminals? How dare you drink this? Even Su Tai, who was dozing on the side, was startled. He was a little shaken inside. It's amazing that there are people in this world who are dumber beaks than I am. As for the few juniors who had put out harsh words, they were even completely dumbfounded and turned back with shocked faces. No. Boss, it's not a good time for you to open your mouth. Why didn't you say it earlier? Why did you say it later? Why did you say it at this time? What does that make them? The little brothers? It's fucking embarrassing. Tu Feng stole a glance at Li Hu and realized that the latter had a subdued look on his face and was not the least bit flustered. He inquired tentatively, Tiger, are you really sick? The more awkward the situation at hand was, the more Li Hu was able to understand the plight of this mysterious child. This is clearly an attempt to help one sit with the symptoms of neurosis in order to escape in an ambulance, not to mention that there were so many doctors present at the scene. It was impossible to let him drink it even if it was really poisonous. Hi, just too high. Li Hu said in a low voice with a slight sideways frown. You're the one who's sick. Forgot what I told you? Feng froze, suddenly coming back to his senses. Yeah. The boss told them to act psychotic. I almost forgot. Feng looked at the mineral water full of sediment in front of him, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and suddenly walked to the center of the crowd and shouted, all eyes on me. I have an announcement to make. The crowd at the scene was slightly stunned. What the hell is this all about? One thing leads to another. Instead, several psychiatrists were all excited and stood around taking careful notes before the crowd could come back to their senses. I'm the big dumb beep. Feng shouted instantly, and the rest of the minions, seeing this, immediately reacted and raised their hands. Me too. We're all big dumbasses. The faces of several little brothers showed extra confidence as well as pride. This wave of several minions simply pulled out all the stops in terms of survival, and in an instant, they exploded with the reflexes that only the pros have. Feng, on the other hand, sneered and directly walked up towards Suyu, stepping on the coffee table with one foot and shouting loudly, stinky brat, looking down on us are you? Give us all these bottles of water with vitamins. If the other brothers see this, they'll think we can't afford it. Add a whole packet for me. One for each. This operation. Not to mention the crowd at the scene. Li who was dumbfounded. No. Then thought he was enough of a psychopath. Once Feng comes out, where's the stage for him to perform under Feng's setting? Li Hu even looked like a normal person. This kid let you play in your own color, and you're still overplaying your hand. The two plainclothes men in the crowd had gone numb and were shocked. It's crazy. It's just crazy. Are these guys that sick already? The audience in the Orange Guardians broadcast room was initially a little confused. Why is there a real psycho in this crowd? No, dude, you really drink? There's something really serious about this group of people, but no, something's not quite right. I'm a little out of my mind. Crap, don't think about it. The audience was confused. but was laughed at by foam with a couple of minions who came up and said I'm Sandollar and we're all big dummies, ha. What a quick response. It's not bad for a social mixer. This anti-ganking ability is strong, laughing. How the hell did these brainiacs get together? In the guide room. At this time, Li Shangli's head was big that he was a bit speechless. Had he fucking known that this was a bunch of psychopaths, he wouldn't have been here to figure it out. How can a normal human mind keep up with a psychopath? Surveillances down the hall. The corners of Suyu's mouth twitched as he similarly looked dumbfounded. Even though I was prepared for this, I was shocked by the maneuvering of these guys. He was a little skeptical now. Have I met a real psychopath? It's not at all like these guys are capable of performing. Fang's shouting had straight away made him unsure of himself. No bro. I got rat poison written all over this. How the hell am I supposed to know who's undercover if you're all drunk all of a sudden? He took a deep breath. In that case then don't blame me for being rude. You said seriously. You guys wait. I'll go add a little more vitamins. This time, he was going to go all hard. It was thought that rat poison disguised as flour, raw meal, and similar things would scare them off. I didn't expect it to be effective. A few moments later, Suyu appeared in front of the crowd again, this time holding the same few paper packages, only this time there was no Chinese on the paper packet, there was only one line of English letters of unknown significance, and a black skull pattern. Even if you don't know English, the meaning of the pattern on it is clear enough. The corners of the mouths of the people at the scene were twitching. No. Still coming? Even Lee, who couldn't help but have his eyelids jump at the sight. Are they afraid they won't die from the poison? How dare you? Is it really possible to drink this stuff and still survive? A few little brothers on the side? Stunned at this time is also a little weak. Dr. Leaf's eyes lit up and he whispered sideways, it's a good record of the experiment. I'm also curious as to whether brain damage will ever be recovered under such a test or not. Suyu sneered in his heart. I'd like to see who dares to pose as an undercover agent. Under the gaze of everyone, Suyu opened the paper packet, pouring the rough particles inside into the water bottle. In the next moment, the plastic bottle loaded with pure water began to react violently. The water, which had been just a little cloudy and transparent, became a light green color in a flash. At the same time, countless bubbles erupted from the rim of the water bottle, which began to expand and gush out along the mouth of the bottle, filling the air with an indescribable smell. Suyu raised his head, revealing a harmless smile as well as an expectant gaze. Uncles, the vitamins are spiked. 1 packet per person. Drink up. What? Lee, who was directly dumbfounded and looked at Suyu with an incredibly skeptical gaze. No buddy. You don't fuck around. But to his surprise, Suyu smiled at the sight and returned an affirmative nod. The corner of his mouth twitched, a little flustered at this point. Li, whose gaze fell on the bottles of green turbid liquid on the coffee table, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Are you kidding? What the fuck is this shit for people to drink? He's just pretending to be a psychopath. He's not really brain dead. If you really drink it, it's another matter whether you can save your little life or not. Li, who couldn't help but ask again, you're a vitamin? Yes. Suyu replied without any hesitation, looking at them with anticipation in his eyes. Lee, who was silent. Damn. This guy's the real psycho, right? Who's a good person who puts vitamins in and pours the froth? It's all fucking technology and hard work. The slightly noisy environment in the hall was visibly quieter. The gazes of everyone on the scene converged on Lee, who and the others. Every move they make seems to be recorded by the doctors on the scene. Phone, as well as a few of his juniors' faces changed, and tactically took 2 steps back, protecting the boss, Lee, who, in front of him. How dare a normal person drink this stuff? Whoever wants to drink it can do so. This brief hesitation was met with Suyu's voice. This drinking vitamins. What a beautiful thing. Uncle, why don't you drink? The childish voice seemed as if it was like death knocking at the door. His eyes fell on the crowd, and by now he had a rough guess as to who was undercover. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw Suyu's maneuver. Laughing, the Kid brothers silenced the psychopaths by fucking them. Ha ha ha. Holy shit, Kid brother is so mean. Neurotic thugs are confused. You're fucking neurotic too? Kid brother, don't play up the psycho. Will this drive the nerves crazy? The audience was not the least bit concerned about the danger to the lives of these men. 7 or 8 doctors are standing right next to us. What could happen? Sure enough, it's not a normal person who can be a doctor in a mental hospital. A few people stood to the side. None of them went up to block, and even had an excited look on their faces, holding a small notebook and not knowing what they were memorizing. Seeing this, the leading Dr. Yi even had some admiration in his heart and looked at Suyu with a gaze full of admiration. It's too hard. But no one in their right mind could come up with such a sick test. Great potential to become a psychiatrist. Li, who was silent at this point, and inwardly wanted to question loudly, you fucking poisoned me in front of so many people and asked me why I didn't drink it. At this time, Lee, whose heart was in a violent struggle and torment. He knew very well that if he drank it, he would certainly be able to bring his brothers back in one piece. The cops that were on their way, even blocking the doorway, couldn't do them any good. But if they don't drink, It's clear that the identity of their psychosis is somewhat in doubt. At this point he could only hope that the doctors on the scene would be able to stop them before he drank. Of course, there is one last option, trust Suyu. This was Li Hu's last choice. Once Li Hu was just a small man. From the bottom of the green dragon step by step to climb up. And finally get the trust of the big brother. Relying on what? It's not even because of his drive. Now that you've made your choice, don't hesitate, trust the kid brother. Li Hu's gaze looked towards Suyu. His eyes constantly gesturing towards the water bottle as if inquiring, is this stuff really drinkable? Seeing this, Suyu froze and hurriedly came forward. Li Hu's heart rejoiced. There was something in it. But unexpectedly, Suyu asked in a slightly concerned whisper, Uncle, do you have an eye cramp? Li Hu was silent. He wondered a little at this point if something had gone wrong with his choices, but right now the arrow was on the string and has to be sent. Take a gamble. There were so many doctors on the scene, and if the kid was one of the green dragons, there was no way he would watch him. Li Hu gritted his teeth and came forward, saying in a deep voice, I drink. The rest of the few juniors that Feng had brought with him were shocked in their hearts and couldn't help but look at their big brother with a sour nose. Although they were not too smart, they were clear under Li Hu's reminder. If they don't drink the stuff and pretend to be psychotic, they're likely to get picked up by the cops. The bottle of cloudy liquid on the table was clearly a highly toxic poison. What was the reason why Li Hu said that? It wasn't even for the sake of these few juniors of theirs. Could they not be touched in their hearts? Feng took Li Hu's right hand and shook his head with tears in his eyes. Tiger, you can't drink. Behind Feng were the unwanted gazes of several other minions. Yeah, you can't drink it. Several doctors in the distant psychiatric hospital were immensely moved at this time, and they did not know where to pull out the paper towels and melons and small benches. What a touching brotherhood. It's so touching. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been this moved. The airwaves were also infected by the atmosphere. Yoo-hoo, so touching. Be a brother. In your heart. Such a big brother, please give me a dozen. Crap. Brothers in tears, the comments are full of heartfelt speeches. And at the moment they are also impressed by Li Hu's actions, but at such a critical moment, someone has to step forward. Li Hu took a deep breath and held his right hand in Feng's, the same tears flooding his eyes. Good buddy. He looked up as if he didn't want to let his tears fall. Feng, on the other hand, held Li Hu's right hand with his hand in a death grip, as if trying to stop Li Hu's movements. Full of emotion. Tiger, you really can't drink. Li Hu patted Feng's shoulder and said in a touched voice, I'm lucky to have a brother like you. However, the next moment, Li Hu nodded and said seriously, you have a point. I can't drink it. Feng, you go drink. At this time, Li Hu wept and choked a little. Take care, good brother. Feng, oh, no, hold on, no. Something doesn't seem right. He froze. Seeming suddenly not so moved again, Feng opened his mouth as if trying to explain her brother. I actually don't mean that. It's really okay if you don't listen once in a while, but the little vibes seem to be coming up. A situation where it seemed impossible not to drink yourself. This sudden reversal amused the audience who were being moved. Where's the one who just wanted a dozen of such big brothers? A brother and your heart are linked. You play with your brother's brain? Tiger, I thank you. Laughing my ass off. Who understands? At this point, Feng was completely riding the tiger. He looked toward his back with a great deal of bravado, actually. Well, inwardly, I wondered if any of the rest of the minions would come and talk themselves out of it when the time comes. He'll do the same old trick. The golden cicada and the woe is me, but I didn't expect a few other juniors. Who said with a touched face, take care, brother Feng. Good day, brother Peak. Brother Feng, we'll remember you for the rest of our lives. Feng inside. I special meow. He took a deep breath and his eyes fell on the bottle of murky green liquid on the table. Surely no matter how many times you take a closer look at this thing, it takes courage. Of course. Feng clearly has a mind of his own. He also guessed that with all the doctors on the scene, he figured there was no way he'd be allowed to drink it. The vibe was already here. And Feng wasn't squirming. Regardless, it's time to get your own vibe. Take care, brothers. His slightly trembling hand picked up the bottle of cloudy liquid. If we have the chance, we'll be brothers again in our next life. While speaking, Feng kept sneaking glances at the doctor who was not far away. With some apprehension in his heart, these shitty doctors. Why don't they come and stop me yet? Feng was going to break. And 2 tears of sadness crossed the corners of his eyes. You guys come and fucking stop me. You guys, come and stop me. Feng fought to hiss in his mind, but the response was a silent scene. A few doctors, not far away, were actually calmly getting high. Damn, what a lack of medical ethics. I don't see how you can get stoned when there's a death in progress. In fact, Dr. Yi is still very ethical, only so many years of experience in the business, as well as based on the state, color, and smell of the bottles presented on the table. Ye Weiwei realized that what Suyu put in was really fucking vitamins only. It's effervescent vitamin C and it's fucking blueberry flavored. He recognized it as soon as he looked at it. The kid had made it into little crumbs by processing it, probably trying to scare the psychos when putting it on. You can obviously see that it was made very rough. It was probably just wrapped in paper and smashed twice at random. As for the powder that was put down at the beginning, it was not at all difficult for this physician to make a mental guess. The other doctors were almost as close. Recognizing them likewise, they can be so specialized when it comes to medicines. Therefore, even if Foam made a move to drink, they weren't worried in the slightest. That water actually just looks scary, but it's actually completely non-toxic. Of course, Li Hu and the others were still in the dark, eyeing Foam with a moved face. With trembling hands, Foam raised the murky liquid in his hands and said in a deep voice, "Before I leave, young Foam, have something to say." He was seen spilling a small amount of the liquid from the bottle towards the ground. "This glass of water, first to honor my parents. From now on I'm afraid I won't have the chance to do my filial duty." Immediately afterward, Foam spilled another small half of the bottle, "To honor the ancestors again. It's a shame that I wasn't able to pass on the family name for my young family." While speaking, Foam kept sneaking glances towards Dr. Ye's side, resulting in the latter's indifference. Even the Yi doctors at the head of the group were distributing melons to the crowd, looking like they were watching the show. Getting high into the corners of his mouth twitched with some desperation. How do these quacks still eat melon? Come and fucking talk me out of it. I'm running out of words. The audience in the live broadcast room at this time was also a bit apprehensive right now. Foam was about to drink it, and those doctors actually didn't react. Crap. These doctors are so calm. Isn't this even going to stop you? The thug was quite good enough to get on it. It's kind of a ritual to drink a little water. Facing the silent grounds, Foam understood in his heart at this time, those quacks can't be trusted. Doesn't this even stop itself? Does it wait for salvage to increase quai? No. It's better to ask for help. Foam gazed around the room and continued with a tearful and touching voice. "And I want to toast my big brother. And I'd like to toast Jai. To the doctor. To the sanitation workers. Here's to not wanting to slack off." 10 minutes later, the plastic bottle in his hand was empty. Only Foam faced the crowd and said seriously with the empty bottle, "Guys, I'll do it first. Make yourselves at home." He took the empty bottle, poured it into his mouth, and there wasn't a drop left. What? Li Hu was also dumbfounded. But also fucking can be like this? You've come to make a fucking toast? Even Suyu was fucking dumbfounded. Crap? You, kid, have something. Doctor. He also had to put down his melon and record carefully this mental state. It's so nerve-wracking. The netizens in the livestream also looked dumbfounded. No wonder they say that prisons are full of talent. Crap. You didn't drink a drop after a big toast. I want to have this kind of strength. 1,000 glasses of wine, dude. You came here for a drink? That's enough skill for them to learn for a while. What's bullshit is that after Foam finished drinking, he took the empty bottle and fucking showed it to everyone around the venue. Dude, is this even necessary to show? Immediately afterward, Suyu looked his expectant gaze towards the remaining people. This time, it was Li Hu and the others' turn to be silent. The pressure plummeted on them. I was thinking of letting Foam try the poison, but it turns out that kid is too sneaky and didn't even drink a drop of it. Who knows if there's poison in that water? Let's not let them try anything. As for using the method that Foam had just used, it was obvious that something wouldn't work with so many doctors watching. It would be a bit evasive for them to use it again. That guy Foam has a way of talking while crying that ordinary people can't really imitate. In the crowd, Li Hu took a deep breath and stood forward. Ugh. I'll drink. No matter what. He's still the big brother. At a time like this, it would obviously be unreasonable for him not to stand up for himself. Li Hu has never been a coward. And since Foam played a leading role. If he retreated again, wouldn't he even be inferior to Foam? He glanced back, and this time there was no one behind him to stop him. Li Hu was a little disappointed in his heart, but he understood, after all, no one can remain subdued in the face of life and death. Take care, brothers. Foam nodded heavily. Take care. A few of the juniors echoed with a touched face, revealing a sobbing voice. Take care, Tiger. Good luck, Tiger. We'll remember you. Li Hu turned back in shock. No. These minions, at least change the words. This is too perfunctory. The doctors, not far away, likewise fixed their eyes on him, and now and then a sob came from the crowd. What a touching brotherhood. It's so touching. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been this moved. Li Hu's mouth twitched. Not how this word is also a little familiar. Li Hu took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. It was quiet enough for him to hear every beat of his heart. This moment, the pendulum of fate seems to have swung back in his favor. What he makes and does affects the situation of his 3 remaining minions. If he doesn't die, nothing should happen to them. Li Hu's gaze eventually landed on another water bottle filled with a murky liquid. At this point in the live broadcast, the hearts of the audience hung in the air once again. You're really going to drink this time, aren't you? Are all doctors this big-hearted? This distance can't even stop you if you want to drink, right? Did the doctor just prepare to pump the stomach? No stopping? Many people still remain in awe of life. Immediately after that, Li Hu stood up and looked at Suyu. The latter likewise still held an expectant gaze, with all eyes on. Li Hu suddenly made a show of clenching his legs and said, "That and I have a sudden urge to go to the bathroom. Where's the restroom? Suyu froze and pointed his right hand in a direction before he could add anything the next moment. Lihu ran towards the toilet like the wind. Clunk! The sound of a sharp closing door then came. That toilet has no paper. Before Suyu could finish, the person was already gone. He had to turn his gaze toward the remaining three. The remaining three minions suddenly froze. What? No boss. What's the situation? There's no defense. No, boss. Where are the knuckleheads? What about the lower limit? A few of the minions were dumbfounded. A few of them had just been touched to Fengsai from the side. It was too much in line with the boss's image of being wise in his mind. Not bad for a boss. That's shameless. Only Feng patted the shoulders of a few juniors inside. Good brother. Have a good trip. Silence fell over the scene as the crowd once again focused on the remaining three minions. Suyu's expectant eyes, as well as several doctors waiting with eager anticipation, and the potion on the coffee table that was like a poison. It invariably gives them immense psychological pressure. Within the live broadcast room, countless viewers couldn't help but smile. That leader is so uncouth. Otherwise he could be the boss. This operation of selling teammates is used with sheer skill. If I go straight to the toilet in a wave, may I ask how your excellency will respond? Bean-sized sweat slid down the cheeks of several of the minions. At this point, their heart rate spiked 180% straight up, but since they were able to follow such a feckless big brother like Li Hu, how could they not have a heart? 5 people can be psychotic on the same frequency, so how bad can that brain be? Uncle? Suyu blinked and inquired affectionately. The voice was like the demonic sound of a hell messenger, breaking down their psychological defenses. But the next operation of these little brothers perfectly demonstrated what is called the desire to survive. Only one of the minions suddenly pulled out the holographic cell phone from his pocket and put it to his ear. What? Someone wants to challenge my title of Jiangnan Car King? He gazed at the crowd and said in a serious, hushed voice, sorry guys, as you can see, I, Long Daqiang, am going to defend my title of Jiangnan Car King. I'm afraid I'm not blessed with this vitamin today, so we'll see you again in the future. With that, he was ready to head toward the door. Young Feng looked directly dumbfounded. Not buddy. Aren't you afraid you'll be caught by the cops if you run away like that? There are cops out there now. It's a dead end to go out there. But the next moment, Feng realized that his worries were redundant. Long Daqiang just took 2 steps and directly collapsed to the ground, lying on the ground and pretending to be dead. Not moving. Suyu could not help but be stunned in his heart. There are actually masters. I had expected this live show to feature a live doctor's emergency. I didn't realize it was a survival guide for survivalists. The viewers in the pop-ups couldn't help but be refreshed once again by the lower limit. Brothers, it's all about the work. Learn it and watch it. Ha 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 ha. Not bad for a little brother under a big brother. Wonderful. 2 wonderful applause emoticon package. You fucking phone at least light up. The 8 immortals are each showing their abilities. After the operation of Li Hu as well as Feng, the live broadcast of the security awareness science work has been completely tasteless. It seems to have become a big stage for mental illness. And if you are sick, you come. As for the doctors on the scene who were onlookers, they were more like reviewing judges, depending on the level of offense of the 5 contestants. There will also be whispered tastings underground and constant scoring records. Sure enough, after Long Daqiang fell to the ground. Dr. Yi nodded slightly and turned his head to whisper something, taking notes in his little notebook again. It seems to be an announcement. Long Daqiang, you have successfully advanced. You're already a certified psychopath. Finally their gazes shifted from Long Daqiang's body and landed on the remaining 2 juniors. The 2 minions looked at each other and reacted extremely quickly. Hello? Ugh. Right, don't go back to dinner. Ugh. I'm in. One pulled out a remote control. One held a slipper to his ear, and followed closely out the door. The one who was in the lead didn't know where he actually pulled out a pair of red panties and directly put them on the outside, while walking. What? Cockroach bullies attacked the transport ship? Still mocking the fact that no one from Daxia has responded to the battle? As the earthly body of Ionia, I have to step in. Cause Superman's minions ran straight towards the balcony, seemingly trying to fall from the sky, only, clang, a bang, this Aeolian earthly body then hit the glass and similarly fell to the ground pretending to be unconscious. As for the trailing minions, they also fucking froze as soon as they heard the wide-eyed stare. You're a little too good at sewing? Thought you were running around in your underwear pretending to be Superman. What the hell is this? This little brother also reacted quickly and opened his mouth directly. I beg to differ with you. Personally, I think spaghetti should be tossed with mix 42, because the length of this screw may directly affect the torque of the excavator. I have to say that the first few contestants were just too good, resulting in the last little brother, who didn't even seem to have much room to play, actually collapsing in place with both eyes rolled back. The doctors around them frowned and whispered, occasionally pointing ahead, arguing about something. It seems that the condition was not recognized by the psychiatric hospital after this last controversial performance by the philosophical minion. It had to be said that these few minions led by Li, who were just too terse, together with the audience in the live broadcast room, Countless people didn't hold back their laughter. No. For barely advances. Number 5 is eliminated. It's been a while since I've seen such a professional psycho exhibition match. Ha 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 ha. Where'd you get the fucking remote control? The number 2 Wine King's performance could be C-played. It's not you, number 2. Who are you to touch the C position with the captain? Brothers can't live with a laugh. Strongly suggesting elimination number 5 and going to overtime. Looking at the 3 people who had fallen on the ground, Suyu was completely convinced. He couldn't help but feel ashamed of himself. It was originally thought that with the tests they would be able to identify the undercover agent who would eventually be able to help them. I didn't realize that these people were just too powerful. Who the hell is the undercover agent? Dr. Yi and the others gathered around and didn't seem to be bored at all. And there was even some excitement in their eyes. It's so rare to come across so many cases of neurosis at once. As for the 2 plainclothesmen, they had already looked dumbfounded. They had been on a mission for a month. And they had never even seen such a great show in an interrogation room. Of course, the guide room was no exception in the slightest. After the psychotic rendition of delay, Li Xingli had managed to get the detailed files of 2 of the suspects now. At first, Li Xingli was still a bit unable to hold back his laughter. And gradually he suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. And even somewhat doubted himself. The undercover agents sent out by the South River Bureau were still just peripheral temps for a month or 2. So how in the world did these 2 psychopaths break into the core of the Green Dragon organization? He looked down at the photo on the file in his hand, constantly comparing it with the surveillance image, and at the moment was in a deep dazed, is this really the same guy? Was it really these 2 psychopaths who went for the dark money? The protection money? One of them has no sense of decency, and the other one is an illiterate who doesn't even recognize all the words. Do these 2 people really know how to add, subtract, multiply and divide within 10 digits? Inside the bathroom, Li Hu waited for a long time. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until there was no sound in the hall. Shouldn't it be over this time? If there was poison in that water, the doctors on the sideline shouldn't have let themselves drink it. He opened the door and headed straight down the hall. However, the next moment, Li Hu was shocked by the scene in front of him, and 2 lines of tears silently slipped from the corners of his eyes. Those 3 junior brothers who had followed him for many years were lying on the ground at this moment, with trembling feet. He walked over to Long Dashang and hugged and cried bitterly. Kung, what's wrong with you, Kung? Xiao Chan, you can't die. Li Hu raised his head and pointed at the doctors around him and rebuked them bitterly. Ooh, you quacks, how can you watch Xiao Chan die like this? Wang Kai, you followed me for so many years. Why are you gone too? Not far away. Dr. Yi turned and nodded, saying something to the doctor at his side. Suyu had the same shocked look on his face and sighed inwardly. That's some great acting. Any veteran actor has to step aside. Li Hu also seemed to notice that the atmosphere of the scene seemed a bit delicate. So he came to Feng's side and asked with a frown, what's going on with John and the others? Feng, who was equally impressed with his boss's acting skills, didn't say anything, but just gave a look. Li Hu followed his gaze and looked at the 4 bottles of green turbid liquid that were unharmed. He blushed furiously and snapped back to his senses. No, these 3 guys didn't drink at all. They're lying here pretending to be dead. Oh, no, I'm a fucking double? So you're not crying for nothing? Ugh. No. It's not right. Li Hu was confused. He saw laying on the ground Chang still blinking towards him and then nodding heavily, seemingly in comfort. The other Wang Kai was even more outrageous, not even acting, and was directly scratching with his feet. No, it's too much of a fucking thing, isn't it? Don't these doctors care? A screen full of ha 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 flew by in the live room, and the audience couldn't help but laugh. Big brother, you seem to have come out at a bad time. I want to run away so badly, but I can't. The old Sixer is finally victimized by the old Sixer. Ha ha ha. Glasses didn't think of it, did you? It's still your turn to drink. Li Hu raised his head and was shocked to find that everyone's eyes had long since converged on him. His couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Isn't that what life is all about? Always full of big ups and downs. Only slowly shaking his head, he stood at the center of the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. If it's a vitamin, one has to drink it. Then I hope it's me. This hot potato, after all, fell into the hands of Li Hu with a slightly trembling hand. He gripped the water bottle tightly and took a deep breath. At such a critical time, Li Hu ultimately had to rely on his superior intellect. If there is poison in this water, it makes no sense for this group of doctors to stand by and do nothing. Besides, who in a good person's house could have such a deadly thing? When their Green Dragon organization wanted to get some of this stuff, they had to find someone special to buy it for them. The more he thought about it, the more certain Li Hu became. He held up his glasses and sneered. Life and death have their own destiny, and wealth and riches are in the hands of God. Trust the kid, brother. Trust the doctor. Take a gamble. Lonely hearts. Travel through the land of the dead. Everything is dedicated to one. Sorry for the crosstalk, big brother. Feng shouted, but didn't dare to shout more. Their oldest is a 6. That's well known. Li Hu, however, was as if he had not heard, only to see him raise the mineral water bottle. After about 10 seconds of mental construction, finally it was time to take the last step and pass the bottle to his lips. Grunt. He drank it after all. A few of the juniors who were playing dead on the ground also looked dumbfounded at this moment, their eyes containing tears. It seemed that they were able to cry out as soon as Li Hu fell to the ground. Young Feng sighed and said as he held back his tears, "Good day, big brother. I'll take care of my sister-in-law." A few of the juniors froze, they hastily agreed. "So are we." But before Li Hu could fall to the ground, a slap hit Feng's head. Li Hu's face fell at once and he couldn't help but growl, "Fuck you. I didn't expect Feng, you're damn this kind of silver how dare you even hit your sister-in-law." A look of anger appeared on his face and he cursed bitterly, "And a couple of you, it's so true that you don't know what you're doing. Beasts. Beasts. Let's all take a good look at the faces of you people." Suyu's eyes widened as he watched in fascination. "Holy crap. That's too strong. I didn't realize that there was such a melon." In the live broadcast room, it was even more straightforward to blow up. "Holy shit. Is this really content you can read without charging for it? Good. Love it. Hey, these brothers are really not things. On the surface they are affectionate, but behind the scenes they actually hit on their sister-in-law's idea." The Psycho crew is imploding before they've even debuted. And it's over. From brotherly love to turning against each other. This drama is too much. In the guide room, Li Xingli likewise couldn't help but light up. "I didn't realize that I would be able to capture key information here. Li Hu, as the object of their focus, does not really have any substantial evidence in the police, according to the records of the file. Li Hu is unmarried, and there is no ambiguous object." He hastened to greet them. "Quick! Find out for me who this sister-in-law really is. If we can find this person, it will be a great breakthrough for the chain of evidence that we are currently lacking the most." All of a sudden, the guide room was suddenly busy with people going in search of their so-called sister and law. In the hall, the situation on the scene was arrow-sharp. Angry Li Hu, directly ready to hit people. Feng was shocked at what he said and quickly defended himself. "Boss, let me explain." A brief moment of sanity stopped Li Hu. Give you a chance." Feng breathed a sigh of relief and headed off. "Boss, I'm so wronged. Think carefully. If you weren't there, what about the sister-in-law's leak?" Li Hu fell silent and withdrew his raised hand. "That his meow seems to make some sense." The scene was suddenly quiet. This fucking. The corner of Suyu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. "Let the doctor take it away quickly. I'm afraid I'll get infected if I spend too much time with these psychopaths." The doctors gathered around the table sniffed and froze in the same way. Their stoned hands stopping. "Not a bag of fucking melons that I just unwrapped. And you're telling me this? Just now and this time?" The pop-ups have been speculating about a dozen versions of the ending of the process, hardly a single guess. The audience heard the word leakage and fell silent. This made the netizens realize one thing. It's better to guess less about neuroses in the future. At that moment, Feng looked at the front of his eyes with delight and shouted, "Boss, you're fine." "Yeah, I'm fine." Li Hu came back to his senses, and his eyes fell on the mineral water bottle. Slightly stunned. "This thing, it seems, is not as scary as one might think. The flavor is tart and sweet and seems to be pretty good." In the guide room, everyone stiffened in place. "Victory Li, staff who are busy." Li Xingli glanced at Su Tai, who was laughing and giggling with joy not far away, and suddenly fell into silence. Thought. Found some key intel. Sure enough, trying to get valid information out of a psychopath is itself a psychopathic idea. With this effort, he might as well pry into Southie's mouth. A staff member came up to the side and whispered an inquiry. "Director, should these suspects be taken down directly?" "I'm afraid, obviously." They were still a bit wary of the pistol that Li Hu might be holding. The control of firearms in Daxia is extremely strict. Not to mention the real thing, even toy guns that use BB rounds can be suspected of breaking the law if they are too lethal. "It's not necessary." Li Xingli calmly waved his hand. After seeing the intelligence of these guys, he suddenly felt that these fools could not ask any questions even if they were captured. Besides, these guys are all veterans with previous convictions, so they will certainly not be able to release a single fart during interrogation. In the absence of hard evidence, the Nanjiang police can't hold them for long. If they want to detain them, these people are out there instead, and it's more favorable for them to get information. As for the pistol thing, a head-on confrontation would be equally counterproductive. Li Shengli had long ago thought of a way to deal with it, a knockout. He knew the psychology of these thugs perfectly well. The sound of sirens and alarms of police cars outside the neighborhood will make Li Hu and the others consciously hide their guns and wait for the wind to pass before finding a chance to take them. As for them, they were naturally able to seize the contraband without much difficulty. The halls under surveillance. Suyu's soulful gaze traveled between these five people. The test was over, and while the process was a bit convoluted, he got the answers he wanted all the same from the performances of several people. He was able to see it perfectly. The remaining four had absolutely no intention of trying to drink it. Only Li Hu chose to trust In fact, with his feckless character, there were countless reasons to refuse it all, but in the face of a life-threatening situation, it still chose to take the plunge and drink the bottle of water. Suyu was really too curious about everything behind it at this time. What had happened to make himself the leader of a criminal gang, abandoned his elementary school-aged son and run away. He had been able to sense in his meditation that he was currently getting closer to the main line of this world, and of course for the rewards given by the system. Suyu immediately revealed a harmless human smile. Uncle Glasses, come with me for a minute and I'll get you some more vitamins. Li Hu wiped the good sweat running down his cheeks and breathed a sigh of relief. A small smile of celebration on his face. He bet right. There is no poison in this seemingly exaggerated water bottle. Sure enough, that's what the boss used to test their trust, and now, Suyu's active invitation meant that he was once again trusted. Li Hu brightly followed Suyu and walked into the second bedroom. Click. The door to the room gently closed. And Li Hu's taut heart suddenly relaxed a lot, and the seemingly harmless child suddenly turned and looked at him with deep eyes. Suyu actually asked bluntly, "You, I suppose, are the one who can help me?" Li Hu froze slightly and nodded sluggishly. At first he was actually a little confused as to whether the kid was the informant they were looking for or not. When Suyu's inquiring words fell, Li Hu confirmed it. This must be the one he's looking for, although he wasn't quite sure what the kid in front of him actually was. Since he could successfully match the code word, he must be inextricably linked to the boss. He took a deep breath, inquiring tentatively, "Little friend, you and the gang leader, what exactly is the relationship?" Suyu sniffed and thought for a moment. After the series of events that happened today, he had already established the identity of Sutai as the mastermind behind the criminal gang. He sighed and said, "The gang leader you're talking about would be my father." However, Li Hu was dumbfounded to hear it. "What?" He looked down at Suyu, shocked in his heart. "Is this the boss's son?" This news was still too much of a shock for Li Hu. Although Qinglong himself was extremely mysterious in the organization, it was almost universally known internally that he only had one daughter, but right in front of me, out of nowhere, a kid says he's the boss's son. The news was certainly a bombshell for them. Li Hu's mind at this moment was spreading with all sorts of conjectures. Where did the boss get a son? A bastard? Or was the existence of the son deliberately concealed for fear of reprisals from his enemies? But along with the memories coming back little by little, Li Hu suddenly realized, it doesn't seem to be a coincidence that everything is in order. The beam between the Mighty Group and the Green Dragon organization was not formed in a day. A rumor had it that the Mighty Group had killed the then young master of the Green Dragon, the boss's most favored son, by design more than a decade ago. After enduring humiliation for so many years, the boss was able to get his revenge. The death of the chairman of the Mighty Group, however, did not break up the organization. Instead, these people made a common enemy and began to make a desperate counterattack on Qinglong. In such a situation, the people under the hands of the Green Dragon organization likewise could not help but retreat. After all, not everyone is willing to work for the Green Dragon organization. It was situations like this that had to lead to the boss going into hiding to avoid the storm. At the same time, in order not to let his son, again by the enemy's revenge, to repeat the situation of that year. This time, the boss hid it from everyone and arranged for the young lord to grow up in an ordinary environment. He even had to place his son in this old neighborhood to hide from his enemies. Li Hu exhaled deeply. That would seem to make perfect sense. Unexpectedly, this child in front of them was actually their young master. But Li Hu still inquired with some uneasiness, "I'd like to ask, what's your name, little friend?" Facing the inquiry of the person in front of him, Suyu sighed. It's so surprising to hear that his dad is the head of a criminal organization," he replied calmly. "Suyu." Li Hu's body trembled at his words, and his heart was extremely excited. "Su. Last name Su. Right on. Everything is right on." The name of the leader of the Green Dragon organization was probably not known to many people, but the last name, it's almost clear to those who are on the road. Sure enough, this child in front of him, who was only 10 years old, was none other than their young master who had been in hiding for many years. This must all be the boss's arrangement. Deliberately lured them to this dilapidated apartment building. The purpose is to let a few of them work for the young master and keep him off. The boss is now afraid that he has no time to worry about the young lord before revealing the information to them. Li Hu once again took a deep breath and inquired, "May I ask where the gang leader is now?" Suyu sniffed and shook his head in truthful response. "I don't know. He didn't tell me anything." He was also a bit helpless. Su Tai was completely not going to come back this time. He left off. However, this undercover agent is also honest. As soon as he came up, he directly inquired about his father's location. And it seems that he also very much wants to bring Su Tai, that old deng, to justice. He was still a bit skeptical about the mental state of Li Hu and the others at this point. After all, some things really don't look like they could be performed. While speaking, Suyu opened the cabinet on the side, took out the vitamin C effervescent tablets and handed them over. Li Hu took the vitamins and looked down at them, thinking in his heart, what happened back then really hit the gang leader hard. It was thought that they didn't want the young lord to continue to be involved in their fight. He said seriously, "Don't worry, young master. I'll come back for you when I get out of the asylum. Don't worry about school. I promise no one will bother you." Suyu raised his eyebrows in an uncontrollable manner. Wasn't it a peaceful life that was shattered to do battle with evil? How do you still have to go to school yourself? After thinking about it and looking at his size, he finally compromised. But this undercover agent was quite dedicated. calling him young lord in every breath. At that moment, Li Hu's eyes fell on the desk. It was a pistol. Lying there quietly without any cover, overall subtle metallic texture and beautifully outlined lines. The only downside is that it's too new to show any signs of use. He was shocked in his mind. Not bad for a boss. This kind of guy is also randomly placed in the house. Li Hu thought briefly and secretly made a switch between his own gun and the one on the table. He didn't have time to play with it and hurriedly followed Suyu's footsteps to leave the second bedroom. At this time, Suyu's ears finally heard the system's voice. He immediately revealed a smile. This system's voice was really getting friendlier the more he listened to it. Ding. Congratulations on completing the quest. Successfully screwing the uninvited guest and finding the undercover agent from it. Reward, random skill card. Is it used immediately? Suyu didn't have any hesitation as he silently chanted in his heart, use. Take a gamble. Take a chance. Turn your bike into a motorcycle, just get a few superpower level skills, even a little bit of the basics would be enough for him to shine, like perspective, invisibility, super memory, whatever. At this time, Suyu was also somewhat looking forward to what kind of random abilities he would be able to obtain. In his mind, there seemed to be countless words changing. Eventually, a line of text came into view. Congratulations to the host for drawing the basic random skill. Lying. Description. You learn to lie. The corners of Suyu's mouth twitched and his smile froze. Go system, are you thinking that I can't lie? This kind of skill with no difficulty in learning is considered a skill? System, you don't stuff any trash skills into the card pool. Okay. It's a shame that he was expecting so much from this system. As a result, just on this? I can't believe you can even extract duplicate skills? This shitty system is crap too. Immediately after, Suyu's ears actually heard the system's voice once again. Ding. Lying skill has been detected in the host. Lying skill gains the additional effect, sincerity. Description. Your lies are easier to believe. Suyu smiled cheekily. It's so fragrant. Side effects, within 7 days will be perceived as psychotic by those around you. In the system interface, a countdown status appears, neurosis, in effect for 6 days 23:59. Su is not hip. He looked up to find a group of surrounding doctors whispering in his face. Dr. Yi, I think this little friend is also very sick. That's right. Although the water does have vitamins added to it. Who in their right mind grinds up vitamin C effervescent tablets and puts them in weird paper packets? Dr. Yi nodded and recorded on the notes in his hand. So far, it does appear that there is a mild mental illness. Li Hu, who came out a step ahead, was a bit shocked. I'll go. No less than the young lord. I can't believe even that was in his plan. It's amazing how seamless it all is to disguise mental illness. He hadn't even noticed that the test he had just put them through had actually become part of the plan. So that the young master will be able to get in the car with them? At this point, the audience of the live broadcast froze and couldn't help but laugh as well. I didn't realize that Kid Brothers screwing others still has times when he gets screwed himself. Brothers, you don't say. It's possible. Kid Brothers' brain circuits are really not something a normal person can guess. That seems to make some sense. The surrounding murmurs, as well as Li Hu's astonishment. You couldn't help but sigh. It's over. This is really going to be a week of psychosis. I'm afraid I'll have to be hospitalized for the immediate situation. What a hole I've dug for myself. This psychiatric hospital call has become a call for myself. Two plainclothesmen not far away said in a deep voice towards Dr. Yi. I'll leave the few of them to you. Yi Weiwei nodded her head and said seriously, don't worry. There is an absolute guarantee of the standard of medical care in this hospital. Dr. Yi revealed a smile and greeted towards Li Hu and the others not far away. Guys, ready to get in the car? Li Hu and the others didn't think anything of it and walked through at an arrogant pace. However, just as he reached the door, he was stopped by two plainclothes men. The two plainclothesmen gave a standard military salute and said seriously, for your safety, we'll need to conduct a brief search to eliminate some hazardous materials. Don't worry, we will never confiscate any of your personal belongings. When these words came out, Li Hu's expression changed, because on his chest, there was another pistol. He was a little uneasy, but at this point in time, he had to take a gamble. You're so fucking psychotic yourself. It makes sense to take a toy gun, right? These doctors shouldn't recognize it either. Before he could say anything, Foam on one side walked straight up and disliked him unpleasantly. Who the hell do you think you are? You think you can search my body whenever you want? There's no way I'm going to frisk you today even if the King of Heaven comes. A document, wrapped in a black cover, presented itself in front of his eyes. Covering Fang's eyes, young Foam frowned slightly and took the document. His eyes fell on the document and his face changed violently. He didn't recognize many words, but he knew these ones. Police card. The atmosphere of the scene was instantly grave, quiet. Everyone's eyes invariably converged towards Fang's direction. Li whose back was also in a cold sweat at this time. No wonder the major wanted to test them like that. I think he had already discovered the two policemen. What about the gun in your own hand? He looked over at Foam with some concern. With that kid's IQ, he wouldn't be thinking about making a move. Foam gazed at the police license for a while and looked up in immense surprise. Crap! You neurologists are so professional now? I can't believe I was even able to get a police officer's license. Everyone was silent. Sometimes Fun's intelligence is still shown very accurately. Is it possible that it was a real cop? Everyone at the scene looked at Fong with a look like he was an idiot. In this moment, the perception of the intelligence of psychopaths was once again refreshed. Suu was equally shocked. He seriously doubted that this Fong wasn't a psychopath at all. Instead, it's a pure brainiac. Suu's heart at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. Finally he had met the police uncle. After noticing the crowd's strange gazes, Fong glanced at the documents in his hand once again and snapped back to his senses. The papers in his hand were shaking nervously on the floor. Crap, boss, they're really cops. Li Hu was speechless. How come he didn't realize this guy's condition earlier before? If he had found out earlier, he would have sent this guy in a long time ago, not to mention yelling at cops in front of them. Are you afraid people won't know you've committed a crime? The two policemen sneered and chided loudly. Why don't you be honest if you know? Turn around and put your hands in the air. Li Hu was standing at the very end of the line at this time, and was a little sweaty at this point. He took a deep breath, having thought that the gun in his hand would be able to budge through, but it doesn't seem to be working now. These cops are trying to force his hand. Li Hu's eyes twinkled under his glasses as he skimmed over the crowd after he realizes that not all doctors are cops in disguise. Based on the standings it was obvious all could tell that only these two were somewhat disconnected from the doctor's team. Meanwhile, the rest of the doctors carried more or less on their person as well as in their hands. Apparently, there are only 2 police officers, and there were 5 of them. Even with a gun in their hands, as well as a number of spring-loaded knives, the advantage is mine. With a chance to win. The existence of this pistol gave Li Hu a great deal of confidence. Not only did he have an advantage in a head-on conflict, even if he was passive, he could still have the young lord disguised as a hostage. At that point he could have gotten the rest of the doctors to take them away by virtue of the hostage threat. No matter what, Li Hu had full certainty that he would be able to retreat in one piece. No wonder the major is going to call it a special car and is counting himself in. I'm afraid that the mastermind of the gang is behind such a well-thought-out layout. Li Hu only felt that his thoughts were extraordinarily clear now. It was actually clear to him that the pistol was at best a pose used as a threatening bargaining chip. Once the shot is fired, it will instead draw the nearby police in. Okay, the theory worked, so all that's left is practice. Turn around. The impatient, urging voice of the policeman came over. At this moment, young Fong, who had turned around, his gaze just happened to meet Li Hu's eyes. Li Hu made a quick glance, his eyes falling back on the policeman and glaring as if to say, on my command, prepare to strike. Young Fong froze at the sight, his heart filled with doubt. What's going on? The boss is actually going to be ready to surrender to the police? He frowned and shook his head slightly, trying to persuade. Sure. Li Hu nodded heavily in affirmation. Fong sighed in his heart after seeing Li Hu's affirmative response and immediately winked, signaling that he had received it. Not bad for a social mixer. Without saying a word, the 5 men had already completed their communication in silence. There was some relief in Li Hu's heart. Normally, although Feng's brain is not good, it is still quite useful in critical times. Only 2 people, Li Hu as well as Feng, looked at each other, seemingly only waiting for a moment to arrive. Turn around. The voices of the 2 policemen came at that moment. It's now. Li Hu made a look, imploring Feng to make his move. With the help of the moment he turned around and Feng returned a reassuring look and nodded gently in understanding. It was a moment when time seemed to slow down. The hands of the clock jumped slow to the naked EYE. Li Hu shouted in a deep voice, hands on, only to see Feng's raised hands begin to close, and a hint of appreciation flashed in Li Hu's eyes. The guy actually thought to use a 2-handed elbow strike. The raised hands that make this attack don't have much amplitude and are very natural and extremely powerful. Taking out a cop in a flash is not a problem. A few of the minions, eyes locked, seemed to be ready to act at this instant as well. A phone was turning around at the same time. Li Hu's heart was ruthless, and his right hand quickly reached into his pocket to pull out his pistol. The next moment, the 2 voices overlapped. Freeze. I surrender. Feng, who was originally supposed to make an elbow strike according to the plan, put his hands together and with the help of a turnaround came straight to a very silky smooth knee. Silence, deadly silence. Li Hu looked at Feng with wide eyes and was directly dumbfounded. No? What's the deal with this guy? Why is he on his knees and begging for mercy when he said he'd do it? Feng also froze for a moment, and when he heard Li Hu's voice and turned to look, his mind collapsed. No boss, aren't you going to be ready to surrender? The atmosphere of the scene was a bit awkward. The 2 plainclothes policemen in the showdown were also a bit dismayed and completely confused. What's this formation? Inside, imploding? Never seen it before? Pistols that, by all rights, they should take extremely seriously. The policeman's heart was surprisingly not able to produce panic as well as uneasiness at all for a while. Li Hu was really acting like he's having a psychotic episode right now. As for the few uninformed doctors, they were even more blasé, as if they had been used to it for a long time. In their preconceived notion, what these patients were holding was mostly just a toy gun. Suu was also dumbfounded. He instantly recognized that this was the water nuisance gun that he had placed in his room. What's this undercover agent doing with his own toy gun? Could it be signaling with the police across the street? He was deep in thought. It's possible. However, The comments section of the live stream blew up. The scene is extraordinarily quiet as Lee Hoo stands with a gun in his hand, quite a movie. Except that the little brother would have been better off if he hadn't been kneeling there. Crap. 2 hours gone. And security awareness testing has already developed to this point? Is this the same program I watched before? How is the picture style not right? Ha 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 ha. This wave of thugs isn't communicating very well. Fang's kneeling and begging for forgiveness is also so silky smooth that it makes the police look silly. Haha. The two policemen, after a brief moment of disorientation, immediately came back to their senses and pressed their hands together in vain and began to persuade this gentleman, please remain calm. You need to be clear about your behavior right now. I'm warning you, drop your weapon. Don't be impulsive. You're young. Don't go down the path of delinquency. Lee Hoo was already on the verge of an arrow at this point. Now that he had torn his face off, he had only one choice, deadbeat to the end. Even if Feng surrendered, he was not without a chance of winning. Besides Feng, there are 3 other minions. 4 on 2. Advantage to me. Only Lee Hoo sneered and raised the gun in his hand and said faintly, I'm telling you, I'm emotionally unstable right now. Very brutal. Very cripplingly hidden. You get these doctors right now. Right now. To get an ambulance and take us away. Or I'll shoot a doctor. The two policemen looked at each other with a hint of oddity on their faces. Li, who was a bit annoyed instead. I warn you. No tricks. Only his face showed extraordinarily confident. And he said calmly, you'd better look at the situation. There are only 2 of you and 4 more on my side. The advantage is mine. If you know what's good for you, raise your hands and surrender. The policeman sniffed and glanced behind Lee Hoo. And the expression on his face became richer. Li, who also couldn't help but frown and couldn't help but look back. A blur of 3 minions were seen on their knees. Was about to turn his head back when he froze. Wait a minute. Did he or she just eyeball it and look at it the wrong way? He turned back again. Li, who was dumbfounded as his eyes glazed over. Fuck. Where are my 4 fucking men? Only to see that behind him, the 3 juniors neatly raised their hands. Having long since made a gesture of surrender, the little brother was also a bit confused. Didn't he agree to surrender? How come the boss suddenly changed his mind? A few of the minions' faces showed helplessness. Tiger, stop. It's full of cops out there. Lee Hoo broke down. Obviously they said they would do it. But they all fucking surrendered. There's a bad guy in the crowd. The feeling that these guys are kneeling is not at all slower than foam. After all this time, just fucking do it by yourself? Not buddy the summit match. Life and death. Don't mess with it. Fair play. Ha! The original 5 versus 2. A wave has directly turned into 1 versus 6 now. At this time, the netizens in the live broadcast room, their mouths were directly crooked with laughter. Don't panic at all. The advantage is mine. It's so funny. This one must be nuts. Laughing to death. Big brother, you're more disabled. Hidden is useless. Little brother are surrendered. Big brother, stop being brutal for a moment and look at your little brother. But Lee Hoo is at least a person who has seen the scene. Things have developed to this point. There is no turning back. Li, who took a deep breath and forced himself to be comforted. It's okay. 1v2. I have a gun in my hand. The advantage is mine. The advantage is mine. Counting on these minions is about all you can hope for. The only one who can really rely on it is still himself. He turned to find 2 blackened guns already aimed at his forehead. Li, whose face suddenly changed. Cold sweat flowed, and he subconsciously raised his hand while the gun in his hand naturally fell to the ground. Officer, I surrender. I'm kidding. He backed away with an awkward smile. Ha 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 ha. Just kidding. The 2 plainclothes policemen worked very well together. One holding his gun up to control the enemy at the same time. The other cop quickly picked up the gun on the ground. Just as he picked up the gun, the cop's face changed slightly. The weight of this into the hand, and the texture of the metal, is almost identical to a real gun. Based on the cop's first sense, it could be said to be a completely real gun. He attempted to load the gun, and it made a crisp sound in the barrel. The 2 policemen looked at each other with not only some fear in their eyes. If we really let this guy shoot, the consequences would be unimaginable. I was worried that the thugs would panic and hide their guns when they heard the sound of the police car outside. Now I didn't expect a surprise with this gun. It's perfectly possible to convict this thug in the lead. This time in the guide room, countless people had a look of delight on their faces. Director, congratulations. Finding the guns would be a great honor. Li Xingli was also slightly relieved. The live stream has been extended for so long that it's always something. Luckily nothing happened at the scene. The seizure of this gun was able to give South River a clear perception of where the black gun came from, whether it is forged through the smuggling route or through illicit means. Just interrogate Lee Hoo and you'll be able to get the key clues. The police officer on the scene was a bit distraught and, with muscle memory, prepared to unload this gun. The first step is to disassemble the magazines, metal magazines, for a precipitous feel. Immediately afterward, he froze. There is actually a clear water level line on the side of this metal magazine. At the top of the magazine, a spout can be seen, as well as a square seal used to insulate the water. The weight of the evidence all points to the fact that this is a fucking toy pistol. It's also a fucking water nuisance. Lee Hoo similarly dumbfounded. This is a fucking water nuisance gun? That's impossible. that gun he had touched. And there was no way it was a toy gun in his hands. Anyone who has touched a real gun knows that toy guns and even model guns are very different from real guns in terms of weight as well as feel. Even model guns don't dare to be designed too similar to real guns. Li, who couldn't help but glance at Suyu with some shock in his heart. Is that in your calculations? 2. You've even got my psyche? It's too damn godly. The police were also a little undeterred. As if they were worried that the magazine was just a front and that the gun had something else going on inside. He loaded the clip and held the gun in his right hand with the left hand resting on it, aiming at the floor in the distance. It's a standard gun-carrying maneuver. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but stare at the situation with expressions of some curiosity. This holding action. Could this be a real gun? Countless hearts hung in the air. What's so exciting about a popular science program? The policeman took a deep breath, and his index finger on the trigger, feeling the strength of the mechanical trigger, fired instantly. A column of clear, transparent water gushed out. He cocked the gun again and pulled the trigger. This time the jet of water that shot out was only momentary, though the impact was significantly stronger. The two policemen were silent again. It is indeed a toy gun, it's just that the design of this overall appearance, and the weight, is so disorienting. The two policemen felt offended. Are you kidding me, with a toy gun? Nuts. Almost forgot. What a nerve. The plainclothes policeman said with some irritation. Get in the fucking car. He grumbled with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What bad luck. This kind of psycho should have been sent in earlier. That little pillar of clear water appeared and the broadcast was booed. Crap. Scared the hell out of me. I thought it was the real thing. A toy gun that shows me nervousness. Ha ha ha. These thug actors are so professional and have such a strong sense of conviction. The showrunners shouldn't get actors at the nerve hospital next time. I told you how the show could use the real thing. After seeing the real thing in the hands of the two policemen, Li Hu and the others became much more honest at once. One by one, several doctors led the way toward the stairs. Doctor Ye stayed at the end with one of the policemen. Only the policeman turned his head to Dr. Yi and said seriously, Dr. Yi, it's recommended to increase the power a bit when treating. You've seen the condition of these guys. Just do your clinical trials without worrying. We'll figure out what to do on the family's side. At that moment a childish voice suddenly came, interrupting the conversation between the two. Wait a minute, Uncle Cop. I caught two bad guys too. Two bad guys? The policeman left at the end of the line froze slightly, a little puzzled for a moment. This could be live all day today. Where did this little guy catch the bad guys? It doesn't make sense. Suyu nodded seriously and said with great conviction. That's right. They're both big and tall and they bully kids. The cop sniffed and raised an eyebrow in disbelief. What the fuck? There's more of these guys? This is too beastly to bully a child? How come we didn't see these two on the live stream? He inquired in a hushed voice. Where is it? Show me. Suyu pointed in the direction of the room inside and said, just in the bedroom. You'd better be careful. That bad man is very brutal. One of them actually tried to rip up the homework I wrote. Listening to Suyu's description, this plainclothes policeman was slightly stunned. Why do these two sound more and more familiar? At this time in the guide room, Li Shengli couldn't help himself and held the intercom in his hand and cursed. Zhao Daming, you're fucking listening, aren't you? Don't go see Wang Tai and old Lu yet. It was only then that Zhao Daming snapped back to his senses, the corners of his mouth twitching. I said how it sounded more and more familiar. This is fucking talking about his old colleagues, Lao Lu and Wang Tai. Not far away, Suyu had already walked to the bedroom door. The door to the room was not locked and was able to be opened by simply pressing the doorknob. Click! The soft click of the door lock came out. Suyu opened the door, his eyes gazing at the scene inside the door. The whole person froze. Wait, what the fuck? Old Lu, who was originally supposed to be bound by ropes, and Wang Tai, who was shackled, were completely out of their original positions at this time, and the floor was empty. A cacophony of voices, coming from inside the room. Pair of threes. King Bomb. I'm fucking on 3 and you're a king? Will it play? A3. Don't you fucking know how to play? A3 you do not want? Only to see old Lu and Wang Tai each sitting on the ground, each grasping a deck of playing cards in their hands that they didn't know where they found. Each of the two men had several strips of shredded tissue paper taped to their faces. These two are actually playing two-player landlord in their room? Suyu's entire body froze. No. Man, you two captives are playing poker? You guys have too much slack. At the same time a shock went through his mind. It's not finished. Holy shit. Two thugs playing poker in their own house. Can you not panic? Besides, that Tang Quan Iron Hands, that's a tough guy who shits in a latrine and faces the sky. A presence that very few idle people can get close to with those big firm muscles. Who could stand up to a punch? Even he himself was only able to barely get rid of it by borrowing the cartilage. Bang! As soon as Suyu closed the door behind him, he suddenly doubted himself a little. It doesn't make sense. One drank so many sleeping pills, and one had his mental defenses shattered. The two men were bound, one with ropes and the other with shackles. How can you be playing poker? Illusion. Must be a fucking hallucination. Neurotic. Yes, I'm a psychopath now. Hallucinations are normal. I must have opened it the wrong way. At this time in the room, Old Lu, who was playing poker, as well as Wang Tai, were also slightly stunned. Old Lu, did someone just open the door? Old Lu lifted the strip of tissue paper covering his eyes and glanced at the door. Seems like it. We're saved? It should be. Wang Tai scratched his head and inquired in a naive and honest manner. Shall we pretend? Old Lu glanced at the red dot of unread messages on his cell phone and said seriously, though we're maneuvering to say we're killed in action. There's something to be said for playing poker during this workday. It wouldn't be good to take disciplinary action and have your paycheck docked. The two men looked at each other and their faces changed. The whole person leapt up like a squeezed spring. Where's the rope? Find it yourself. Where are my TM handcuffs? Wang, you don't put your poker away? Paper towel, pick it up. The two showed a direct wave of, well, military execution, outside the door. So you gripped the door handle with both hands and took a deep breath. I have to say that the bedroom door is very soundproof. After closing the door, you can't hear anything inside at all. What's wrong? Not far away. Zhao Daming walked over. Su looked at the police officer on his side, and his sense of security instantly increased. With this one sitting there was no need for him to be afraid of the thugs. Su once again opened the door. Seeing the scene in the bedroom was always relieved. The clamor did not appear. The two thugs who should have been bound in place also lay peacefully in place. Sure enough, it's a hallucination. Uncle Policeman, it's these two guys. Zhao Daming was equally relieved to see the familiar two. From the looks of their faces, the two seemed to have returned to normal. Behave yourself and get what you have quickly. Don't play tricks on me. At this time, Li Hu, who was supposed to follow the doctor to the psychiatric hospital ambulance, actually turned back under the care of another police officer. Li, who actually had already gotten on the bus, but after a delay in seeing Suyu follow, he found a reason to come back. How could he not pay attention to the future young master of the Green Dragon organization? Returning to the hall and seeing Suyu standing at the bedroom door, Li, who was obviously relieved. He turned his head with a grin. That brat gave me vitamins and I forgot to take them. I'll ask him for it. But even so, the policeman didn't drop his guard at all and kept following behind Li Hu. At this point, Li, who seemed to be addicted to pretending to be mentally ill. He found that it was a good talisman for himself. On a normal day, he would have been raided long ago with his gun drawn on the police. Neurotics are a different story. So Li, who came to Suyu's side with extra ease. He said casually, as if he was not familiar with Suyu. Kid, what are you doing? Where are the vitamins for me? Suyu looked up at Li Hu, who had gone and returned, and explained seriously. Ooh, I caught two bad guys before you guys got here. It's being handed over to the police right now. Li Hu could not help but feel some doubt in his heart when he heard this, and looked at Suyu anew. Bad guys? Who else could it be? The only ones who came before them were the group. He snapped. What the hell? The young master has encountered someone from the syndicate? I can't believe I subdued the group. This is too good. He peered along the open door of the bedroom and frowned slightly. On the floor in the corner lay two men. One of the country-faced older brothers he wasn't too familiar with, and as for the other young flat-headed guy full of muscles, well, something looked familiar. It always feels like I've seen it somewhere. Only he could be sure that it wasn't someone from the group when his gaze landed on the flat-headed muscle-bound man for a closer look. Li Hu's face changed violently. Crap. Wang Tai. Cops? He rubbed his eyes as if trying to be sure of the next moment. His heart stopped violently. I'm Nima. Nanjiang's iron blood frenzy and Tang fist iron hands. Anyone caught by this guy on a normal day would be both dead and maimed. That pair of iron fists. I do not know how many black forces dry crushed. The young master caught you in the act? Wasn't this guy supposedly moved off the front lines? What's going on here? Li Hu's eyes widened as he glanced at Suyu. His face filled with shock. Tang fist iron hands was still captured alive by the young master? How is that possible? For this reckless man, finding 10 good fighters in the Green Dragon who can fight and surround them won't necessarily be able to beat him. The young master took him out all by himself? How? No. Wait, this has to be run through. Li Hu only felt that his brain was a little less than stellar at this point, and began to analyze it seriously. The young lord caught two bad guys. One of them is kind of like a strip, and the other one is a strip. Now, the major is going to give these two strips to the cops. That means the young master kidnapped the police and now he has to confess to them. Isn't that assaulting a police officer? If he's convicted, the young master will be finished. Li, who came back to his senses, and his entire body was dumbfounded. Damn, is the young master so tigerish? If this is confessed, the young master shall not go to the police station. His face sank as he made a decision in his mind. No, absolutely not. As the young lord's only current confidant, he had to stop this. Can't just stand by and watch the young lord go to the station. Although Zhao Daming knew it in his heart, a routine inquiry was still needed, so he pretended not to know and inquired. These two thugs, you kidnapped them? Suyu nodded his head and said seriously, that's right, it's me. On the sidelines, Li Hu's heart was half cold when he heard it. For the other policeman, he was happy to make a scene and stand to one side. And you hit them? Zhao Daming glanced at them and faintly inquired. Suyu raised his head and said blandly, bullying? Picking on elementary school kids? and even ripping up my homework, deserves a beating. I despise big bullies. The two policemen who heard these words visibly changed their faces and were a bit vain after all. The program, this time, did go a little overboard even though it wasn't the two of them who were being scolded. It always felt like Suyu had a few moments of finger-pointing. Li who was shocked to see the faces of the two policemen. Young Master Grandpa, how can you say something like beating up a cop with such pride, not to mention saying it in front of the police? He rushed forward to explain. Officer, that was a misunderstanding just now. How can this little kid with this little body possibly fuck over these two? Actually, I did all of this. As Suyu listened, he couldn't help but frown. Why is he trying to take credit for my work? But before Li Hu could finish, he interrupted faintly. Where's me? Suyu? One person does everything for one person. What about before? These two scumbags I flattened very happily. What if the two police uncles think I did something wrong? Schedule me anytime. Li Hu's face turned white with fear at his words. I'm a young master's grandfather. You're invincible. Throughout the years, no one has ever provoked the police in front of them like this. Su was kind of the first one. The two policemen sniffed and nodded instead of getting angry at all. For a program on security awareness science, it's pretty impressive that a kid can do that for Suyu. They even had a few moments of appreciation, only, the means used, really some inside. Zhao Daming said seriously, you did the right thing, kid, only next time I want you to trust your police uncle, solve it in a more reasonable way. Li Hu froze in his tracks. No, he's been so provocative these cops didn't react, even talk so nicely? Is it because the young lord looks innocent? The world too is too crazy, the rats are all bridesmaids for the cat. Su also some surprise. Did not think that the two police uncle also quite good to talk about it. Just as he was about to humble himself to the point, his mouth suddenly ghosted out. You're teaching me things? The air around him quieted for a few moments with the sudden kingly dominance. The cops froze. This kid, he's so fucking crazy. Give a little color and it's brilliant? Sure enough, the pop-ups were right. The kid does need to be reined in. Suu is also somewhat helpless. This neurotic vice president with how to come off guard? Zhao Daming glanced at it, more calmly. After all, he'd seen the crazier social youths at the police station. Only he said in a serious tone, kid, Uncle Cop told you young people are supposed to be energetic, but you don't want to get too angry. Suyu nodded his head, ready to think about salvaging the goodwill of the police uncle. The words hadn't been ready to be phrased, and they were already coming out of his mouth. Can you call yourself a young man if you're not exuberant? The atmosphere, which had easily eased up quite a bit, once again solidified to freezing point. Zhao Daming had thought to give a good education, but he didn't expect to be disliked. Instead, he couldn't help but be a little rattled. Usually he was the one who educated others. How could anyone else talk back? Now being disliked by such a child, it was a bit hard to put a face to it. He ranted a bit. Kids, don't be so wild. When you go out in society, you'll get beaten up. Suyu nodded his head repeatedly, thinking in his heart, the police uncle educates, yes, but with the fucking side effects. My mouth was suddenly a little bit out of control. He said arrogantly with a condescending stance. Mad? Is it against the law to be crazy? You tell me, is there that law against going wild? Suyu was a bit autistic, originally thinking that this side effect was a passive skill. I didn't realize that it was fucking possible to passively trigger the active. The two policemen fell silent and looked at each other in disbelief, nodding their heads. Sure enough, the kid was a fucking psycho too. Thus, the two of them did not pay any attention to it and directly prepared to go wake up old Lu as well as Wang Tai on the ground. Now hurry up and send these guys to the psycho. As for Li Hu's gaze that looked at Suyu from the previous shock, it had gradually transformed into admiration. These words seem like a batch of middle-aged compulsion for Li Hu, who is a social mixer. That is to say that he is completely mesmerized by Suyu's temperament. I have a good boy, worthy of the young master, directly disliked the cop. It's fucking awesome. What a relief and not bad for the boss's son. Suyu's heart is a little helpless. This side effect really pits himself under the really need to enter the neurological hospital for further training. His gaze fell on the two men slumped to the ground in front of him. This time Wang Tai's huge body was wrapped casually by the rope, extraordinarily perfunctory, and the other fugitive uncle had shackles on his hands. Suyu couldn't help but rub his eyes as his entire body suddenly froze, and so on. It seemed like what he had just seen wasn't a fucking hallucination. Side effects. Must be side effects. Suyu patted his face and comforted himself once again. It's amazing how obvious the symptoms of this psychosis are. He suddenly had some understanding of what the psychopaths were thinking at this point. Who comes and who doesn't get sick? In the bedroom, the two policemen looked at each other with extraordinarily silent understanding. Zhao Daming made a look, and the other policeman immediately understood. Directly closing the book he was recording in his hand and said seriously, my young friend, we have a general understanding of the situation you have explained. Later, we'll bring these two bad guys to justice and give him the punishment he deserves. The policeman's scene-stealing speech was very beautiful, barely giving Suyu room to add anything. Li Hu, who was on the side, was wide-eyed and sucked in a breath of cool air. marveling in his heart, worthy of being a young master. It's even possible to speak to the police with such an attitude, based on the current state of affairs. These strips are not going to pursue this at all. There was even some resting on the laurels and turning the matter over quickly within this house. What had happened before? Li Hu and the others might not know, but for those who watched the whole thing live, it was simply brilliant. Ha! Kid brother caught 2 police marshals and handed them over to the police. This is too funny. Everyone, look at Tiger's expression. His eyes are falling to the ground in fear. Ha! Kid brother still totally doesn't realize how crazy what he said was. The perfunctory and embarrassed look on the police marshal's face is just too funny, seeing the attitude of the 2 policemen. Li Hu also heaved a sigh of relief. The young lord is also too stiff. If this were an ordinary person, this would have gone in 10 times. He originally thought that after the police had said so, the young master would more or less sell his face and not pursue the matter any further, but to his surprise, Suyu still frowned and stood still as he continued to say seriously, "Police Uncle Dan, you don't understand." Zhao Daming was silent. How come the brats nowadays are so hard to fool? Only to see him. Suyu pointed at Wang Tai, who was bound by ropes, froze for a moment, and thought for a moment before saying seriously, "See this bad guy in shackles. This guy's identity is not simple. Tang Fist Iron Hands. Has Wang Tai heard of it?" "Of course I've heard of it. That's a nationally famous karate expert." Zhao Daming pretended to look grave and nodded. Suddenly, he froze. Wait a minute? What the hell? Shackles? Zhao Daming couldn't help but look at Wang Tai a few times. Doesn't this guy have a fucking rope tied around his body? How can it look like shackles? No. Are the psychiatric symptoms now so severe that you can hallucinate? In his conversation with Dr. Ya, he learned. Doctor Ye guessed that Suyu's symptoms could be a mild neuropathy caused by his IQ being too high to communicate with ordinary people and being out of touch with society, but now it seems that the hallucinations are appearing. This is totally heavy-duty psychosis. Zhao Daming frowned and began to recall all of Suyu's previous strange behavior and his bright performance on the show. It's better than grinding up a powdered effervescent tablet and popping into a conversation with some illogical language like "your fucking name is Shiloh." It really doesn't seem like the way an ordinary person should behave. According to Dr. Yip, it is difficult for children in general to develop severe psychosis, unless one has had an extraordinarily dark childhood, with all sorts of abusive whippings and dehumanizing treatment. One would not experience such symptoms. Zhao Daming's nose suddenly soured and he gave Suyu a look of pity. He really didn't expect that this seemingly lively, cheerful and cute little boy would be so miserable behind the scenes. Pathetic. Just pathetic. Originally, he was still a bit disgusted by those arrogant remarks of Suyu, as well as his performance, but now there was suddenly a trace of guilt inside him, and his eyes couldn't help but redden. I'll be damned. What kind of inhuman treatment did this sweet little boy suffer? And how dark and twisted was his childhood, to show signs of severe neurosis at that age? Zhao Daming took a deep breath and gazed at Li Hu, as if he wanted to use Li Hu's performance to corroborate his guess. He pointed at Wang Tai and asked Li Hu, "Do you see what he is carrying? Is it ropes or shackles?" Li Hu raised his eyebrows at his words and discovered the details that Suyu had put it wrong. He remembered the young master's previous hint, to disguise himself as a psychopath. Did the young master do it on purpose? Well, it must be. He glanced at the expressionless Suyu, so he said seriously, "Shackles." Zhao Daming's heart sank as he heard this. Sure enough, it's already seriously psychotic. His guilt grew so deep that he couldn't even resist slapping himself. Suyu was already so miserable, and he was actually able to look at this child with prejudice. "I'm a fucking no-gooder, Pop." Zhao Daming smiled faintly and said as he stroked Suyu's head, "These are indeed shackles." The crisp sound made the crowd at the scene stutter. Why is this cop slapping himself in the face? Li Hu's gaze at Suyu had completely changed flavor. He had completely lost the ability to comprehend just how unfathomable his young master was. It's amazing how much of a deterrent just one sentence can be. Calling a stag a horse in front of a fucking cop, even make them slap themselves. He couldn't help but speculate in his mind, could it be that the young master's status in the white way is also unusual? Straight black and white? Originally, Li Hu, who was still a little shaken about the position of the young master, looked at Suyu with a gaze that became extraordinarily firm. Suyu similarly scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Not enough to understand Zhao Daming's operation. Could it be that he was self-reflecting and didn't notice this detail about Wang Tai? He didn't think much about it and glanced at old Lu in slight contemplation. Now that he was a psychopath himself, the shackles on old Lu were definitely fake. And the correct one would be the rope. He pointed at old Lu and continued seriously, "And there's this bad guy who's tied up in ropes. He knew the clues to my house before he walked in the door. I suspect that he may be involved in citizen privacy trafficking and must be investigated closely." Zhao Daming's eyes were extraordinarily gentle at this time, lamenting in his heart, what a smart little kid. If he didn't have a mental illness, he probably should have been running around the park with abandon too, right? Maybe the first thing he does when he gets home isn't homework either? Just how insecure is it to even have the courage to dial a demonic spirit? But even so, after realizing his identity as a police officer, the kid still mustered the courage to hand over the bad guy he had subdued earlier. His tone was much lighter, And he spoke like a kindergarten teacher would for a child. Kid, you're awesome. The police uncle rewards you with a little red. Suyu suddenly fell silent and looked at Zhao Daming with a few more strange gazes. This police uncle, why does it look like a different person? It was too intimate. So intimate that he was a little uncomfortable. Immediately after that, Suyu patted his faceplate again, took a deep breath, and fell into self-doubt. He muttered, is my neurosis this bad now? Don't worry. The doctor will cure you. Zhao Daming exhaled deeply, lamenting the injustice of the world. What happened to such a lively little boy? Suyu couldn't help but sigh at his words. That side effect is too strong, however. He still found clues from just a few words spoken by Zhao Daming. These are indeed shackles? What does this mean? Could it be that in his eyes, Wang Tai was also tied up with ropes? But why did he see the scene in the same way as his own psychotic self? Suyu couldn't help but turn to Li Hu at his side and asked in a low voice, on Wang Tai, what exactly is it? Rope or shackles? Li Hu didn't even think about it and said directly, shackles. Suyu frowned and increased his tone. Tell the truth. Li Hu's heart sank. This was the boss testing him. He still didn't hesitate and answered firmly, shackles. Really? Really? Suyu suddenly fell silent and looked at Zhao Daming with a hint of pity in his eyes. After Li Hu's confirmation, that meant he hadn't guessed wrong. What Wang Tai had on him was indeed shackles, but this police marshal saw the same scene as he did a rope. Doesn't that mean that Zhao Daming is also a psychopath? It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. How did the current Suyu feel like looking at anyone like a psychopath? He rubbed his head and stopped thinking. Suyu suddenly felt that it was right for him to go to a neurological hospital for a reprieve. He didn't break it down on the spot either, but said seriously, police uncle, I'll leave these two bad guys to you. Remember to close the door to my house. Only to see that he took the very initiative and headed towards the door, while Li Hu followed behind on his ass. One of the other policemen escorting the two. It wasn't until the two had completely left the door that Zhao Daming walked into the room. In the bedroom, Zhao Daming calmly lit a cigarette and had no qualms about kicking the bucket. The people are gone. Get up. Don't play dead. Count yourselves lucky to have met a psychopath. Otherwise it would have been obvious. The two who were originally lying motionless on the ground opened their eyes and looked around curiously. Old Lu and Wang Tai patted the dust on their bodies and got up with a sarcastic smile. Actually, they'd been awake for a while. The first one to wake up was actually Wang Tai, who had only fallen into extreme self-doubt, some depression, and was not in a coma. Just when he couldn't figure out how, he ended up finding the instructions for chondroitin in the trash can in his bedroom. Those who inhale will be powerless and not realize it. When Wang Tai saw this line, he instantly understood what had happened, and his face went straight to green. Thanks to him, he really believed that the kid was the devil's tendon man and would be teaching himself some ancient dasha fist technique. The future will shock the world with the dasha ancient fist technique, and the feeling is that he has been drugged. As for Lao Lu, Wang Tai's method was very simple and violent, directly helping old Lu to have a wave of forced vomiting, spitting out the medicine he had not yet digested thoroughly. Needless to say, the effects of that fast-acting sleeping pill were indeed outrageous. The results are extraordinarily fast. For Wang Tai's sobriety, Zhao Daming could still understand, but when he looked at the sober old Lu, he was a bit puzzled. Old Lu, how did you wake up so quickly? Old Lu smiled awkwardly and explained, but just 6 or 7 cups of diluted water is still less interesting than a laxative dose. That's true, Zhao Daming added with a serious nod. Old Lu, you should be glad that kid didn't add laxatives inside the sleeping pills. The corners of old Lu's mouth twitched at his words, and he quickly changed the subject. That, off duty? Zhao Daming glanced at the empty hall somewhat uncertainly. Sort of? What else is the program going to film when people are sent to the neurological hospital? Several people were deep in thought. At this point the hall was completely empty of anyone on surveillance. Within the live broadcast room, countless viewers as well as netizens were dumbfounded. A good sci-fi program where the challengers and testers are all fucking taken away in one car? Why do I get the feeling I'm watching a bad horror movie? No, the program is too much of a stretch for you, isn't it? Shady, absolutely shady. Kid brother won too much for the show to play. As the main character of this live broadcast, Suyu's sudden disappearance caused a commotion in the live broadcast room. Many people blame the show's crew for all of its causes. There was some extraordinarily quiet in the guide room. Countless people had a few strange looks on their faces. The ending of the show was a bit of an unexpected development at this point in the show's taping. Mental illness. It may sound ridiculous, but when you think about it, it makes some sense, based on Suyu's performance just now alone. It was completely unlike a disguise. Li Shengli fell silent. His deep gaze fell on Su Tai, and he secretly sighed inwardly. This man behind the curtain, he's hiding real deep. I didn't realize that everyone was being lied to, which he was not from the beginning of the show. Saldi has been starting to lay it all out, appearing as a victim, accusing her son of various behaviors and pouring out her own victimized past on the show. Everyone has a preconceived notion that children are very naughty. Saldi, on the other hand, packages himself perfectly as a helpless parent. Almost no one thought that Sally would be wrong in any way, but Li Xingli was extraordinarily clear. Suyu's current behavior was already a symptom of severe mental illness. The reason for this must have something to do with the training Suyu had received since he was a child. The methods that Sally used for training were, I'm afraid, even more brutal than expected to cause the psychotic symptoms. The reason why Su Tai was so decisive in signing the live broadcast contract also seemed to be that he was certain that the program team would not get any useful clues from the mouth of a psychopathic son. Li Xingli took a deep breath. This leader behind the green dragon had begun to match the image he remembered. A smiling face to the outside world, but in reality will do whatever it takes to get what he wants. It's too hard. On the other side, Su Tai was calm. He could see what ordinary people would consider psychotic symptoms at a glance. It's definitely this kid, Su Yu, who's been fixing things again. These were a few little tricks that he had seen through long ago. The see-through look landed a heavy blow in Li's heart. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Terrified of Su Tai's city, from start to finish. One is being led by the other, from the moment Su Tai signed up for the program. The other party seemed to have calculated everything, starting with the beginning of the peripheral capture and then the appearance of gluttony. All of this seems to be a deliberate arrangement by Su Tai. Even Li Xingli felt that he, along with the program, had become the other party's pawn. It seems that something in the underworld guided this to go the way it did. At that moment, a staff member at his side suddenly said, Director, what are we broadcasting now? Li Xingli froze, dumbfounded. Later, people are taken away in ambulances from the neurological hospital. Yeah, what the fuck am I shooting? Young lord, where are we going later? On the east side of town, we still have a lot of territory. In front of the ambulance, Li Hu sidestepped his face and inquired in a low voice. He thought about being the mastermind of this escape from the scene with the help of a psychotic ambulance. The young lord should have a clear destination. Suyu responded with a blank look. Of course it's a psychiatric hospital. Leaving behind this sentence. Leaving Li Hu alone in the wind. To a neurological hospital? He scratched his head, a little confused. Well, the young master must have his reasons for doing so. That young lord didn't continue to pay attention to him and walked straight towards Dr. Ye's position. What's wrong? Yi Weiwei noticed the teenager who had come forward and took the initiative to ask. Suyu glanced at Zhao Daming, who was not far away, and said with some gravity, Dr. Yi, I suggest you focus on the police marshal next to you. He's probably as mentally ill as I am. The corner of Zhao Daming's mouth twitched. It's bad. It's fucking coming at me. No buddy. You're sick enough as it is. So don't think about how you're going to hoover up other people. Dr. Yi sniffed but raised a few interests. The language is fluent, logical, and clear-eyed. Based on these symptoms, Su seems to be in a pretty lucid state right now. Of course there was nothing more important than Suyu's pair of sincere eyes. Somehow, he didn't feel that Suyu was lying. Me? Mental illness? Zhao Daming couldn't help but laugh. Dr. Yi, just don't listen to his nonsense. He didn't care about Suyu's identification, after all. Who would bother with a psychopath? Dr. Yi, however, raised his hand, interrupting Zhao Daming and smiling as he questioned Suyu. Why do you feel that way? Suyu explained his guesses in a serious manner, voicing out his inner thoughts and worries, and added a sentence at the end. Can a normal person see the same thing as me? A psychopath? While saying these words, Suyu completely failed to notice that in his system status bar, a phrase was flashing in a triggered state. Sincerity comes from the skill of lying. Your lies are more likely to be believed. By all accounts, Suyu shouldn't be considered a liar, but the problem is that he was under the side effect of neurosis and made an error in judgment. And subjectively there was no lying. This is indeed a lie if one is speaking on an objective level. With the addition of this special state, somehow, Dr. Yi couldn't help but glance at Zhao Dahai with a skeptical gaze when he saw this sincere expression on Suyu's face. Well, how can I put it? That's probably just intuition as a doctor. Zhao Daming's face was shocked when he saw this, and he hurriedly waved his hand to explain. No, Dr. Yi, listen to my careful analysis. Suyu saw it as handcuffs at the time, but said it was rope. The reason is that he realized he was hallucinating. So he thought that itself was actually the rope and that the handcuffs were an illusion. I saw the rope too. So that equates to me being mentally ill too. Suyu glanced at Dr. Yi. You see, it's in his own words. Zhao Daming froze when he looked back, and his head was somewhat blinded. What the fuck are you talking about? His face changed and he once again waved his hand in quick succession. No. It's messed up. All messed up. Zhao Daming scratched the back of his head with his right hand and said seriously, let's stroke it again. He walked in place several times before suddenly saying, yes, it is. Actually, what Suyu saw wasn't an illusion at all. What's on Wang Tai is actually the rope. So, Suyu isn't hallucinating, it's actually me who is hallucinating. No, Suyu isn't hallucinating, and neither am I. Yeah, if Su isn't mentally ill, that makes sense. Since Suyu is not, the mental illness must be me. Hey, no, Zhao Daming couldn't walk out of Suyu's logic circle for a while. and only felt his brain buzzing a bit. Suyu, you say? What was on Wang Tai at that time? Handcuffs? You said rope. ITM. After some self-evidence from Zhao Daming, he managed to go from being somewhat suspicious to being fully diagnosed. This wave falls into the category of getting blacker and blacker with each wash. Suyu also turned sideways and whispered to Dr. Yi. At that time, this police marshal should have realized that he was having an attack as well. Yi Weiwei frowned, holding a small notebook and pen in her hand, and inquired curiously, what makes it so? Only Suyu said seriously. At that point, he suddenly slapped himself. Zhao Daming's face changed. I'm so meow. Don't you bloody dare. But at that moment, Dr. Ye's hand tapped on his shoulder. Officer Joe, don't feel too much psychological pressure. A lot of people react the same way you did when they were diagnosed. Just learn to accept yourself. Trust me, I'll be able to get you back to normal. It wouldn't matter if it was just Suyu's unilateral identification. But now he had to refer to the doctor's words that Zhao Daming was starting to have some self-doubt at this point, as if he had been touched on the head by Nangong Chinya. Could it be that Wang Tai was, at that time, really carrying a rope? Am I really fucking nuts? No. He remembered extraordinarily clearly that what Wang Tai had on him was the rope, and what old Lu had on him was the handcuffs. Zhao Daming suddenly brightened up and remembered the extraordinarily important details. Yeah, he wasn't the only one at the scene. Wang Tai and old Lu have left, but there's another partner, Sun Tao, to testify for him. Zhao Daming said in a hurry. Dr. Yi, you can ask my colleague. Yi Weiwei nodded her head. Referring to more than one person's opinion was naturally the most pertinent. Zhao Daming greeted towards the distance. Tell me, Tao, what was it that Wang Tai was carrying on him upstairs at that time? Handcuffs or rope? Sun Tao pondered slightly. In fact, he didn't pay attention to the scene upstairs, not to mention the fact that he escorted Suyu as well as Li Hu downstairs directly behind him. Not much of an impression at all. That didn't stop him from answering though. He'd seen the live feed. It is still perfectly possible to answer this question. So he chuckled. Damien, you can even forget this. Wang Tai is carrying handcuffs, of course. I remember when you were spouting off to me about where the handcuffs came from, and the rope that was on old Lu at that time. You also said that the kid's method of tying people up was not professional at all. Don't you remember? Sun Tao inquired with some confusion. Why? Is there something wrong with asking this all of a sudden? No, it's fine. Zhao Daming fell silent, falling into deep self-doubt. He kept thinking, making sure of his memories somewhat undecidedly. Dr. Yi, do you believe me? I clearly remembered it was the rope at that time. Yi Weiwei said with a smile. Of course I believe you. That's what happens when we have a general onset of illness in our institution. Zhao Daming was also somewhat self-denying at this point. Could I really be mentally ill?